Chapter 1945 Doomsday for Jun Clan. It was similarly difficult for the cultivators of the Yun clan. They were already facing the Shangguan clan, who were at a similar level. The cultivators of Eastern Deity Island would also occasionally ambush them. On top of that, Yi Futian's ability had suddenly skyrocketed. He kept killing Renhuangs from the Jun clan, making their decline apparent. Yun Mu, who was battling Shangguan Hong, had a somewhat sullen expression. Aura of the Great Path pressed down on them from the sky. He had a cold and indifferent look as he glanced at Shangguan Hong across from him. He said, "Shangguan clan is also a force from the Penglai continent. Is your clan planning to watch as Eastern Deity Island rises once again in the Penglai continent?" Eastern Deity Island has remained secluded for many years. Their ambitions are most likely grand. Shangguan Hong, are you willing to act as a pawn for them? Shangguan Hong remained unmoved. His expression was indifferent. Yun Mu was trying to incite him. Both sides already had grudges with each other. Before knowing about Eastern Deity Island's stance, the Yun clan probably already had the idea of joining forces with the Jun clan and finding an opportunity to eradicate the Shangguan clan. Now, Yun Mu's words made it seem as though Eastern Deity Island was their common enemy. Shangguan Hong clearly knew that they were not the enemy of Eastern Deity Island. He also knew the reason why Eastern Deity Island had been so reclusive. Moreover, if Eastern Deity Island truly had the ability to suppress the Penglai continent, who could stand in their way? Even large forces could not do so. Now, Shangguan Hong was merely going with the flow. Yun Mu, why didn't you say this before? Shangguan Hong asked. Another furious attack crashed towards the other party, knocking Yun Mu's body back. This caused Yun Mu's gaze to turn extremely sullen. His will swept across the entire battlefield. Yi Futian was still continuing his massacre. An 8th tier cultivator had fallen. If this continued, the Renhuangs of the Jun clan would gradually be killed off, and the Jun clan would be utterly defeated. At that moment, a heavenly might suddenly descended from the sky above. Golden divine light rained down. Divine palaces appeared in the sky above. Among the divine palaces, an elder stood. He looked down below. His aura was powerful beyond comparison. It was the Great Elder. The eyes of the cultivators of the Jun clan lit up when they saw who had arrived. Their ancestor had come. Jun Xiaoyao led the Jun clan. He was their current leader. However, the strongest person in the Jun clan was this Great Elder. After handing the Jun clan's management to Jun Xiaoyao, he no longer concerned himself with the matters of the Jun clan, leaving everything to Jun Xiaoyao. The Great Elder then went in seclusion to cultivate and train in his way. He was trying to break through to the next plane. Although he had not succeeded for many years, his cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the Renhuang plane. His abilities were terrifying. He was the behind-the-scenes figure of the Jun clan, the most powerful existence among them. During this moment of crisis, they never imagined that the Great Elder would appear. The cultivators of Eastern Deity Island and the Shangguan clan frowned when they sensed the terrifying aura. The ancestor of the Jun clan had arrived as well. His aura was terrifying. In an instant, the vast space was enveloped in a majestic power of the Great Path. The Great Elder of the Jun clan roared angrily. A heavenly might of the Great Path seemed to descend upon them, crashing towards the minds of the crowd. Many cultivators felt their blood and qi churn. Their own great paths were being suppressed. All battles on the battlefield came to a halt because of his cry. Shangguan Hong's expression also changed slightly. He had not imagined that this old fellow would come out from his seclusion and that he had not died. On the contrary, his aura was so powerful. This would be somewhat troublesome. Supreme Deity Donglai perished many years ago. The current Penglai continent is already not as it was before, since Eastern Deity Island is not concerned with outside matters. Why have you all come out of your seclusion? The great elder of June clan interrogated with a voice that contained the suppressive power of the great path. A heavenly might of the great path descended from the sky. The cultivators of Eastern Deity Island all frowned when they sensed the aura. They realized that no one here could stand against this great elder. As the great elder said this, he lifted his palm and pressed down on the space below. Instantly it was as though the sky had collapsed. A gigantic divine palace plunged downwards. Everyone was covered by it. A few powerful cultivators released their own heavenly might of the great path to block the attack. However, their efforts were all suppressed and destroyed. They could not hold back the enemy's attack at all. The Penglai continent indeed is not what it once was before. Even though Supreme Deity Donglai has perished for many years on the Penglai continent, it is not your turn, old fellow, to act presumptuous, a cold, proud voice cried out. The words were barely uttered when an elegant figure emerged from the forces of Eastern Deity Island, appearing like a peerless empress. She took a step forward and immediately traversed the space, appearing before the other party. A sacred phoenix let out a long, loud screech. Illusions of phoenixes appeared all around them. At the same time, an extremely proud phoenix appeared. It spat out divine fire of the great path that melted everything in its path as it charged towards the great elder. Divine palaces circled the great elder, preventing the divine fire of the great path from touching him. However, the enormous sacred phoenix spat fire, and its flames flooded the space, enveloping the divine palace. The divine palace was immediately melted and destroyed. It was the divine fire of Wurong. The crowd looked at the divine fire. It was the divine fire that Supreme Deity Donglai had cultivated. It was very frightening and was a destructive fire that would never extinguish. However, it was also an endless divine fire that nurtured all living things. What you say is not wrong. Since you have gone into seclusion to cultivate, stay there. You have managed to live for so long. Why come seek death now? The woman said as her hair fluttered in the wind. She appeared elegant and domineering. Her voice was authoritative. Under the ever-burning fire, the divine palaces were melted and destroyed little by little, causing the great elder of June clan to frown. This fire was approaching perfection. She was so powerful. The crowd was surprised when they saw this scene. The elder of the June clan might not be able to withstand the might of this fire. This great elder had an astonishing ability, but in the blink of an eye he had been suppressed by someone else. Was she a flawless level Renhuang? Some people thought to themselves. That wasn't right. If she were a flawless level 9th tier Renhuang, she would be too powerful. The great elder of the June clan would not be able to put up a fight and would be immediately killed off. She must have refined the divine fire of the great path for her might to be so terrifying. Rumble. The great elder of the June clan had a cold look in his eyes. He was actually being suppressed by a little girl. He had lived for so long that even Supreme Deity Donglai was the same generation as him. Of course, even though they were members of the same generation, their statuses were different. Yet now the successor of Supreme Deity Donglai was pushing him around. Countless divine palaces circled them. A brilliant and majestic scene appeared in the sky above. He cried out loudly and raised his hand forward. The divine palaces that surrounded them immediately charged with unparalleled might in the direction of the Eastern Deity Island Lord. Yet at that moment the Island Lord coldly snorted. A divine tree suddenly sprouted. It was a divine wurong. It covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Each leaf contained the power of the divine fire. The entire divine wurong was covered in flames that frenziedly spread. It blotted out the sky and immediately wrapped around the divine palaces, charging down. The divine palaces suppressed everything as they attacked. Yet they were wrapped up in the branches and leaves of the ancient tree. The might of the divine palaces kept weakening. On top of that, The flames consumed the divine palaces, causing them to melt into nothingness before they managed to descend upon the island lord. Buzz, the island lord's fiery red phoenix, robe danced in the wind as her hair fluttered in the breeze. The divine wudong kept expanding outwards. Countless leaves flew out from the expanding divine tree. They swept towards the opponent's figure, becoming a frightening storm. In an instant, the leaves actually became the fiery red flame feathers of a phoenix. A divine phoenix appeared and immediately enveloped the figure of the great elder of Jun clan. It spurted out flames that invaded the area where the great elder stood. The silhouette of the great elder flashed, and the divine palaces enveloped his figure. He wanted to charge out of this domain of the great path. However, as the phoenix spat out flames, the divine wudong that covered the sky and blotted out the sun descended upon him. It swept over the space and completely sealed it off, forming an absolute domain of the divine fire of the great path. It wasn't going to end well for the great elder of the Jun clan. The cultivators watching this scene thought to themselves, "This female island lord had powerful abilities. Her domain of the divine fire of the great path encapsulated her opponent. It was enough to kill him off." When the cultivators of the Jun clan saw this scene, they were extremely nervous. Many of them had pale expressions. If the great elder was burnt to death by the flames, what would happen then? Jun clan would be faced with a catastrophe. No one had imagined that Eastern deity Island would be so dominant. This female island lord, the successor of supreme deity Donglai who had never revealed herself in public, was actually so powerful. The domain of the divine fire of the great path seemed to become ethereal. Within the domain, the great elder of the Jun clan was struggling. He wanted to charge his way out, but the divine wheel of the great path, transformed from the divine wudong, covered the sky and formed an absolute domain. If he could not withstand the might of the fire, there was only one possible outcome: death. It seems I have indeed grown old. My Jun clan will surrender and leave. If we encounter the cultivators of Eastern Deity Island in the future, we will let you have the right of way. A voice called out from within the domain. The once domineering great elder of the Jun clan had begun to show signs of weakness in the blink of an eye. This voice caused the members of the Jun clan to feel their hearts turn cold. They seemed to understand what was happening. "Are you dreaming?" the Eastern Deity Island Lord replied indifferently. Her flames became even hotter. "What does Island Lord want?" the other party cried out, his voice changing slightly. "Since you have come here, just stay here," the female Renhuang said in a voice that was still domineering. Not long after, there were miserable cries of agony. The other party's voice became even more anxious as he said, "In the future, Jun clan is willing to follow the lead of Eastern Deity Island. There is no need." The reply he heard was still delivered with an icy tone. Very quickly, even more cries of agony filled the air. The cultivators of the Jun clan felt their hearts thumping nonstop. They seemed to have already seen their own end. If even the great elder was killed, how would they turn the tables? Among the crowd, Futian also looked towards Eastern Deity Island Lord. What he had witnessed today might still only be a fraction of Eastern Deity Island's ability. In reality, this large-scale battle did not give Eastern Deity Island much trouble. The fate of the Jun clan was already decided. Chapter 1946, Curtain Close. Jun Chuyen felt as though his recent experiences had been somewhat surreal. He was previously the young master of the Jun clan, a top force of the Penglai continent. His status was astounding, and his talents were exceptional. He was also a powerful figure at the Renhuang Plain. In the entire Penglai continent, he could have his say. He had also made ample preparations for this journey to Eastern Deity Island. He had hoped to take this opportunity to come across fateful encounters of the Great Path on Eastern Deity Island to fortify and increase his own abilities. However, he had ended up in such a state. He himself was crippled, and his clan was almost about to face a catastrophe that would eradicate them. The Great Elder was being consumed by flames right now. The Great Elder's miserable screams of agony could be heard. This made his face turn as pale as ash. Was June clan's eradication all because he got them involved? Why was this happening? How could a lower-level Renhuang, whose cultivation was below June Qian's own, affect June clan survival, a top force in the Penglai continent? Rumble. In the sky above, divine fire consumed everything. Countless leaves of the Wutong danced in the sky. When the leaves fluttered down to the ground, there was nothing left inside. The Great Elder of the June clan had completely disappeared. Only the beautiful island lord of Eastern Deity Island remained standing in the sky. Behind her, there was a gigantic illusion of the sacred phoenix that was one with the sky. Everything had ended. The appearance of the Great Elder of June clan had not only been unable to turn the tide of the battle, and he instead had drawn out the true ability of the female island lord of Eastern Deity Island. He was killed on the spot. There was no suspense left in this war. Gales blew, and countless leaves of the Wutong danced in the air. Each leaf contained the power of the divine fire of the Great Path as they swept through vast space. In an instant, with her figure as the center, the entire world seemed to become scorching hot, seemingly consumed by the formless power of the divine fire of the Great Path. "Retreat," Jun Xiaoyao ordered. He sensed that the divine fire of the Great Path was everywhere and had already covered this part of the sky. There was nowhere to escape to unless they could restrict their opponent. Buzz! This part of the world seemed to be burning in flames. A gigantic shadow of the sacred phoenix appeared and descended from the sky. It consumed this part of the sky. The expressions of many Renhuangs of the June clan changed drastically. They discovered that the power of the flames surrounded them. The Renhuangs of the June clan rose into the sky at the same time as they attempted to retreat. However, right now it was already too late. In the sky above, Eastern Deity Island Lord was like a peerless goddess. Endless light of the divine fire emanated from her figure. This part of the sky was completely on fire. Endless screams of agony could be heard. Here, Eastern Deity Island Lord was an uncontended existence. Even the Great Elder of June clan was immediately burnt to death by the divine fire of the Great Path. Who else could withstand the power of her Great Path? Many Renhuangs were covered in divine flames. They appeared extremely miserable. "Island Lord, have mercy!" someone cried out, begging for mercy. Even though they were powerful, when truly faced with death, they would still feel terror. "Since you dared to bully my Eastern Deity Island, there is no meaning in begging now," a cold and indifferent voice stated in the sky. She initially did not want to fight and let the members of the Penglai continent know her abilities clearly. She had merely been watching from the shadows. However, the June clan had charged over to kill them. Even the Great Elder of June clan had attacked. She had been forced to emerge from the forces of Eastern Deity Island. June clan and Yun clan dared to start the fight today. They must truly believe that her Eastern Deity Island was a pushover. Since that was the case, she had no qualms about killing them. On the battlefield, Renhuangs let out cries of agony. Their bodies were burned to dust in the divine fire of the Great Path, scattering to the winds. In a battle between cultivators at the peak, if the difference between abilities was sufficiently large, there was no possibility of escape. The weaker of the two could only await death. "Island Lord, this matter is unrelated to our Yun clan. Since we were friends with the June clan, they invited us here. We had no intention of going against Eastern Deity Island. We hope Island Lord can forgive this trespass. Yunmu also began to waver when he saw the Renhuangs perishing one after another. It was not just the Renhuangs of the Jun clan being slaughtered. Their Yun clan Renhuangs were being killed off as well. If this continued, they would be completely wiped up and would all perish here. "Since you have come here, stay," Eastern Deity Island Lord said indifferently. The divine fire of the Great Path continued to burn. Renhuangs continued to perish. At the same time, the cultivators of Eastern Deity Island also attacked. Thus, a one-sided massacre began. Eastern Deity Island Lord controlled the entire field. The situation was completely lopsided. "She's gone mad." In the distance, many members of the continent felt their hearts tremble as they witnessed this scene. Not long ago, they had sought after fateful encounters of the Great Path on Eastern Deity Island. However, this time, Eastern Deity Island had become cruel and merciless as they began their massacre. There were Renhuangs perishing at every moment. For the cultivators who came from various continents, this was the first time most of them were witnessing such a horrifying scene. Renhuangs were being slaughtered in large droves like ants. Such a scene could only be encountered on the battlefield between Renhuangs. Today they had witnessed such a scene. On the battlefield, the number of Renhuangs was diminishing. The cultivators of the Jun clan as well as the Yun clan were being killed off. As for Eastern Deity Island and Shangguan clan, they had almost no losses. Under such circumstances, it was a complete landslide massacre. Jun clan and Yun clan were finished. Many local cultivators of the Penglai continent lamented. Fate was a cruel mistress. The two overlord clans who dominated the Penglai continent had fallen just like that. They seemed to have forgotten who was the previous overlord of the Penglai continent. Shangguan clan had chosen the right side this time. They would probably have the chance to rise and become even stronger. They would also form ties with Eastern Deity Island. From the looks of it now, anyone could tell that Eastern Deity Island, which had not involved themselves with outside affairs for many years, was still the most powerful force in the Penglai continent. The young city, lord of Wushang City of the Penglai continent, was also among the crowd. There were also cultivators from Wushang City with him. They watched this scene emotionally. Two giant figures had perished just like that and became history. Who knew how the situation in the Penglai continent would be like in the future? Would Eastern Deity Island directly interfere with the matters of the Penglai continent and re-enter the sights of the world? As the battle continued, the number of cultivators of the two top forces grew fewer and fewer. Jun Xiaoyao and Yun Mu had been surrounded. Eastern Deity Island Lord also attacked from the sky above when she saw the two of them struggling. Very quickly, the two of them were injured and backed into a corner. Must it end like this? Jun Xiaoyao asked as he looked at the female Renhuang in the sky. Cultivating was not easy. It was even more difficult to cultivate to his current level of cultivation. Yet, everything was about to be for naught. "Kill them!" Eastern Deity Island Lord uttered these two words. She did not respond to Jun Xiaoyao. They had already reached this point. She naturally was not going to show mercy. A sacred phoenix descended upon them, attacking together with the elder. Very soon, Jun Xiaoyao could not withstand the attack anymore and was burnt by the divine fire. Only Jun Qian remained alive among the two top forces of the Penglai continent when the battle ended. The cultivators who came to join the battle had all been killed. Eastern Deity Island had not shown any mercy. When Jun Qian saw the scene before him, he closed his eyes in pain. He then said, "Kill me, then." Right now he was dead inside. He no longer had any desire to live. What meaning was there in living? Now, even his clan had been eradicated. Yi Futian walked up to Jun Qian. Yi Futian did not take much pleasure in this ordeal. Before this, he had released Jun Qian. Yi Futian had not been hypocritical. He truly did not want to be involved with the Jun clan anymore and wanted to resolve the matter. Both sides could have just let go of the issue and not pursue it anymore. However, Yi Futian did not know what had happened on Eastern Deity Island for the Jun clan to clearly not agree to this. Hence, they had ended up where they were now. As Jun Chuyen looked at the silhouette in front of him, he asked, "I want to ask you something. Why did Eastern Deity Island fight for you? Was it just because Yi Futian had extraordinary talent?" Jun Chuyen still could not understand. Why did Eastern Deity Island, which had not been involved in outside affairs for many years, fight for Yi Futian and re-enter the sights of the world? Yi Futian pointed a finger at Jun Chuyen. Sword will immediately pierce forwards. With a dull groan, blood spurted out from Jun Chuyen's glabella. His eyes grew dim and he died. Jun Chuyen's eyes were wide open. He did not die in peace. Yet he was unworthy of the answer he wanted to hear. It was over. Such a storm had ended in such a cruel fashion. The cleanup was up next. "Many thanks, Island Lord!" Yi Futian thanked the Island Lord as he lifted his head to look at her. No matter how he put it, he had relied on the other party this time. Otherwise, how could Yi Futian possibly deal with a ninth-tier existence? Him taking advantage of her forces this time was considered perfect. Of course, the other party had willingly cooperated. He was naturally aware of this point. Eastern Deity Island Lord was also secretly hinting this to him. "It is not over yet. Shangguan Hong, I will bring a few members to the Yun clan. Meanwhile, you bring some of your people to pay Jun clan a visit," the Island Lord instructed as she looked at Shangguan Hong. Next, they still had to tie up loose ends and eradicate any unknown risks. "Understood," Shangguan Hong replied as he nodded his head. "Are we leaving immediately?" Let's go now," Eastern Deity Island Lord answered. She swept a glance below and ordered, "Let's go." As she said this, a group of people traversed across the sky with her, heading to settle things with the Yun clan. "Let us also go," Shangguan Hong ordered. He led his group and left, heading towards the Jun clan. Those who saw this scene understood that these two major forces would completely be eradicated. Very soon, many cultivators left the place. Yi Futian quietly watched as everything happened. It was as though he was keeping out of things. It seemed as though all that had happened were unrelated to him. Even the attacks before this had not involved him. Eastern Deity Island had arranged everything. Or rather, the Island Lord had arranged all this. Some alchemy masters approached Yi Futian. They had long known about some of the abilities of Eastern Deity Island. They naturally looked down on the Jun clan and Yun clan. The two clans were just a mob, and they actually thought highly of themselves and dared to challenge Eastern Deity Island. It was suicidal for them to have done so. Now, everything had turned out just nice. Their dreams had burst like a bubble, and they had lost their lives. "These matters are really uninteresting. Little friendy, let us head back and research how to refine pills," someone said. Yi Futian turned his head. He was speechless. Chapter 1947, Handover. The issue had come to a close. The storm that started because of an exchange finally ended with the elimination of two top forces of the Penglai continent. Many people lamented the end of these two clans. As expected, they had to remember this lesson and not be too full of themselves. Even until his death, Jun Chuyen most likely had never imagined that him acting condescending towards a lower-level Renhuang would actually result in such an end for himself. It was so embarrassing. The cultivators from various continents still did not leave. A senior figure from the Shangguan clan came to Yi Futian, with Shangguan Chuya following behind him. He smiled and said, "I am Shangguan Yun, Chuya's uncle. I have heard that little friend Ya's talents are peerless and that you are handsome and charming. Now that I have met you today, you are even more outstanding than I imagined." This Shangguan Yun had a cultivation at the 8th tier. He was indeed impressed with Yi Futian's performance. The new generation replaced the old one. In the battle, Yi Futian had yet to display his full abilities. Eastern Deity Island had helped him settle the issue. No one knew what level of combat ability this lower-level Renhuang truly had. "Senior, you speak too highly of me," Yi Futian responded with a smile. "Miss Shangguan also stands head and shoulders above others." "Far from it," the middle-aged man answered with a smile. "When we were talking about you before, this little girl, Chuya, admired you very much. She kept praising you in front of my elder brother nonstop. My elder brother also wishes for her to learn more from little friend Yi in the future. My cultivation is still low. What could she possibly learn from me?" Yi Futian replied, "With such combat prowess, your level of cultivation does not matter. When you become an upper-level Renhuang, who could contend with you at the Renhuang Plain?" Shangguan Yin exclaimed, "Chiuya's father has headed over to Jun Clan. When this whole incident is over, little friend, you must come over to Shangguan Clan and be our guest." "If the opportunity arises, I certainly will," Yi Futian replied with a nod. Shangguan Chuya pouted her mouth as she heard the two of them exchange pleasantries. She had come to understand what sort of fellow this Yi Futian was while she was on Eastern Deity Island. One should never be fooled by his looks. This person was decisive. When he acted cruelly, he struck fear in people's hearts. Had Yi Futian not arranged the end of Jun Clan every step of the way, this fellow might have already planned everything when he entered Eastern Deity Island. He might have planned to rely on Eastern Deity Island to eliminate the Jun Clan. Of course, ordinary people couldn't persuade Eastern Deity Island to aid them. He had such qualifications, and Eastern Deity Island was willing to attack the Jun Clan for him. "Renhuang Ye's abilities are indeed unmatched," another person said as they walked over. It was the young city lord of Wushang City, Lu Qing. Before this, on the chessboard, they were brutally pushed around. Now that he had witnessed Yi Futian's true combat ability, he was convinced. This fellow was truly terrifying. Yi Futian nodded at Lu Qing and replied, "You are no slouch yourself." "Far from it. Previously, I believed that the chess match held me back. Now I understand that if it weren't for the chessboard, I would have lost even more miserably. I would not even be qualified to have an exchange with you," Lu Qing said with a bitter smile. Before this, a group of Jun Clan 7th-tier cultivators had joined forces. They had all been instantly killed by Yi Futian. Lu Qing still knew his own strength. Yi Futian smiled but did not respond. When the difference between abilities was slight, one might feel dissatisfied. However, when the difference was insurmountable, people of the same generation as Yi Futian could only admire and be impressed by him. It was because they would not be able to surpass Yi Futian. "If the opportunity arises, I hope I can ask Renhuang Yi for a few pointers," said the young city lord of Wushang City, Lu Qing. Yi Futian nodded his head slightly and said sure. Lu Qing saluted with his fists and said, "May we meet again." "May we meet again," Yi Futian replied with a nod. Lu Qing then turned to leave. The cultivators of Wushang City also left in a flash. They also needed to return. After this event, the situation in the Penglai continent would change. It was just that no one knew Eastern Deity Island's stance. If Eastern Deity Island wanted to dominate the Penglai continent, no other force would be able to stand against it. Not long after, news arrived from the Jun Clan and Yun Clan. "Let's head back," Yi Futian said as he turned to leave. He actually headed back in the direction of Eastern Deity Island. With the close of this incident, the hidden dangers of the outside world had been resolved and would no longer threaten the Dongyuan Pavilion. Beigong Ao and Emperor Helian followed Yi Futian. Many alchemy masters also joined him. Their eyes were exceptionally bright when they looked at Yi Futian. This fellow was a treasure. They needed to properly develop him and teach him to concoct pills, though many of them would not necessarily be able to refine pills of a higher grade than Yi Futian. Nevertheless, Yi Futian still had enormous potential that could be extracted. He needed to be properly guided. When his cultivation increased, his attainments in refining pills would also increase. He would be a walking treasure trove in the future. When they saw Yi Futian's group leave, the cultivators from various continents and the Penglai continent in the distance also dispersed and left. Although this incident had affected the future situation in the Penglai continent, for the other cultivators, it did not affect them much. They would do what they needed to. Yi Futian's ability also moved them greatly. They were inspired to properly cultivate and improve themselves. Yi Futian alone had cultivated so many powers of the Great Path. He had also achieved mastery in all of them. His might was terrifying. The cultivators felt that their own cultivation, which they were proud of, could not hold a candle to Yi Futian's cultivation. The Penglai continent still had many trading places. The other cultivators would see whether they could find a treasure suitable for their cultivation to bring back and train hard for a period of time. As for Yi Futian, he returned once again to Eastern Deity Island. Bai Mu and the others were all beside him. Yi Futian said to Beigong Ao and Emperor Helian, "Seniors, the matters here have been settled. I might not be returning to the Danyuan Pavilion. Why don't I hand over the Danyuan Pavilion to the two of you?" "You are not returning," Beigong Ao exclaimed, stunned. He was still hoping for Yi Futian to act as Danyuan Pavilion Master. After all, Yi Futian might become a legendary figure in the future. However, after considering Yi Futian's potential, Beigong Ao clearly understood. The Danyuan Pavilion most likely could not make Yi Futian stay. He did not belong to that continent. How could a nameless continent hold a true dragon like him? Yi Futian replied with a nod. He naturally came to the Divine Prefecture to train in order to steadily increase his abilities and constantly aim for even higher levels of attainment. The Danyuan Pavilion was just a stepping stone. Now, the Eastern Deity Island was more suitable for his next stage of cultivating. "Beigong's cultivation is higher than mine," Emperor Helian said. "If Pavilion Master is not planning to return, Danyuan Pavilion should be handed over to Beigong. There is no one more powerful than he is on the continent now." Yi Futian nodded and said, "Senior Beigong is indeed more suitable to be Danyuan Pavilion Master. Senior Helian can stay for a while on Eastern Deity Island and cultivate here." "All right," Emperor Helian answered. He understood that Yi Futian wanted to help him. Eastern Deity Island contained many fateful encounters, as well as materials and treasures. Asking him to stay and cultivate for a period of time, naturally, was Yi Futian hoping to provide benefits for his cultivation. Beigong Ao revealed a look of deep thought. He seemed to have an idea. After a moment of silence, he said, "Pavilion Master." Yi Futian asked as he looked at Beigong Ao. "Previously, I had always wished to control the Danyuan Pavilion. Yet, now, I seem to have lost interest in the position of Danyuan Pavilion Master. This time, after returning to the continent and the Danyuan Pavilion, I plan to follow Pavilion Master to cultivate once I have settled matters back home. What do you think?" Beigong Ao said. He believed that following Yi Futian was even more precious than the position of Danyuan Pavilion Master. Emperor Helian was stunned. His footsteps slowed down. Beigong Ao was already at the 8th tier now. He was the continent's top cultivator. It was natural for him to control the Danyuan Pavilion. He was the top figure of the continent. What an honor that was. Emperor Helian was envious of Beigong Ao. Yet the other party had changed his mind and gave up all this. Beigong Ao was willing to follow Yi Futian and cultivate by his side. He was aware that by following Yi Futian, he was destined to be unknown. Many cultivators would certainly gather around Yi Futian. Yi Futian's own splendor was enough to outshine everyone around him. Forsaking the status of the top figure of the continent and following Yi Futian to cultivate was a bold move. Emperor Helion knew that Beigong Ao was a shrewd fellow. From the looks of it, he gave up being the top figure of the continent and the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master in order to have the chance of witnessing the view from even higher places. Beigong Ao's ambitions were very grand. Emperor Helion felt that he himself was inferior to Beigong Ao. Yi Futian was also somewhat surprised at this. He looked at Beigong Ao. Although Yi Futian could faintly understand the stance of Eastern Deity Island now, Beigong Ao had followed him from the Dongyuan Pavilion and was more trustworthy. Having an 8th-tier cultivator beside him would make life much easier for him. In addition to Zifeng, Yi Futian would not need to attend to ordinary situations. "Are you serious?" Yi Futian asked. An 8th-tier cultivator was already a figure at the peak. Beigong Ao would be the top cultivator on the continent when he returned. "I am serious. I have considered this before," Beigong Ao replied. He smiled, seemingly very calm. "All right," Yi Futian answered, nodding his head. "It is just that there will be inconveniences for you, senior." "There won't be any inconveniences. I will return to settle matters in the Dongyuan Pavilion as well as the matters of Yang clan," Beigong Ao said. Yang Dongqing had betrayed Yi Futian on Eastern Deity Island, conspiring with Jun Qian, and was killed. The issue with the Yang clan naturally needed to be settled to prevent hidden dangers in the future. Yi Futian nodded. "You should head back to make arrangements first. Senior Helion will cultivate here for a period of time. When the time comes for the handover, Senior Helion shall inherit the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master until you return." "That won't be a problem," Beigong Ao said as he nodded his head. He looked at Beigong Shuang and instructed, "You stay here and cultivate with Pavilion Master Yi." Beigong Shuang agreed, nodding her head. Emperor Helion, who was to the side, glanced at him. This old fox had not forgotten to arrange for his daughter to stay by Yi Futian's side. This scheming fellow. If Yi Futian did not have a partner already, this fellow would most likely want his daughter to pounce on Yi Futian directly. Chapter 1948. Seclusion. The situation in the Penglai continent had changed. 2 top clans had been destroyed. The top figures of Jun clan and Yun clan, 2 giant clans, had been wiped out. After that, the clans were cleaned off by various major and minor forces. Some forces had grudges with them, and others were taking advantage of the situation. There was never a lack of people who would add insult to injury in the world of cultivation. This was especially so for top clans with bountiful resources. There would naturally be people who would not let this chance to loot slip past. Overnight, the 2 top forces fell apart and joined the annals of history. This had all begun due to a simple conflict. Many people lamented over this incident. If the Jun clan was involved due to their junior, Jun Qian, it was worse for the Yun clan. They merely lacked foresight and got swept into a storm that they shouldn't have entered. From there, they faced annihilation. Who would have thought that it would end like this before? Yet this was the way of the world. Regardless of how big a storm was, it always began from a tiny incident. Just as many people were anticipating whether Eastern Deity Island would return to the Penglai continent, the island lord led her cultivators back and was no longer heard of. It was as though she had never appeared at all and remained uninterested in the Penglai continent. If the 2 forces had not angered them, Eastern Deity Island might not have emerged. Or rather, it should be said that everything happened because the 2 forces wanted to kill Yi Futian. Eastern Deity Island Lord had come out for the sake of that junior figure. Yet the superior talent that Yi Futian displayed indeed astonished many and was unforgettable. The name of Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Yi Liunian, spread throughout the Penglai continent. Many people visited the continent where the Dongyuan Pavilion was situated. They wanted to see what was so special about this person. However, when they reached the Dongyuan Pavilion and asked around, they discovered that Yi Futian was still a mystery. It was as though he had appeared from nowhere and became famous overnight. By chance, he obtained the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. This time he had not returned and had instead relinquished his position. Beigong Ao had returned to arrange the affairs of the Dongyuan Pavilion. After a period of time, everything began to gradually calm down. The cultivators from thousands of continents began to leave the Penglai continent one by one. The number of people on Penglai Deity Island gradually dwindled, and it returned to normal. The next time things would become so lively was most likely 10 years later. However, would a figure like Yi Liunian appear 10 years later? It would be difficult, if not impossible. Many people speculated that Eastern Deity Island would bestow Goddess by Mu to Yi Futian to become his path companion to make him stay and cultivate on Eastern Deity Island. They were all wondering, what was Yi Futian doing on Eastern Deity Island now? He should be enjoying various pills and working hard to improve his own cultivation. He might also be enjoying his time with the ladies. With such talents, Eastern Deity Island would certainly go all out to persuade him to stay. Right now, on Eastern Deity Island, in an alchemy area, Yi Futian's face was covered in dirt and grim. His face was black, as though he had been burnt. His white robes had been stained black, and he was covered in weird smells. Where was his usual charm and temperament? He looked completely different from what the people outside imagined him to be. If they saw what Yi Futian looked like now, what would they think? Senior Helian, although this pill came out a bit ugly, please don't mind and don't waste it, Yi Futian said as he held up the pill he had just refined. Although the aura of the way emanated from the pill, it was hideous and had no sense of form or shape. It appeared very unappetizing. Emperor Helian grimaced as he weakly replied, "Pavilion Master, I have already consumed many pills. I need time to digest them properly. We can save this pill for Beigong Ao. He has yet to savor Pavilion Master's pills." These past few days, Yi Futian had asked Emperor Helian to stay on Eastern Deity Island to cultivate. Emperor Helian had thought that he would be consuming elixirs and miraculous medicines all day long. Yet, in reality, Yi Futian fed Emperor Helian his own refined elixirs every day. The color, smells, and tastes of these elixirs did not need to be mentioned. The pills Yi Futian refined were also varied. There were many grades, and some were even failures. Saying that they should not put the pills to waste, Yi Futian had fed them all to Emperor Helian. The dignified head of the Helian royal family had pitifully become a lab rat for Yi Futian to test his pills on. It was too miserable. "Then, Helian, you, come and try it," Yi Futian ordered. "I think these elixirs are best to be used on father. My cultivation is not high. These elixirs are way too nutritious for me." "Helian, you rejected softly." Yi Futian looked at Beigong Shuang, who was at the side. The latter looked back at him with an innocent gaze as she gently shook her head. "It seems like everyone upholds the virtue of sharing," Yi Futian lamented. He glanced at Black Wind Condor, who was standing near him. When little Condor sensed Yi Futian's thought, he turned around and left. He knew nothing. "Senior Helian, you have reached the bottleneck in terms of your cultivation." Yi Futian convinced Emperor Helian, saying, "Perhaps some meridians in your body are clogged. You need pills to help you with it. You don't have to be modest and decline it." In the end, Emperor Helian swallowed the pill reluctantly while putting on a long face. It was unhealthy to consume an excessive amount of pills. Moreover, Yi Futian had been feeding Emperor Helian with all sorts of pills nonstop. "Masters!" Yi Futian called out. The alchemy masters nearby, who had been pretending that they did not witness anything, shifted their gazes towards Yi Futian and asked, "Liunian, do you have other orders?" Yi Futian replied, "Fetch me more prescriptions and medicinal herbs. The more complicated the prescription, the better it is. It would be best if the recipe is for a bizarre pill." The corners of the alchemy master's mouths twitched as they heard his reply. They then nodded their heads and said, "All right." Some of them left the place, thinking to themselves that this fellow was indeed a lunatic. Initially, they planned to slowly regulate Yi Futian's body through pills. However, he refused to be nursed and wanted to refine his own pills. Moreover, he only concocted high-level and complicated pills. It was no surprise that his success rate was very low. A fellow who had not even learned the fundamental skills for refining pills wanted to refine the finest pill. He expended alchemy materials here every day. They hated his lavishness and even wondered whether or not asking him to stay was the right decision. Should they ask him to leave as soon as possible? If not, their precious materials would be picked clean by him. What made them even more speechless was that when they sought out Bai Mu, she did not look into the matter. When they asked Island Lord to talk to Yi Futian to ask him to be thriftier, Island Lord told them to let him do as he pleased. What sort of situation was this? Had anyone learned to refine pills in such a manner? If this continued, the alchemy pavilion would be emptied. That was not all. The demonic beast raised by the fellow was also extremely excessive. The black wind condor, who called himself Condor Sama, used the excuse that he helped his master collect spiritual herbs to ransack the herb garden daily. He had sneakily consumed countless precious herbs. The alchemy masters wanted to capture him and beat him up. However, the B*ST*RD actually found someone to support him. The descendant of Lord Phoenix could not be offended. A few months passed just like that. One day, a frightening aura spread across Eastern Deity Island. A storm of the Great Path pierced the heavens, and the weather of the world shifted. Many people lifted their heads and looked over in the direction of the source. Their wills swept out, seeking the source of the storm of the Great Path. They were somewhat moved. Someone was about to break through to the next plane. The person who was about to do so was the cultivator who had been testing pills for Yi Futian every day, Emperor Helion. Yi Futian, who was concocting pills, was stunned too. He walked out of the alchemy area and raised his head, gazing into the distance. His eyes revealed a glint of joy. Emperor Helion was no longer young, and his cultivation had been stuck on the same plane for a long time. Actually, even though most of the pills that Yi Futian fed Emperor Helion were low-level pills, many pills were prescriptive and compatible with Emperor Helion's life attributes. These pills would not directly affect the consumer, but they could strengthen the consumer's vigor. Vitality was the root of a person's cultivation. When a cultivator had exuberant vitality and a strong spirit, they would better comprehend the things around them. Yi Futian did not directly refine elixirs that Emperor Helion needed for his training. Instead, he approached it from another angle and strengthened Emperor Helion's foundation. This method was something Yi Futian learned from the memory of Supreme Deity Donglai. For the past few months, Emperor Helion had been reaping the pill's benefits while consuming them in pain. Now he had finally broken through to the next plane. This storm of the Great Path lasted for a long while. When Emperor Helion was done with his training, he came to meet Yi Futian. A satisfied smile could be seen on Emperor Helion's face. "Congratulations," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Many thanks." Emperor Helion bowed slightly at Yi Futian. He was over the moon to experience a breakthrough. However, as an 8th-tier existence, he was also well aware that his achievement was credited to Yi Futian's hard work. Emperor Helion had not expected that the torture he had suffered for the past few months would result in his breakthrough. "Senior broke through the next plane with your own effort. You don't have to thank me. Senior has endured a lot of hardships for the past few months." Yi Futian continued with a smile. "Since Senior has advanced to the next plane, you may return to the continent without any worries." Emperor Helion felt somewhat emotional too. At this moment, he could vaguely understand the thoughts of Bagon Ao. The idea of letting go of his past and following Yi Futian to train also surfaced in Emperor Helion's mind. Why don't I also stay? Emperor Helion suggested. Senior Beigong has already said that the Danyuan Pavilion also needs people. He is still waiting for Senior to return to take over things, Yi Futian interrupted. The future is unpredictable if you follow me. There might even be danger. Senior is in charge of the royal family. It would be best for you to return. Emperor Helion nodded his head slightly. Go then. Now that you have broken through to the next plane, I have no regrets, Yi Futian continued. Only then did Emperor Helion understand that Yi Futian had actually wanted him to break through to the next plane before letting him leave. Emperor Helion saluted Yi Futian with his fists again and said, May we meet again. May we meet again, Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. Let's go, Emperor Helion said to Helion Yu beside him. Helion Yu looked at Yi Futian, smiled, and said, I will be in the Danyuan Pavilion, awaiting the day that your name reaches us. Yi Futian smiled. Helion Yu looked very highly upon his future. Emperor Helion left Eastern Deity Island. After some time, Beigong Ao returned. He had handed his responsibilities to his clansmen and had arranged all his matters. He then came to Eastern Deity Island and began a period of cultivation. It was also the same for Yi Futian. He went into seclusion on Eastern Deity Island. Aside from concocting pills, he trained and cultivated. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1949. Breaking through to the next plane. In the year 10050 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the Penglai continent had returned to its original calm. It had been several years since the storm of events back then. Now the Penglai continent's Shangguan clan had risen rapidly. Since the battle back then, the rivals of the Shangguan clan, Jun clan and Yun clan had been eliminated. On the other hand, the Shangguan clan became more powerful and had even closer ties with Eastern Deity Island. Rumor had it that the Shangguan clan regularly paid a visit to Eastern Deity Island, and they had mutual exchanges. Rumor also has it that Eastern Deity Island supplied the Shangguan clan with many elixirs of the Great Path. After that battle, the Shangguan clan seemed to have won the lottery. Many of their renhuangs broke through to the next plane one after another. They had many more 8th tier cultivators and were constantly growing even stronger. They had no equals in the Penglai continent. However, some rumors claimed that the Shangguan clan had already allied with Eastern Deity Island and represented Penglai continent. No one knew the exact details, and they had no proof. No one knew what was the exact relationship between Eastern Deity Island and the Shangguan clan either. They only knew that Eastern Deity Island kept an extremely low profile. It was as though they had cut off ties with the outside world. Many people did not understand why Eastern Deity Island was acting this way. They had already proven their might a few years ago. Why did they still need to keep such a low profile and act reserved? Right now, on the calm and peaceful Eastern Deity Island, the father-daughter combo of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Chia, brought many people to visit. They were waiting quietly in the courtyard of a palace. People were keeping them company as their group quietly waited while sipping tea. How long does little friend you still want to cultivate? Shangguan Hong asked. There were rumors in the outside world that he had close ties with Eastern Deity Island. In reality, it was not so. Although he had visited Eastern Deity Island regularly, he had come to find Yi Futian every time. With Yi Futian's acquaintance with Shangguan Chia back then, and having cooperated before, the Shangguan clan grew closer with Yi Futian. Naturally, it was easier for them to approach each other. Shangguan Hong was also aware that Yi Futian might have an extraordinary position on Eastern Deity Island. As long as Shangguan Hong maintained a good relationship with Yi Futian, that would be enough. Moreover, these past few years, Shangguan Hong discovered that Yi Futian was actually proficient in concocting pills. His ability to refine pills also improved suddenly by leaps and bounds, becoming more powerful each time he visited. Every time Shangguanhong visited Eastern Deity Island, he would discover Yi Futian's astonishing improvement in his attainments in refining pills. The last time Shangguanhong visited, the pills Yi Futian concocted were already very close to perfection. They could even affect upper-level renhuangs. Such frightening talent left Shangguanhong in awe. He had also obtained many pills from Yi Futian to bring back to his clan. "I am not sure," answered Beigong Ao, the person in charge of welcoming Shangguanhong. He shook his head and said he has been in seclusion for a period of time and has not emerged since. "You might have come at the wrong time. Why don't you return first and come again some other time?" When Shangguanhong heard Beigong Ao say this, he secretly thought to himself, it seemed as though this trip had been for naught. However, he was not here for important matters. He had just come to visit Yi Futian and to strengthen their relationship. Shangguanhong felt that one day Yi Futian would certainly become the top figure of the Penglai continent. Of course, Shangguanhong's prediction was based on the premise that Yi Futian had stayed in the Penglai continent. This continent was merely one of the many continents of the Divine Prefecture. It might not be able to keep Yi Futian here. "All right, I will come to visit him some other time." Shangguanhong nodded, slightly in agreement with Beigong Ao's proposal. He said to Shangguanchuya, "Let's head home." Shangguanchuya cast a glance in the direction of the palace. In the past, sometimes Beigong Ao would go to inform Yi Futian about their arrival. However, he didn't do so this time. It seemed like Yi Futian was very serious about his seclusion this time. He had most likely ordered Beigong Ao beforehand not to let anything disturb him. Hence, Shangguanchuya's father had decided to stop waiting and leave. "Be careful on your way back." Beigong Ao personally showed them the way out. After all, Shangguanhong's position as the leader of the Shangguan clan was very high. For Shangguanhong to have come to visit Yi Futian personally, the former must have regarded Yi Futian highly as well. Shangguanhong would most likely not even notice Beigong Ao if it wasn't for Yi Futian. From this, one could tell that Yi Futian was really full of potential. Even a powerful 9th-tier Renhuang was willing to come over to meet him. Shangguanhong and Shangguanchuya were on their way out, when suddenly they seemed to have sensed something. They stopped in their tracks. Shangguanhong was the first to react. His gaze instantly shifted and looked in the direction of the palace. Shangguanchuya and the rest followed suit. A brilliant rainbow pierced through the heavens. An overbearing power of the Great Path enveloped the sky. Various types of auras of the Great Path coalesced. This aura of the Great Path appeared to be at the flawless level. "This is," Shangguanhong said with a twinkle in his eyes. It was a flawless level aura of the Great Path. Someone was breaking through to the next plane on Eastern Deity Island in the palace. Who else could it be? "Flawless level," Shangguanhong mumbled. Before this, Yi Futian's cultivation was already at the peak of the lower-level Renhuang plane when he was a 3rd-tier Renhuang. If he broke through to the next plane now, his cultivation would be at the middle-level Renhuang plane. The divide between the lower-level Renhuang plane and the middle-level Renhuang plane was a pit. Many people had flawless divine wheels of the Great Path when they were at the lower-level Renhuang plane. However, they were unable to continue maintaining their flawless divine wheels at the middle-level Renhuang plane. Would Yi Futian be able to do so then? If Yi Futian still had a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, his combat ability would be able to threaten a 7th-tier cultivator. In addition to his various other trump cards, his ability would be terrifying. Shangguanchuya similarly felt her heart tremble. The difference between her plane and Yi Futian's was not very large. Hence, the impact was greater on her. The aura of the Great Path generated as Yi Futian was breaking through to the next plane made her feel ashamed of herself. Her beautiful eyes stared in that direction. Colorful lights rained down from the sky. The colorful rainbow lights were like heavenly signs. The humming of swords, the sound of gyukins, the thundering of divine elephants stampeding, celestial bodies appearing in the sky, and the illusory image of an ancient tree filled the vast space. These were heavenly signs. Many people gazed in awe. This scene was a wonder to behold. It was beautiful and seemed to make people forget that someone was breaking through to the next plane. The resonating sound of the great path could be heard. In the distance, people kept heading over in this direction. Many cultivators on Eastern Deity Island were drawn over. They stepped into the air and gathered outside the palace. They stopped and looked toward the direction of the strange scene. It was a flawless level aura. Many people were astonished. A middle-level Renhuang managed to maintain a flawless divine wheel of the great path. Such talent was rare. Bai Mu also appeared. She stood in the air, and her heart was moved. She felt that calling her a goddess seemed like a bit of a misnomer. Compared to Yi Futian, she was far inferior. Incredible! Many alchemy masters cried out in astonishment as they walked out. This fellow puts us to shame when it comes to concocting pills. Now, even his cultivation is so flawless. How can old fellows like us go on? Someone said, "Don't flaunt your seniority. Years ago, that fellow killed 7th-tier cultivators like ants. Now, with his breakthrough, even an 8th tier like yourself might be no match for him." Someone said beside the person who had spoken. The old fellow was so angry that his nostrils flared, and he glared at the other person. However, he could not say anything. He clearly knew that what the other person had said was true. He had no words to counter him. After breaking through to the middle-level Renhuang plane while maintaining a flawless divine wheel of the great path, how powerful would Yi Futian's combat ability be now? 7th-tier cultivators were no longer worth Yi Futian's consideration unless they were also monstrous figures who forged flawless divine wheels of the great path. Otherwise, 7th-tier cultivators without flawless divine wheels would only be killed instantly by him. The brilliant light remained as the great path resonated. Strange phenomenon shone, and Yi Futian sat cross-legged among them. He was comprehending the great path and absorbing the power of the great path. He had entered a state of ecstasy. His soul wandered out from his body and sensed everything around him. Rumbling sounds could be heard constantly coming from his body. It was a baptism of the great path that continued to temper his Renhuang figure. At that moment, an overbearing aura descended from the sky. Many people saluted with their fists as they looked over in the direction of the aura. They wanted to call out to the person who had arrived, but the other party extended her hand, signaling them to remain silent. The figure then waved her hand and said, "Don't let this matter be known. Stand down and let him continue cultivating." This voice rang in everyone's eardrums, causing the crowd to be stunned. However, they still nodded their heads and did as they were told. They left the place, one by one. No one dared to disturb Yi Futian's cultivation. Eastern Deity Island. Lord glanced at Yi Futian. Her figure gradually disappeared, but her will still lingered, watching over everything. The rumbling of the great path continued without end, persisting for a few days. The entire Eastern Deity Island was stirred up by this incident, but no one disturbed Yi Futian as he broke through to the next plane. They merely observed everything that occurred, quietly watching over him. It was as though Yi Futian's breakthrough was the most anticipated and most important day for Eastern Deity Island. That day, a majestic aura of the great path frenziedly erupted. It surged into Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian sat there. It was as though he was experiencing a mighty baptism of the great path. The rumbling from inside his body made it seem as though the sky was about to explode. Buzz! An extremely brilliant, colorful light radiated from his figure and swept out across the space. It spread out far into the distance. At that moment, cultivators across the entire eastern deity island saw a resplendent light of the great path. They knew that Futian had broken through to the next plane. When they lifted their heads and looked over in that direction, they saw Futian's body floating in the sky above. His temperament was even more outstanding. His dazzling, handsome gaze was full of vigor. After breaking through to the next plane, Futian seemed as divine as a deity. Chapter 1950, the Yin-Yang Diagram. After the power of the Great Path entered Futian's body, the strange signs disappeared. His white robe fluttered in the wind. His long, silver hair was extremely elegant. Down below, many people looked towards him. Xia Qingyuan, Little Condor, Zi Feng, Beigong Ao, and the others smiled as they looked at the brilliant divine halo. Futian had proven his way and become a middle-level Renhuang. His divine wheel of the Great Path became even more dazzling. It was still flawless. Futian's ability had gone up a level. If others did not know and only looked at his cultivation plane, they would most likely be deceived. Who would have thought that a fourth-tier middle-level Renhuang would actually already possess the combat ability of an ordinary eighth-tier Renhuang? Futian's figure descended. When Beigong Ao saw Futian descend, he walked up to welcome Futian. Beigong Ao smiled and said, after breaking through to the next plane, "Even I might no longer be a match for you, right?" "You are too modest," Futian said with a smile. "These past few years, Uncle Beigong hasn't been sitting idly either. The cloud wood has completely merged into your body. Your body has become a body of thunder. Your combat ability is powerful." Now, the relationship between the two of them was even closer. Beigong Ao had decided to follow Futian to cultivate. Futian also did not call him senior anymore. Futian directly referred to him as an uncle. Beigong Ao also enjoyed being called so very much. When Beigong Ao heard Futian's modest speech, he smiled. After knowing Futian for so long, Beigong Ao knew what Futian was. How could Futian's words be believed? This was especially so in terms of Futian's cultivation. He claimed that his talent in concocting pills was average, and his cultivation ability was normal. As for what level Futian's combat ability was at, only Futian himself knew. Whoever believed his words would be fooled. Of course, Beigong Ao naturally hoped that Futian would become stronger. After all, Futian was the person who Beigong Ao had decided to follow. Futian's glory was his own glory. Wasn't it because of Futian that he and Emperor Helion managed to break through to the 8th tier? At that moment, the sound of people traversing across the sky could be heard. From afar, they could hear people call out, "Congratulations for breaking through to the next plane, little brother." "Little friend congratulations," silhouettes greeted as they dashed over. They were cultivators from the eastern deity island's alchemy pavilion chased off by the island lord. Many of them were more elderly fellows. After all, many people who had outstanding talent and potential in cultivation were unwilling to waste their time on concocting pills. Futian stepped forward to welcome them. He said, "Many thanks, elder brothers. I merely broke through one plane. It is but a small matter. It is a small matter if other people break through to the next plane. However, if it is you, that is different." "Ha ha," an elder said as he laughed out loud. He looked at Futian with a gaze as though he was staring at a treasure. Before this, Futian's ability in concocting pills was already very powerful and was gradually reaching perfection. Now, with his cultivation breakthrough and the fact that his divine wheel of the Great Path was still flawless, that meant that Futian might be able to concoct pills of the Great Path of an even higher grade. Indeed, now that you have broken through to the next plane, even among the peak giant forces of the Donghua domain, you could still stand out, yet another person chipped in. A middle-level Renhuang who proved his way with a flawless divine will had the potential to continue doing so when he reached the upper-level Renhuang plane. If he became an upper-level Renhuang with a flawless divine wheel, the significance was extraordinary. That meant that he had the potential to reach the top of the cultivation world. Everyone understood the meaning that the speaker implied. Even when Supreme Deity Donglai was alive back then, if a figure like Yi Futian had appeared, he would be the cream of the crop and would be brought up as a successor. If such a prominent figure appeared in Shangguan clan, I can rest easy, said Shangguan Hong as he also walked out. He had initially been preparing to leave. Upon seeing that Yi Futian was breaking through to the next plane, he remained here, waiting until Yi Futian succeeded. Senior Shangguan, Yi Futian greeted Shangguan Hong with a smile as he nodded his head. At that moment, a voice instructed, "For now, do not let the news that he has broken through to the next plane get out." The voice was authoritative. It was the voice of Eastern Deity Island Lord. Before this, she had already given them a warning once before. This time, she must have said it for Shangguan Hong to hear, reminding him not to reveal this to the outside world. When Yi Futian heard the words of the other party, he thought to himself that the female island lord of Eastern Deity Island must be truly treating him as one of her own. She intentionally helped him keep his cultivation breakthrough a secret. She probably did not want to reveal too much news about him and draw the attention of the outside world. Understood, many people replied as they nodded their heads. Shangguan Hong also intentionally replied, "After I leave, my lips are sealed on all matters regarding Eastern Deity Island." Shangguan Hong knew his place. He knew that to maintain a good relationship with Eastern Deity Island, he had to first be able to keep secrets. Just a few years ago, the Jun clan and Yun clan were eradicated. Shangguan Hong would not do something to displease Eastern Deity Island. After your cultivation breakthrough, you can use pills to aid your cultivation and fortify your plane, the female island lord continued. She was naturally speaking to Yi Futian. There are still many quality pills in Alchemy Pavilion. Now, your level of attainment in pills is higher than mine. You may choose whatever pill you please, the other party continued. Yi Futian said, "Many thanks, Island Lord." Yi Futian was moved. Yi Futian grinned as he looked at the alchemy masters of Alchemy Pavilion. As expected, he saw the other party's faces darken. The Island Lord was excessively picking favorites. Was she giving Alchemy Pavilion away to Yi Futian? "Masters, I have not concocted pills for a while. Let me see whether I have made any progress," Yi Futian said with a grin. The alchemy masters of Alchemy Pavilion shuddered when they saw his grin. They could only nod their heads begrudgingly. "All right, let's go." Yi Futian headed over to Alchemy Pavilion with the masters happily. After his cultivation breakthrough, he concocted pills for a period of time. A few days later, the fragrance of pills could be picked up coming from Alchemy Pavilion. There were also bursts of colorful lights. Many alchemy masters had gathered over there. Every time a pill was successfully concocted, they were astonished. As expected, after Yi Futian's cultivation breakthrough, his skill level in concocting pills improved once again. The pills he managed to refine were of an even higher grade. Today, the alchemy cauldron was vibrating violently again. A burst of rainbow light shot up into the sky. The sky above the alchemy area was covered in colorful light. It was as though the shadow of a divine tree had appeared. Endless aura of the great path of life circled the area. Green divine halos rained down, enveloping the vast space. On the divine tree, a glittering and transparent pill appeared. "It is a fruit of the way of life. It is a flawless level middle-grade elixir," the alchemy masters exclaimed as they narrowed their eyes. They stared at the fruit of the way. Yi Futian could already concoct a pill of this level. This fruit of the way immediately consumed the divine halo of the great path around it. It was full of unparalleled life force. Yi Futian opened his eyes and extended his hand to grab it. The pill took the form of a fruit, and its shape was perfect. His level of concocting pills had already far surpassed what he could manage just a few years ago. Many cultivators stared at the pill. Yi Futian simply passed the fruit over to Xia Qingyuan, who was beside him. He said, "This pill should be useful for your cultivation." Xia Qingyuan gently nodded her head and kept the fruit away as she received it. She indeed also needed to work hard and cultivate to improve her own abilities. Yi Futian's growth was too rapid. Soon, she would not be able to keep up with his pace of advancement. Many alchemy masters rolled their eyes at Yi Futian. They could only watch as Xia Qingyuan kept the pill away. This B****st** RD Yi Futian had once again pocketed the goods, leaving all the benefits to those beside him. Yet the alchemy masters could not do anything. The island lord had acquiesced it. They could only watch and hope that Yi Futian would concoct pills for them. It appears that one's cultivation is indeed beneficial for concocting pills. I have tried my hand at it these past few days. I will concoct more pills in the future if I have the chance. I will now continue cultivating in seclusion for a period of time, Yi Futian said. The crowd stared wide-eyed at him. That was it. What about their pills? Wasn't he going to continue concocting? Before this, he had selected many of their precious pills for his own use. Wasn't he planning to compensate them with a few concoctions? I am somewhat tired. Masters, I will come again when I have the time, Yi Futian said as he ignored their gazes and made himself scarce. These old fellows were all thieves. He had to first grow their appetite. He indeed had to improve his cultivation first. As everyone else was staring wide-eyed at him, Yi Futian left just like that. After he returned to his palace, he began another period of cultivating in seclusion. However, this time he did not seek to have a breakthrough in terms of planes. Instead, he cultivated law power. Within the memories that he inherited from Supreme Deity Donglai, there were many incredible law powers. Back in the day, Supreme Deity Donglai was an alchemy grandmaster at the pinnacle of the profession. His knowledge on the subject was vast, and he knew many law powers. Some of them he had cultivated himself, while others were stored within his memories. After Yi Futian left Alchemy Pavilion, he was no longer seen by Eastern Deity Island members. This fellow actually continued to cultivate in seclusion. It was as though the only thing on his mind was cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. On a training platform in Yi Futian's palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged. Aura of the Great Path emanated from his body. 2 different powers of the Great Path circled his figure. One was yang and one was yin. One was hot, one was cold. The 2 different powers of the Great Path crisscrossed as they circled him, forming a miraculous spiral of the Great Path. At that moment, an extremely dazzling scene appeared in Yi Futian's Life Palace. In the world of the Life Palace, a gigantic pattern of a divine artifact appeared in the sky. It seemed to be a pair of yin-yang fish. One was yin and the other was yang. The 2 extremes of yin and yang seemed to become the sun and the moon. The power of yang and the power of yin appeared to emanate from them. Yi Futian possessed the power of yin as well as the divine fire of Wudong. Although the divine fire of Wudong was not the true fire of the sun, it was also of the yang attribute and was extremely overbearing. Yi Futian could faintly make out the shadow of the ancient tree from within the pattern. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree spread out and merged with the 2 powers of the Great Path, causing it to become a complete pattern. What was even more frightening was that, at the edges of the pattern, sword will emerge from the power of yin and yang that had been raining down constantly. It was as though the power of yin and yang became shadow swords as well as sun swords. They circled the yin-yang diagram. This scene was astonishing. Its might was terrifying. This art was derived from an extremely powerful way of the Great Path. Now, it was being comprehended by Yi Futian. He wanted to forge it into a new divine wheel of the Great Path, merging this power of the Great Path with his technique. If he succeeded, its power would be extremely terrifying. Days passed. Yi Futian seemed completely absorbed in cultivating to the point of obsession. Today, on a training platform, the extremely dazzling power of yin and yang appeared above Yi Futian's figure, circling him. His entire body was shining, as though a yin-yang diagram had appeared on his body. His figure resonated intensely with the surrounding power of the Great Path. Rumbling sounds of the Great Path kept coming from inside his body, causing the Great Path around him to resonate with him. A brilliant sun and moon appeared at the same time. Intense currents of the Great Path spiraled around him and gradually became a frightening pattern. The pattern structure was extremely stable and resonated with Yi Futian's figure. After a long time, they formed a dazzling picture. The sun and moon were in the sky, and the yin-yang fish circled them, completing the entire arrangement. Vibration sounds could be heard from the palace. The gazes of many people turned towards the direction of the training platform where Yi Futian was. What commotion was this fellow causing while cultivating? However, the crowd knew better than to disturb Yi Futian, allowing him to continue cultivating. Beigong Ao was already used to it. No matter what earth-shattering actions Yi Futian did now, Beigong Ao would not be surprised. He had already accepted that the fellow was a monstrous existence. Let alone back in the continent where the Dongyuan Pavilion was, even in the current Penglai continent, there was no one who could be compared to Yi Futian. No one was even qualified to be compared with him. Otherwise, with Beigong Ao's 8th tier cultivation, he would not willingly follow Yi Futian. The cultivation world always prioritized one's ability above all else. Right then, on the training platform, Yi Futian opened his eyes. His jet-black eyes seemed to contain the light of the sun and the moon. He lifted his head and glanced at the yin-yang diagram in the sky. He had forged another divine wheel of the Great Path. However, he still needed to increase the level of this divine wheel. The power of yin and yang complemented each other. If he supported this power with his swordsmanship, how powerful would it be? Yi Futian thought to himself. The light of divine swords emerged from the edges of the yin-yang diagram. The next moment his will shifted, and the power of the Great Path in the sky above, as well as the dazzling divine light disappeared, immediately surging into Yi Futian's body. However, he did not leave, instead continuing to cultivate. His cultivation plane was already that of a 4th-tier middle-level Renhuang. This meant that he already had flawless 4th-tier divine wheels of the Great Path. In reality, his divine wheels had all been proven. Now, even if he comprehended a new divine wheel with the foundation of his plane, it would still be improved very quickly. He extended his hand and opened his palm. He had a handful of pills. Yi Futian threw the pills directly into his mouth and then swallowed them. Instantly, rumbling sounds came from inside his body. The aura of the Great Path was extremely rich. His life force was growing stronger, and his vitality also became more powerful. The pills were too nourishing, however. These were all the pills that he concocted himself. It would be a waste for him not to consume them. The pills that he concocted did not forcefully increase his abilities and did not have any side effects. They only fortified his foundation. Very quickly, his aura became very powerful. He continued cultivating for a period of time. A few days later, the rumbling sounds of the Great Path in Yi Futian's body sounded around the training platform. When the dazzling pattern of the Great Path circled him, the heavens changed color. Only then was Yi Futian satisfied with the result of his training. As he lifted his head and glanced at this new divine wheel of the Great Path, he smiled. The next moment, the light of the Great Path surged into his body and disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal. As he stood up, he finally ended his period of seclusion. When Yi Futian emerged, he encountered the phoenix. Zifeng looked at him and asked, "Have you ended your seclusion?" Yi Futian replied with a nod. "I will probably not be cultivating for a very long time in the future." After his cultivation breakthrough, Yi Futian spent a lot of time fortifying his plane. He also forged a new divine wheel of the Great Path. For now, he had reached a certain level where it would not be beneficial to continue cultivating. Hence, he had no reason to continue his seclusion. "What about my divine fire? Didn't you say that you would bring it along to aid me in my cultivation?" Zifeng asked as she looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Ahem, ahem. Yi Futian looked at the phoenix and said, "Zifeng, the divine fire is already inside of me and has merged with me. If you wish to sense it, you can do so by cultivating by my side." Zifeng stared at Yi Futian quietly and did not say anything. These past few days, aside from concocting pills, Yi Futian had only been in seclusion. Since when did he give her the chance to cultivate by his side? Had this fellow been scheming all along ever since he played the flight of the phoenix pair on Wudong Island? As expected, the words of men could not be trusted. "I'll drop by Alchemy Pavilion to pay a visit," Yi Futian said as he prepared to skedaddle. Women were not to be offended. Although she was a phoenix, she was also female. Buzz! Suddenly, wings appeared on Zifeng's back, spreading out wide. Terrifying! Flaming aura of the Great Path emanated from the dazzling divine feathers. Each feather seemed to contain frightening amounts of power. A formless might immediately enveloped Yi Futian's body. Zifeng said, "You have now proven your way and reached the middle-level Renhuang plane. You should have improved greatly after cultivating in seclusion for such a long time. Why don't we try out your abilities now?" Zifeng did not allow Yi Futian any time to disagree. The divine fire of the Great Path immediately flared onto Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian sensed the oncoming current of the Great Path. He speculated that this phoenix had a huge grudge against him. "All right," Yi Futian answered. His figure flashed, and he dashed into the sky, appearing high above the clouds in an instant. The phoenix similarly became a flaming red divine light that shot straight through the clouds. Her speed was incredible as she rocketed straight up. In the palace below, many people stepped outside. What was going on? Condor Sama stared wide-eyed at the intense waves of the Great Path in the sky. As expected of this overbearing phoenix, it was incredible for her to dare to provoke Master into battle. Condor Sama was trembling. High above the clouds, the two of them only stopped when they reached an extremely high point in the sky. They needed to maintain a high enough altitude for the shock waves of their battle not to reach Eastern Deity Island. Even so, Will still swept up towards them one after another. The people below seemed very concerned about the situation up here, yet no one came to stop them. Buzz! Scorching gales howled. A gigantic shadow of a phoenix appeared around Zifeng's figure. The giant phoenix spread its wings and flapped them downwards, causing an extremely hot gale of flames to sweep up in the sky above. It seemed capable of burning everything in its path. The light of the Great Path circled Yi Futian. He quietly stood there, facing Zifeng. As expected of the aura of the flawless level divine fire of the Great Path, even with Yi Futian's current cultivation, he still felt a threatening aura coming from the flames. Countless flaming feathers of the phoenix danced and coalesced into one in the sky. Gradually, a true gigantic phoenix appeared. It covered the sky and blocked out the sun. It immediately covered this part of the sky. It was a majestic sight to behold. Yi Futian could naturally tell that Zifeng was serious this time. She wanted to see the level his ability was at now. She was different from other cultivators. Her Great Path was also flawless. She was naturally much more powerful than ordinary cultivators. Yi Futian and her were birds of a feather. Aside from wanting to vent her dissatisfaction with Yi Futian for cultivating in seclusion, she also wanted to know the level of Yi Futian's current true ability. Yi Futian understood what Zifeng was thinking. It appeared that, to convince this proud phoenix, he would actually need to show some of his skills. His will shifted. In an instant, the sun and moon circled around him, and heavenly signs appeared. Above him, an extremely resplendent, divine pattern of the great path appeared. The power of yin and yang flowed around him, and the sun and moon appeared in the pattern. They frenziedly consumed the aura of the great path in the vast space. This pattern expanded rapidly. It became a gigantic pattern that covered the sky in a short amount of time, directly shadowing the huge phoenix. The power of yin and yang descended and immediately enveloped the gigantic shadow of the phoenix. The phoenix let out a deafening screech. Her sharp claws immediately reached out to rip apart the huge yin-yang diagram in the sky. She was extremely overbearing. Buzz! The halo of yin and the halo of divine fire descended on the phoenix at the same time. The figure of the phoenix turned somewhat illusory as she was faced with extremely terrifying pressure. Countless divine swords flowed in the sacred yin-yang diagram. The next moment, the sword Qi of sun, sword, and shadow sword slaughtered their way over. The phoenix once again let out a long screech. She lifted her claws to swipe the attacks away and block them. She wanted to use her fire to directly melt the sharp swords, but it was difficult for her flames to do so. In an instant, the gigantic phoenix seemed to be drowned in sword Qi. Very soon, the humongous shadow of the phoenix disappeared. This caused the hearts of many Renhuangs on Eastern Deity Island who were observing the fight to tremble. Had Yi Futian's cultivation reached such a frightening stage? Zifeng stared at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. "If you want a good spar, I will have all the time in the world to keep you company," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Come, follow me. I am going to meet the Island Lord." "Why are you going to meet the Island Lord?" Zifeng asked. "To bid him farewell," Yi Futian replied. He had been cultivating on Eastern Deity Island for a couple of years. Now that he had broken through to the next plane, he should bid farewell and leave. 2. Were they leaving? Zifeng thought to herself. A couple of years ago, she had prepared herself to follow Yi Futian and leave Eastern Deity Island. However, they had cultivated on the island for a few years after that. This day had finally come. Yi Futian was prepared to venture out into the divine prefecture. Yi Futian took Zifeng to the place where the Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island resided. Upon seeing the two, the female Island Lord said calmly, "Are you ready to leave?" Clearly, she had already guessed that Yi Futian was leaving. After the turmoil regarding the Jun family had been resolved, Yi Futian was basically in a state of retreat. Besides cultivation, he was concentrating on alchemy. Now that his cultivation had greatly improved, his temperament had also been transformed. The only reason he was here to see her, it could only be that he was preparing to leave. "Yes, and we have come to say goodbye," Yi Futian nodded. "Very good." The Island Lord nodded readily, not asking him to stay. She continued, "How about having Baimu take some people and escort you?" Yi Futian was not sure of the other's true intention. He had enjoyed many benefits on Eastern Deity Island. It would not be realistic for him to cut off all contact with Eastern Deity Island after leaving. It would be too ungrateful, and the Island Lord would probably hunt him down. He swallowed the elixir. The divine tree was integrated into his body, and the divine flame was absorbed by him as well. He had inherited the alchemy art of the supreme deity Donglai, and enjoyed an unknown number of treasures in heaven and earth. Now he was about to kidnap a true phoenix from Eastern Deity Island. "Don't overthink it. It's just to ensure your safety." It would be a small group, because it doesn't make sense to have more. I will pick the most outstanding ones, said the island lord. With my current strength, the protection of the people from Eastern Deity Island won't be necessary. Yi Futian said, even if there are elders who are more powerful than me, it would not be by much. Moreover, I will not be staying put. If something comes up that cannot be solved, with the elders of Eastern Deity Island along, it will only complicate things. The island lord looked at Yi Futian and said, you mean you want to leave by yourself? Yi Futian looked at the other in the eyes. Clearly, she was still worried about him, but it was not unexpected. Who wouldn't? There are no outsiders here. I have already appointed you internally as the second island lord of Eastern Deity Island. If you surpass me in the future, you could inherit the position as the island lord of Eastern Deity Island. Everything here that is mine can be considered to be yours as well, said the female island lord. Mine. Yi Futian blinked. Was he now the second island lord? This woman was no joke. She was willing to give him the entire Eastern Deity Island. Did this mean that all the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island were also his? As his thoughts turned to this, he immediately stopped himself. He viewed himself as a righteous gentleman. The female island lord nodded. It's all yours. If you can get to that day, even I have to obey your orders. Yi Futian looked at the stunningly beautiful and noble face in front of him, and his thoughts drifted to the unspeakable. Ahem! Yi Futian looked at the island lord and said, I hardly deserve such honor. You have swallowed the elixir and the divine tree. You inherited everything from my ancestors. You are now the heir of Eastern Deity Island, and there is nothing wrong with passing the island to you one day, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island continued. Yi Futian's eyes flickered. Since the other had said so, then there was no need for him to remain coy. He looked at the female island lord and said, however, this has nothing to do with whether the people of Eastern Deity Island would follow me. Their following means little unless. Unless what? The female island lord asked. Yi Futian looked at her, seemed to want to say something more, but stopped himself. If accompanied by someone who is a top Renhuang, it would be much safer. Unless they get tangled up with some mighty figures, there would be little trouble. If you have anything to say, say it, the female island lord said coldly. What was this guy thinking? Those roving eyes were making her very displeased. How about the island lord also go with me for a bit of air? Yi Futian said weakly, although he was already of the middle Renhuang realm. His tone seemed to suggest a little lack of confidence. After all, this was a powerful existence that had slain cultivators in the 9th realm, such as Jun Xiaoyao. Although she was gorgeous, he was not deceived by her appearance. In the battle a few years ago, she had the most number of Renhuang kills. As Yi Futian's voice fell, an invisible pressure of the great path suddenly fell on him, making him shaking like a leaf. Next to him, Zifeng watched dumbfounded at Yi Futian. Was he really asking the island lord to follow him? This be asterisk starred was too bold. Yi Futian looked at the beautiful island lord weakly. Since she had already said that Eastern Deity Island would be his sooner or later, he was only exercising his power in advance. He could feel the coercion. The pressure was great. The female island lord had been staring at Yi Futian. She stepped forward. Her long skirt moved upon the ground, noble and cold, with unparalleled grace. She now walked next to Yi Futian. If the island lord disagrees, then ignore what I just said. Yi Futian's attitude weakened considerably. The island lord stared at him and said, very well. Yi Futian blinked and looked up at the stunning face in front of him. She agreed. He didn't ask forcibly, and the other party actually agreed. The island lord's strength was extraordinary, and with her by his side, Renhuang realm opponents wouldn't be a concern anymore. I'm with you. The beauty that was the island lord said while she stared at Yi Futian. Suddenly, a small smile appeared, one that could turn all living creature upside down. However, Yi Futian had no time to appreciate such beauty. On the contrary, he felt a tightness all over. Would there be any conspiracy? "When do we leave?" the island lord asked. "I'm going to refine some medicine, so how about after 7 days?" Yi Futian raised his head and said in a low voice. His voice had lost much of its forcefulness. "Good. I will work out the route of the trial so that you can do your own thing with peace of mind," said the island lord. Looking at her, Yi Futian felt that he was being led into a trap. The sense of conspiracy was getting stronger. Did he get this wrong? "You came from the original realm, unfamiliar with divine prefecture, and I know Donghua domain better than you. Don't worry, I'm just leading the way. After all, this time, I'm just your follower, Island Lord Yi," she continued, emphasizing the last 3 words. "The island lord is too courteous. It is settled, then." Yi Futian left quickly, still trembling. He fled without caring much for Zifeng, who was left behind. Watching Yi Futian's departure, Zifeng was a little speechless. She looked at the island lord and said, "Sister, are you really going?" "Why not?" The island lord looked at Yi Futian's departing figure with an intriguing smile. This little guy was truly daring, asking her to follow him. She gave him just a little taste, and he wanted to swallow the entire Eastern Deity Island up, right this moment. Now he even had some strange ideas about her. In this instance, on account that she hadn't been out for quite a long time, she would go with this little guy for a walk in the outside world. For the next 7 days, Yi Futian had been spending all his time in the alchemy laboratory, completely immersed in it. And this time, there was no one observing. Everyone was waiting outside, and Yi Futian didn't let anyone disturb his work. In the direction of the alchemy laboratory, wisps of terrifying aura permeated. A greenish divine splendor soared, turning into a divine tree, faintly covering this entire space. Inside, a medicinal fragrance flowed continuously from it. At this time, a terrifying flame of the way rushed into the sky, with a faint sound of the phoenix. When all the armorer looked over there, they saw a phantom of the phoenix appearing, circling outside. A loud cry of the phoenix was heard, and a beating sound came from inside the alchemy laboratory. The divine phoenix swayed upward and cried 9 times, piercing into the sky like an unusual vision of heaven and earth, with incredible radiance. Rays of divine light soared into the sky, and a vibrant fragrance permeated the air. The great path's divine brilliance illuminated the laboratory, and everyone fixated on the vision in front of them. Alchemy and an unusual phenomenon. "This is," someone murmured. "He should be," someone next to him responded, and they were all shocked. They finally realized why Yi Futian's attainments in alchemy were so strong, and his progress was so rapid. No wonder the island lord favored him and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. So, he was the heir of supreme deity Donglai. This was the alchemy of the supreme being Donglai, and Yi Futian had inherited his art of alchemy. All the medicines were left in the cauldron. All you elders may distribute them amongst yourselves. I'm going to have to take my leave now. A voice was heard, and all the crowd saw was a figure in white on its way out, already gone. Only then did everyone came to their senses and rushed into the alchemy laboratory. A medicinal smell greeted them, strong and fragrant. Inside the alchemy cauldron, the divine light of the great path was flowing about. Buzz, a shadow rushed in. In the next moment, several shadows came out at the same time, all rushing toward the alchemy cauldron. Soon, there were bursts of booming sounds that came out of the alchemy laboratory. Yi Futian moved in the void, as many voices kept coming from behind him. Voices were heard, followed by a loud bang. It was the sound of the alchemy laboratory exploding. Yi Futian sighed. It was not that he didn't want to help them, but rather that he couldn't bear for them to turn on one another. On this day, many alchemists fought each other violently. Friends fighting friends. They had no regard for their own dignity, while some had even gone to war directly. There was a panic on Eastern Deity Island as it was turned upside down. When someone reported to the island lord, they discovered that the island lord had already left Eastern Deity Island with Futian and the others. Outside of Eastern Deity Island, a group of people walked in the void and mist. Beigong Ao stole a glance at the woman next to him from time to time, still in disbelief. His eyes, when they looked at Futian, were full of worship and admiration. This guy was a real genius to have actually kidnapped the island lord of Eastern Deity Island. "Did you do that deliberately?" the island lord of Eastern Deity Island questioned Futian. "Huh." Futian pretended to be confused. "Alchemy laboratory," the island lord prompted. "A complete misunderstanding. I just wanted to keep some medicine," Futian replied, much aggrieved. The island lord glanced at him, but said nothing further. The group continued moving forward, preparing to leave the Penglai continent. In the vast sea of clouds, the black-winged condor shuttled through the clouds and mist at an extremely fast speed. On the back of black-winged condor's massive body, there's a group of people. Some are sitting and some are standing. The island lord of Eastern Deity Island was dressed in all red, standing in front, emanating a majestic elegance. Bai Mu stood quietly behind her. This time the fact that her master agreed to come along with him had shocked Bai Mu. Not only that, but her master even claimed that Eastern Deity Island might be handed over to Futian in the future. This was holding Futian in the highest esteem. Futian sat quietly behind them, with Xiaqing Yuan sitting on his left side, while Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were on his right. Zifeng sat alone in front near the head of the little condor. Occasionally, the little condor would tease her, but Zifeng had no interest in engaging him. Such a group of people may seem like a strange combination, but they were interacting harmoniously. At the moment, Futian was drinking with Beigong Ao. Of course, the wine was brought from Eastern Deity Island, precious delicacies with the whey hidden in the wine. One would be losing out to pass it over. "Bai Mu, come and have a few drinks with us," Futian said to Bai Mu, who was standing there. Bai Mu looked at Futian, then at her master in front of her. Since the master was here, she still had to pay attention to her manners. If she was no longer the only one to accompany Futian, she might be able to be a little more casual. "Island lord, the journey is long. Why not come over and have a few drinks?" Futian called out. The island lord of Eastern Deity Island turned her head and looked at Futian. Futian smiled and said, "The wine is from Eastern Deity Island. If you don't drink it, then there will be more for me." Bai Mu was somewhat speechless. This guy really didn't hesitate to speak his mind. On Eastern Deity Island, no one dared to speak to her master like that. Her master seldom revealed herself, and she was not fond of words. However, she was authoritative and uncompromising, nonetheless, extremely decisive in her action. There were no simple folks who could cultivate to the pinnacle of Renhuang. Their mind, means, and courage could not be affected by ordinary folks. The island lord walked over to Futian and sat down in front of him. Futian smiled and took out a wine glass to pour for her. He then raised his glass and said, "Now we are all one family, and addressing you as island lord sounds way too formal. The island lord is older than me and a descendant of the supreme deity. As half of a disciple of the supreme deity, how about addressing you as senior sister in the future?" Next to her, Bai Mu was dumbfounded. If Futian was to call her master senior sister, then did this mean she would have to call him uncle master? Island lord now became senior sister. This guy was so truly audacious. Beigong Ao lowered his head and smiled slyly. This kid was indeed quite a character, resorting to all these relations, such as this senior's sister business. This relationship suddenly got a lot closer, and because the other party held Yi Futian in high regard, most likely they would not refuse him. Sure enough, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island nodded and said, "It's up to you." Then it settled. Yi Futian smiled and said, "I, as the junior brother, should drink first." As he spoke, he picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing his action, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island also raised the glass and followed suit. "We are no longer in Eastern Deity Island, so we won't address you as Island Lord anymore. How about Goddess Donglai?" "Please," Baigong Ao said, raising the glass with both hands. The Island Lord was a descendant of Supreme Deity Donglai, with the last name Donglai. Therefore, Goddess Donglai was a fitting title for her. Goddess Donglai had another glass and asked Baigong Ao, "Why do you choose to follow him?" Baigong Ao was now in the 8th realm and had great opportunities at Eastern Deity Island. She wanted to know why Baigong Ao did not choose to return to his own continent to be number 1, but choose to follow someone of a younger generation. Even Goddess Donglai is willing to accompany him to come out for trials. What reason do I have not to? Baigong Ao said with a smile. It was as if he didn't say anything, yet everything was said. The reason was simple. Why would Goddess Donglai be willing to accompany him? Then Baigong Ao would have no reason not to do the same. The two were only one level apart, but there was in fact a huge gap between them. They were not at the same level, whether in status or strength. Goddess Donglai nodded. She understood that very well now. "Sister, the memory I got from the Supreme Deity was a little fragmented. What happened back then? The other side went against Supreme Deity, but why leave Eastern Deity Island untouched?" Yi Futian asked. "My father had some friends back then. The other party had done some unjustifiable deeds and couldn't go to the extreme and was subjected to some restraints," said Goddess Donglai. Supreme Deity Donglai was a master-level top alchemist with many friends and people who owed him favors, and some of them were powerful individuals. Yi Futian nodded. But such danger has always existed. This hidden danger was the reason why Eastern Deity Island had endured this for many years, silently, avoiding any outings just to accumulate strength? Endure? Accumulate strength? Goddess Donglai glanced at him, and there seemed to be a self-deprecating smile on that stunningly beautiful face. "I guess you are half right. Not enduring in silence, but we dared not leave, dared not be visible. As for enduring in silence and accumulating our strength, it is probably just some wishful thinking on our part. Even if we accumulated enough power to sweep all of Ponglai, it is meaningless. If we cannot produce a top figure, no one would pay any attention to us. Today's Eastern Deity Island is unworthy." As she spoke, she raised the glass and drank up by herself. Her tone seemed to be tinged with some sadness. Eastern Deity Island was unworthy. What others perceived as silent endurance was actually Eastern Deity Island's wishful thinking. They did want to save their strength and improve themselves, but that made very little sense in reality. Unless there could be a peak existence one day, so Yi Futian listened to what the other said and started to understand a little better. "So, there you have it," Goddess Donglai said. Yi Futian had given a glimmer of hope for Eastern Deity Island. On Yi Futian, she saw the potential for him to become a giant. Therefore, she was even willing to give him the entire Eastern Deity Island and accompany him for trials and cultivation. There was only one goal, and that was to help Yi Futian reach the top. At Eastern Deity Island, she had observed Yi Futian's behavior and found that he was good to those around him. If she could assist him and turn over all of Eastern Deity Island to him, he would at least have a sense of belonging toward Eastern Deity Island. Whether he would be willing to take revenge on behalf of Eastern Deity Island was something else. Still, if he climbed to the top, Eastern Deity Island would be freed and would no longer be living in fear of moving around at will or being too visible and causing trouble. She had named Yi Futian as the second island lord, and she was willing to go so far as to abdicate and make way for Yi Futian in the future. Of course, it was all for a purpose, handing Eastern Deity Island to him for preservation. This was the foundation left by her father, and she didn't want to see it disintegrate one day and become the dust of history. If you reach the top one day, I will give you Eastern Deity Island. I hope you can accept it. Goddess Donglai's beautiful eyes were looking directly at Yi Futian. Only at this moment did Yi Futian finally understood her intention. Eastern Deity Island was not enduring in silence, but it was the fear of being too visible. To teach the world of opportunity of the Great Path was only for recruitment purposes. Even if the Eastern Deity Island had recruited someone, not much could be changed. At the very least, someone like Jiang Juming would never agree to join Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian was an exception. Perhaps it was fortuitous for Eastern Deity Island that such a person was sent to them. Everything was a destined coincidence. Very well, I accept. Yi Futian nodded and made a toast to Goddess Donglai. His feeling toward Eastern Deity Island was very good, as they had gotten rid of the June family for him. Even as he partook the elixir and swallowed the divine tree, they had never threatened him, including those alchemy masters who were really quite lovely to him. Eastern Deity Island had always treated him with honesty, so it was not like he was influenced by those beautiful goddesses and the island lord after having received so many favors. It was so that he would take over Eastern Deity Island in the future. He had no reason to refuse such a request. Goddess Donglai nodded. Yi Futian's promise was much relief to her, so she replied softly, "Thank you." "I should be the one to thank you," Yi Futian said. "Senior sister, where are you planning on taking me this time?" The divine prefecture was vast. With Goddess Donglai as his guide on this trip, he need not worry about anything. Goddess Donglai was more familiar with the divine prefecture than him. "It's to pave the way for you." Goddess Donglai looked into the distance and whispered. She agreed to accept Yi Futian's invitation this time because she had already given the matter a lot of consideration. Yi Futian's appearance may attract the attention of their enemies, and if his performance was too dazzling, he might be in danger. Therefore, she immediately agreed to go along with Yi Futian. On this trip, she was going to take Yi Futian to the main continent in Donghua Domain, where there were old friends of her father. She intended to pave the way for Yi Futian so that if he were ever in real trouble in the future, there would be people who could protect him. Yi Futian didn't ask much, just nodded casually, while several of them continued to drink. Below the clouds and fog, they could see parts of the continents from time to time. They were passing through continents one after another and met many other cultivators on the way. Basically, these cultivators were all existences of the Runhuang realm so that they could travel over continents. Chapter 1954. Alchemy Emperor. Before they knew it, they had been on the road for many days. Although it was a little monotonous at times, they had a few drinks here and there and chatted. Overall, it was a pleasant and easy time. "One more cluster of continents, and we will arrive at our destination," Goddess Donglai said while standing in front, looking into the distance. "Continental cluster?" Yi Futian whispered. Goddess Donglai responded, still looked forward. "This vast area has a cluster of continents, all on the same massive plate, interconnected with one another, surrounding the main continent of the divine prefecture, the Donghua Domain, Dongshao continent. In actuality, this entire cluster of continents lies within the area of Dongshao continent, and almost all of them can be considered as a subsidiary of the Dongshao continent. This plate is self-contained, but separated from each other." Goddess Donglai continued, memories in her eyes. It was as if she was recalling a time long ago when she had come here with her father. She had stayed in Dongshao continent for some years, so she seemed to have a lot of knowledge about this vast and endless plate of land. The black winged condor spread its wings and traveled fast over the tumbling clouds. They could see many cultivators because there was a continent right beneath them, and many cultivators were also traveling in the sky. After coming to the plate belonging to Dongshao continent, they could perceive that there were now many more cultivators, and from time to time they encountered others who were traveling in the void. As they continued moving forward again, they came to the sky above the mainland's central area. Goddess Donglai's divine consciousness diffused toward the sky below. Those brilliant eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void and looked into the sky below and said, "Down!" A flash went through Black-Winged Condor's eyes, and Futian transmitted a thought to him. Suddenly his body went into a dive and swooped down, headed toward this continent. "Senior sister, didn't we just reach the outer plate of Dongshao continent?" Futian asked. "To visit a friend. Strictly speaking, he can be considered as half of a senior brother to you," said Goddess Donglai. Futian, a little taken aback, said, "In the memory of the supreme deity, this disciple does not seem to have existed. Could it have been just a fragment?" "Not exactly a disciple, but someone he had instructed, so it counts as half of a disciple." "His situation was different from yours," said Goddess Donglai. "Understood." Futian nodded and didn't inquire further. He could guess a thing or two. It must have been a cultivator who was instructed by the supreme deity Donglai, so that even though it was not a real master-disciple relationship, he was considered a half-disciple. It seemed that supreme deity Donglai had spent a lot of time in this area. The reason for Goddess Donglai's journey here seemed to have something to do with this. They might have quite a few acquaintances at this place. The Black-Winged Condor quickly broke through the clouds and mist and flew at a lower altitude, with a very clear vision of the buildings below. "That tallest tower in front," Goddess Donglai said, and the Black-Winged Condor flapped his wings fiercely. His body turned into a dark stream of light, moving in that direction. Soon they came to the periphery of this building complex. Except for that tallest sky-reaching tower, many ancient temples were towering in the surroundings, like the complex of a royal palace, with a solemn atmosphere. Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. Futian glanced at the tallest sky-reaching tower, with 3 elegant characters engraved on it. They seemed to contain the power of the Great Path and were extremely eye-catching. The Tower of the Alchemy Emperor seemed to be the holy land for alchemy. Below the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor, it seemed that many people had gathered here, as if holding a banquet. A middle-aged man was sitting on the main seat on the stairs in front of tower, wearing a robe of purple and gold. From him, a strong aura of mighty and great authority could be detected as he conversed animatedly with everyone around him. But at this moment he seemed to have perceived something as he raised his head and looked toward the void. Those eyes penetrated the void directly and locked onto the position of the Black-Winged Condor. At that instant, the Black-Winged Condor suddenly seemed to be subjected to the Great Path's terrifying coercion. His body swooped down as if out of his own control. However, the pressure disappeared instantly as the middle-aged man saw the person on the back of the Black-Winged Condor. He stood up, and his eyes fell on the foremost figure on the back of the Black-Winged Condor, Goddess Donglai. The pressure on the Black-Winged Condor decreased sharply, but his body continued to dive downward nonetheless and came to the place of the banquet. In an instant, the eyes of many cultivators fell on the newcomers, a little surprised. They had swooped down from the sky and crashed their party. How rude was that? However, none of them spoke. Judging from their host's movements and eyes, they seemed to be acquainted with one another. In the next moment, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He smiled and said, "After such a long time, I didn't expect Junior Sister to be able to join us." "Junior Sister?" Many people looked interested. Everyone present knew that Alchemy Emperor was not taught by any master. If there was anyone close to it, it could only be the master alchemist himself, Supreme Being Donglai, who had instructed him many years ago. The Alchemy Emperor had always held him in the highest regard and referred to him as teacher and paid him the respect of a disciple. So this Junior Sister, could it be her? "It's been a long time," Goddess Donglai said. Yi Futian watched quietly. It seemed that this half a disciple of supreme deity Donglai was the top figure in this continent and had created the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. Many of the guests at this banquet had strong cultivation skills, with quite a few of them being Upper Renhuang, and the aura of that middle-aged man was especially tyrannical. Judging by his perception, he should be a cultivator of the 9th realm at the peak of Renhuang. "I didn't expect Junior's sister to be here. Come and take a seat," Alchemy Emperor said as he stood up and walked down from his seat to greet her personally. Goddess Donglai and her party landed and moved forward under everyone's gaze. At the banquet, many people's attention was focused over there, and someone said, "Alchemy Emperor, aren't you going to make an introduction?" "Very well." Alchemy Emperor smiled and nodded. He led Goddess Donglai to his side and faced everyone, saying, "This is my junior sister. When my master, Supreme Deity Donglai, was on his journey, I was fortunate enough to have met him, all of which made today possible. No doubt that all of you have heard what happened afterward." Indeed, everyone trembled in their hearts, knowing that the descendant of Supreme Being Donglai had actually left Eastern Deity Island and came here. Whatever happened at the time had caused a great disturbance. Although Eastern Deity Island and Penglai continent were far away, they had all heard about the incident, and at the time, this continental plate was also involved. However, it was still unclear why the descendant of Supreme Being Donglai had come out from their lair this time. "Greetings to Goddess Donglai." Many people stood up and bowing with their hands together, acting quite politely. As the progeny of a known clan, Goddess Donglai was a top figure of the Renhuang realm, even if the fortune of the clan had waned considerably. Goddess Donglai nodded in return, as her gaze drifted to Yi Futian, who was next to her. "Senior brother, allow me to introduce someone to you, Yi Liunian." Alchemy Emperor looked at Yi Futian curiously and saw that his temperament was quite extraordinary. He concluded that he must be a genius talent. He nodded slightly at Yi Futian. "One look, and one knows that our little brother is no ordinary folks. Yi Liunian greets, senior brother." Yi Futian bowed slightly for the Alchemy Emperor, which stunned the Alchemy Emperor so that he looked at Yi Futian and then at Goddess Donglai. "He is considered to be an heir of my father's," Goddess Donglai said. "Master has an heir." Alchemy Emperor sounded surprised. Yi Futian looked so very young, and Supreme Being Donglai had fallen for many years. Even then, before his fall, no one had ever heard of him excepting a last disciple. Father left some inheritance, and was inherited by Liunian. "So indeed he is father's successor," Goddess Donglai said. Alchemy Emperor was a little surprised, but still he nodded. "I didn't expect that I would have a junior brother. With junior sister and junior brother here, I will have someone to talk to, and I can have a good exchange of alchemy techniques with junior brother." The people below were very surprised that the Supreme Being Donglai had actually left an inheritance. Now, the inheritance had been inherited by this man. Was it the art of alchemy? "How dare I exchange with senior brother? I'm afraid it is I who need to learn from my brother." Yi Futian's demeanor was humble and polite. Goddess Donglai glanced at him and didn't speak. "Brother Yi is young, but if you could inherit from the Supreme Being, you must have outstanding qualities. Your alchemy techniques must also be extraordinary, perhaps not much less than the Alchemy Emperor." A young man below smiled and commented, "Supreme Being Donglai now has an heir. It is indeed a happy event." The old man next to him smiled and added, "I wonder how many grades of alchemy are you capable of now?" The old man smiled gently, but his eyes were filled with brilliance. Yi Futian smiled and looked at the other. He replied, "I am just beginning to dabble in the arts of alchemy. I dared not speak of alchemy, and I need to learn more from senior brother." The old man nodded slightly. "You are too humble. Even if you are just at the beginning, you have started higher than most. With the Alchemy Emperor's guidance, your accomplishments are to be expected. Let's be seated." Alchemy Emperor seemed to be quite pleased as he was full of smiles. He had seats prepared for Yi Futian and his party, which were arranged directly next to his. This demonstrated that the Alchemy Emperor's closeness with Goddess Donglai and the others. Chapter 1955. Traveling Together. Yi Futian and his people sat down, following which the many virtuosos of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor also took their seats. Actually, today's banquet was meant for the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. I did not expect you would be here too. It's such a coincidence. A few days later, I will be bringing some of the practitioners here along with me to the Dongshao continent. Why don't you join us? The Alchemy Emperor smiled and said as he sat down, On our journey this time, we definitely will be paying that person a visit. The Donglai goddess nodded her head slightly. Naturally, she knew who that person was. This was her goal for traveling to the Dongshao continent. Yi Futian represented the future of the Eastern Deity Island, and it was unfortunate that the Eastern Deity Island had a powerful enemy seeking revenge. She had to do something. It is really a fortunate coincidence this time. You came at the right time. If the senior knew that our teacher had an heir, he would definitely be joyous. The Alchemy Emperor smiled and said, That figure was friends with his teacher in the past, and they had a very close relationship. When his teacher passed away, the person felt deeply regretful. If he could see their teacher's heir, he would probably be pleased. I came to find Senior for this matter indeed, the Donglai goddess said. I did not want to bring Junior Liunyan there myself. The Alchemy Emperor let out a quizzical expression and looked at the Donglai goddess with some curiosity. The Donglai goddess continued, Senior, you also know what his personality is like. When has he ever cared about the superficial rules of the world? Of course, with Father's position, I won't have any trouble getting to meet him. However, I do not wish for that to be the reason that they could meet. Since we have met coincidentally here, then I can only ask to borrow a slot from Senior. The Alchemy Emperor immediately understood her meaning. It seemed that she had great confidence in Yi Futian. As for the personality of that senior, he of course understood a little too. If Yi Futian was not exceptional enough and only relied on his status as the heir when he met the senior, even if he were willing to provide guidance, he would probably not believe that Yi Futian was deserving of the inheritance of the supreme deity Donglai. Since the Donglai goddess said this, she meant for Yi Futian to first prove himself worthy before meeting the senior. However, that would only succeed provided Yi Futian was outstanding. Otherwise, he would just be eclipsed by all the other prodigies and appear all too common. The rest of the people at the banquet tensed a little upon hearing the Donglai goddess's words, even though they had considered that this might be a possibility, since the Donglai goddess had said it herself that she wanted Yi Futian to also travel to the Dongshao continent. This meant that Yi Futian was going to take up a slot and become part of them. With the Dongshao continent as the center continentile, it was natural that the surrounding continents would look up to the Dongshao continent. Furthermore, the good friend of the supreme deity Donglai was a truly exceptional figure from the Dongshao continent. He stood at the pinnacle even among the extremely powerful, and on this continent he had an incomparably high status. Every year, each continent would send their prodigies to the Dongshao continent in the hopes that they would be able to cultivate at the cultivation court that he was at. Okay, leave this matter to me. The Alchemy Emperor nodded his head in agreement. He could still decide on this matter. However, whether Yi Futian could get to meet him without using his status as the disciple of a goddess of the supreme deity Donglai was another matter. Since it had already been decided, everything else would depend on Yi Futian himself. Since our little friend Yi is the disciple of the supreme deity Donglai, why is there a need to go through all this trouble? With such an important status, you could meet with the senior directly, an elderly man seated below suggested. Well, there's no harm. He can treat it as an experience, the Alchemy Emperor replied. Hearing the reply, the elderly man kept silent. Since Emperor Yi obtained the inheritance from the supreme deity, surely he must have exceptional talent in alchemy. Even though Emperor Yi humbly claims to only be a beginner. But if he were truly common, how could he have obtained the supreme deity's inheritance? A middle-level Ren Huang smiled and asked, "Today, among us all, there are quite a few people who are alchemists seeking guidance from the Alchemy Emperor all along. Since we have been fated to meet, could we ask Emperor Yi for advice on the path of alchemy?" Yi Futian looked toward the person who spoke. It seemed like he was inquisitive about his alchemy skills. Who would not be curious about the heir of the supreme deity Donglai? Even the Donglai goddess did not inherit her father's position. Rather, it was an outsider who did it. I have mentioned before that I have only just started down the path of alchemy. It was only recently that I even began trying my hand at refining elixirs. I don't have much talent in this aspect. Regarding how I obtained the inheritance, it was probably sheer luck, Yi Futian replied, smiling. There was no need for him to show his true ability in alchemy. It would only cause him more trouble. Emperor Yi, there is no need to be overly humble, someone said with a smile. Since the Donglai goddess brought Yi Futian from such a remote place to join the Dongshao continent, there was no way Yi Futian lacked in talent or strength. I am speaking only the truth. It's not that I'm humble. Furthermore, seated before me today are so many virtuosos. How could I possibly be more skilled than you? I would only be embarrassing myself, Yi Futian replied with a smile. He truly believed that his potential in alchemy was quite common and that there was nothing exceptional about it. As for showing off his alchemy skills here, he never practiced alchemy casually. In the past, when he refined elixirs, he did so because he had a practical need for the elixirs. Showing off his alchemy skills was meaningless to him. Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone understood that it was probably impossible to have him practice alchemy in front of them. This man hid his ability very well. They wondered just how skilled he was. All right, even though I originally arranged this gathering for you all, since my junior sister has coincidentally arrived, I shall not hold you back any further. In a few days, let's head towards the Dongshao continent together, the Alchemy Emperor said. In fact, he was already hinting that he would like to end the gathering and for them to leave. Everyone certainly understood and respected his wishes, and one person after another got up to leave. Before taking their leave, several people still glanced at Yi Futian once more. They were full of curiosity about this heir to the supreme deity Donglai. After the crowd left, the Alchemy Emperor also rose and said, "I'll show you the way to the pavilion. You can rest there today." The Donglai goddesses also rose and followed behind the Alchemy Emperor. Apart from them, there were a couple of the Alchemy Emperor's disciples. They were also staring at the Donglai goddess and Yi Futian. However, they all knew their place and kept their mouths shut, not saying anything. They only followed silently. Since the outsiders are no longer around, can you tell me the truth? This time you decided against using teacher's status to get Yi Futian to meet with the old senior. How confident are you that by taking this route, Yi Futian would succeed? The Alchemy Emperor asked. 100%, the Donglai goddess replied, causing the Alchemy Emperor to halt for a moment. 100%, he thought. This meant that even if Yi Futian solely relied on himself, he could definitely still make it to the side of the old senior and cultivate with his guidance. With that accomplished, if he revealed his identity in the end, it would be a nice surprise for the senior. The Alchemy Emperor nodded his head seriously. Since you trust Yi Futian so much, I am suddenly a little excited. Junior Yi, since you have obtained teacher's inheritance, I hope you can inherit his position as well. I'll try my best, Yi Futian replied. The Alchemy Emperor did not say anything else and continued casually chatting with the Donglai goddess. A couple of days later, an entire legion of practitioners departed majestically. This time, their numbers increased quite a bit. They were all headed towards the same destination, the divine prefecture, Dongshao continent. This was one of the main continents. Chapter 1956, Wangdu. The Dongxiao continent was one of the strongest and most prosperous main continents in the entire Donghua domain, and it was a member of the Seven Continents. There were countless powerful factions in the Dongxiao continent. A place like the Penglai continent was nothing extraordinary in the entire Dongxiao continent. Here, there were countless families and clans with deep historical roots. Among the numerous factions, the one that stood above all was undoubtedly the Wangshan Watchtower. The name Wangshan Watchtower originated from a watchtower. In the past, there were two people who drank wine at the top of the watchtower while trying to diagnose each other's vitalities, and thus the name Wangshan Watchtower arose. In the present day, the Wangshan Watchtower no longer referred to just that one watchtower. Rather, it was the name of the most powerful faction on the Dongxiao continent. Located within it was the Millet Emperor Cultivation Court, the sacred ground of cultivation that countless practitioners were hoping to get into. At that moment, in the air above the Dongxiao continent, a row of people was traveling majestically. They were Yi Futian's group of people. Apart from them, the Alchemy Emperor and his followers were also there. Traveling together, their combined numbers were huge. From beyond the veil-like clouds, Yi Futian cast his glance downwards and saw tower after tower standing straight up. There were countless ancient palaces and divine pavilions. They were, however, not even in the main city of the Dongxiao continent. This was just a city in a remote region in the continent, but even then it boasted a strong force. Renhuangs were extremely common and could be found everywhere. The divine prefectures was immeasurably vast. Even the Penglai continent alone had above 1,000 continents surrounding it. One could expect that the Dongxiao continent, one of the main continents in the Donghua domain, would have gathered numerous virtuosos from the entire Donghua domain. Practitioners who had great strength would naturally flock towards places that were even stronger still. Naturally, this positive reinforcement strengthened the forces of the Dongxiao continent. After they passed many cities, a mountain range appeared below them. It appeared strange and dangerous at the same time, and from within the range exuded a terrifying aura. Along the thousands of kilometers of mountain range, one could vaguely spot a cluster of pavilions. Obviously, there were people living there. "Should we take a detour?" someone asked the Alchemy Emperor. They all knew where they were. Within the Dongxiao continent, the extremely powerful were located in various places. Right where they were was the Dragon Submission mountain range. In this mountain range, there was a villa located within it. The reason behind the name of this Dragon Submission mountain range was that even a real dragon had to crouch low in submission if it were to pass through this area. "There is no need," the Alchemy Emperor replied. He was acquaintances with a few masters of the Dragon Submission mountain range. Nothing should go awry if they just passed through the area. As they were traversing the space above the mountain range, an overbearing aura shot straight into the heavens, and the roar of beasts reverberated through the entire space, accompanied by the howl of a dragon. Unexpectedly, a divine dragon at the Demon Emperor stage rose into the air, accompanied by various vicious beasts. Someone stood on the Demon Emperor, and his gaze swept across the group as he asked, "Who are you?" "An old friend from the tower of the Alchemy Emperor. We would like to pass through this area and hope you can be agreeable to our request." The Alchemy Emperor had an ethereal air about him. His voice permeated the entire mountain range and reached below him. In response, wisps of divine consciousness swept upwards from below. Yi Futian could distinctly feel a number of tendrils of divine consciousness descending upon and sweeping across him. "Ah, so it's my old friend who has come. Why don't you come down and take a seat?" A strong voice echoed out. A solemn-looking, middle-aged man floated into the air. He had a stocky build and gave off a very dominant aura. "Alchemy Emperor, where's your sense of brotherhood? How can you not stay here for a few days when you are already here?" A couple of silhouettes rose into the air again. They all exuded a terrifying aura. Yi Futian sensed that this mountain range actually had 3 level 9 virtuosos. It seemed that there were many terrifyingly strong virtuosos hidden in this dragon submission mountain range. The Dongshao continent was indeed a main continent. Even just casually passing by, one could encounter such a strong force. From this, though, one could also tell just how high the status of a powerful alchemist was. The practitioners of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range were all rather friendly towards the Alchemy Emperor. There is a Dragon Submission Villa in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, and in it lived 3 lords of the villa. They are all well versed in the art of beast taming. The Donglai goddess telepathically introduced the people they encountered to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded his head lightly. It seemed that even though the Donglai goddesses had always isolated themselves on the eastern deity island, they had never cut off communication with the outside world. In fact, it was also possible that she headed out frequently. He glanced at the beasts again. They were all demon emperor levels. The specialty of the Dragon Submission Villa was in beast taming, but in this aspect there might not be many people who were more skilled than he was. This time, we are rushing for time to head towards Wangde, so we won't be stopping here. Next time when the chance arises, I will pay you a visit again, the Alchemy Emperor said. The land of Wangdu, also known as Wang City, was the largest city in the Dongshao continent. Its name was derived from the Wangshin watchtower located inside. In the past, Wangdu was not even among the top 10 cities in the Dongshao continent. However, due to the influence of the Wangshin watchtower, Wangdu was able to develop rapidly, and gradually it rose to become the top city in the entire Dongshao continent. That's right, too, the villa lords nodded. Since that's the case, then we shan't hold you back anymore. Just as nice, there are quite a few juniors in the villa who want to take a look at the outside world. Alchemy Emperor, how would you like to bring along a few of them and show them the world? As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the row of people behind him and said, Didn't you all want to go to Wangdu? You can learn a little from your senior, the Alchemy Emperor, on the way there. A few people walked up. They all had an extraordinary aura about them and were all Renhuang level practitioners. Bowing slightly to the Alchemy Emperor, they said, Greetings to Senior Alchemy Emperor. Yi Futian looked towards them. These people were really shrewd. They were all Renhuang practitioners already. Surely there was no need for someone to babysit them. They were using it as an excuse. Their main purpose was to build a relationship with the Alchemy Emperor. After all, making an acquaintance with an alchemy grandmaster can only be beneficial. All right, the Alchemy Emperor nodded. Thanks for the trouble, then. The villa lords expressed their gratitude. Nah, we're just traveling together. It won't be troublesome in the least bit, the Alchemy Emperor replied casually. The villa lords of the Dragon Submission Villa were all at the 9th level. In the entire Dongshao continent, this could already be considered one of the top-tier factions. He certainly understood that there was no need for him to take care of them. We will leave now. All right. The other party nodded. Please. As he finished speaking, he looked at the few practitioners from the villa and said, Remember to learn as much as you can from your senior. Understood. The practitioners nodded their heads quickly. The Alchemy Emperor and his entourage once again departed. This time, not only were they joined by a few more people from the Dragon Submission Villa and their mounts, which were also all demon emperors. Among them, a youth cloaked in black was riding a black dragon, exuding a terrifying aura. The black dragon's huge eyes turned towards the black-winged condor below Yi Futian. Although it was completely uninterested in the condor, when the dragon looked up at Zifeng, curiosity seemed to vaguely form in its eyes. Apparently, it had discovered that Zifeng was also a demon. While they were traveling, the practitioners from the villa introduced themselves. As they chatted casually, they got more familiar with each other. Among them, the key persons were the 3 practitioners who were the descendants of the 3 villa lords, namely Lin Qiu, Han Tai, and Lan Yi. Lin Qiu's aura had a tinge of the splendor of demons. He had exceptional features and was the son of the eldest villa lord. He was a middle-level Renhuang. Wearing a robe, He appeared to have an extraordinary air about him. And these few seniors here are? Lin Xiu asked as he looked at the Penglai goddess and Bei Gong Ao behind the alchemy emperor. He was a little curious about them. In particular, the Penglai goddess gave them an extraordinary feeling. She looked gorgeous and noble, and she had a fearsome aura about her. "She's my junior," the alchemy emperor answered without further elaboration. "Greetings to my senior." Hearing the alchemy emperor's words, Lin Xiu bowed towards the Penglai goddess, who nodded her head lightly in response. He then turned his glance towards Yi Futian and saw that this white-haired youth was very relaxed and casual. Yi Futian was drinking his wine quietly at the side and appeared to be extremely carefree. The fragrance of wine wafted past Lin Xiu, causing a pleasant feeling to well up within him. He guessed that this white-haired Renhuang was a disciple of the alchemy emperor's junior. However, it was also rude to ask about everyone's identity, so he smiled and said, "That is some good wine. If you don't mind, can I try a cup?" Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He retrieved a flask of wine, and encasing it in the power of the Great Path, sent it floating towards Lin Xiu. The flask came to a stop in front of him. "Please," Yi Futian said with a smile. Since a Ren Huang had actively asked for a cup of wine, he would naturally not be stingy. It seemed that this Lin Xiu had a pretty straightforward personality. "Thank you." Lin Xiu smiled in return. Popping open the wine flask, he raised it toward Yi Futian and said, "Dragon Submission, Villa Lin Xiu." "Yi Liunian." Yi Futian raised his cup in response. As for what his identity was at that moment, even he was also unclear, and so he only introduced himself by his name. Even though Lin Xiu could not get any information of Yi Futian's origins from his self-introduction, he did not mind it either. He swallowed the wine in one gulp. He felt that his body felt extremely comfortable as the powers of the Great Path coursed through his body. "This is some great wine," he commended. Indeed, Yi Futian was related to the alchemy emperor. He could taste that the wine came from a faction that refined elixirs. Lin Xiu thus thought that Yi Futian should be the disciple of the alchemy emperor's junior. "Let's all have a few drinks together." Yi Futian passed the wine to Han Tai and Leng Yi as well. He appeared very generous. The Donglai goddess at the side took a look at him. Just how much quality wine did this rascal take from the eastern deity island? She thought to herself, "He has been drinking it like water all this time on our trip, and yet there's still more. Now he has even invited others to drink it with him as well." However, she did not really mind it. After all, the Dragon Submission Villa was not a minuscule faction. There was no harm in Yi Futian making more friends. The Dongshao continent was vast, so it took them several days to traverse an endless distance and finally reach the main city of the Dongshao continent, Wangdu. When they arrived above Wangdu, they slowly descended from the air and traveled at a much lower distance above the city. Yi Futian glanced at the city below him as he sat on the back of Black Wind Condor. He saw numerous pavilions built on the ground. Among the people walking on the pavements and streets, saint-level practitioners were all too common. In fact, many of them were at the Renhuang level. They have finally arrived at Wangdu of the Dongshao continent, one of the main continents in the Donghua domain. The arrival of an entire group of virtuosos drew the gaze of many people. These new arrivals had an extraordinary air about them. They seemed to be really strong. Even in Wangdu, they could still be considered to be very strong. However, their attention was short-lived. The people of Wangdu were not particularly curious. After all, there were numerous virtuosos in Wangdu, and from time to time, extraordinary people would come. The local practitioners were used to it. Yi Futian felt a little excited. He had already been in the Divine Prefecture for a couple of years. However, he had mostly been cultivating these few years. Now that he had come to the Dongshao continent, he could finally be considered to be making contact with the core region of the Divine Prefecture. Next, he might be able to contact the major top-tier factions, and this contact might prove to be extremely relevant to everything that happened in the original realm. Chapter 1957. He knows a little. Yi Futian and his group settled down in a tavern upon entering Wangdu. The taverns of Wangdu were as luxurious as palaces, and they were extremely comfortable. Although practitioners could technically live without eating, drinking, or sleeping, they couldn't travel nonstop without limit. Furthermore, many needed to cultivate, so a place to stay was necessary. The palace was located right at the top of a beautiful mountain peak. Around the mountaintop, various other palaces were scattered around. There was order within the disordered arrangement, and the scenery was stunning, and it was tranquil, so certainly it was a very suitable place to cultivate. Of course, this mountain located right at the center of Wangdu was not a natural structure. Rather, it was man-made. Yi Futian walked to the edge of the palace. He was on the face of the mountain, and the entirety of the prosperous ancient city was in his view. This was likely the most prosperous city that he had ever visited. Even the original realm's largest city could not begin to compare to this. "Shall we take a walk outside?" Lin Xiao asked as he stopped beside Yi Futian. They had become more familiar with each other on their journey, especially after having bonded over wine. "Sure," Yi Futian replied. Lin Xiao looked towards the people behind him and asked, "Since everyone has followed the alchemy emperor all the way here from the Taiyuan continent, why don't we go out for a stroll and take in the view of Wangdu?" They had been cultivating in the Dragon Submission mountain range of the Dongshao continent all this while, so they had certainly visited Wangdu more than once before. They would more or less be familiar with this place. The alchemy emperor had also visited Wangdu a couple of times before, and it was because of his journey here that he got to know the villa lords of the Dragon Submission Villa. Actually, most of those at the pinnacle of Renhuang level cultivation in this continent tile knew each other. After all, there weren't that many people who had attained such an advanced level of cultivation. "Sure," everyone nodded. Even though the alchemy emperor had been to Wangdu several times, it was the first time that the youths from the tower of the alchemy emperor visited this place. They all wanted to explore the city with countless of years of history, this ancient city that slowly became the top city in the entire Dongshao continent. "Let's go!" Lin Xiao walked to the black dragon and climbed on its back. The dragon instantly let out a mighty roar and flew straight forward. The others also followed closely behind, traversing on air. However, they all kept their altitude to a minimum to more clearly take in the sights of Wangdu. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan stood on Little Condor's back. The wind blew straight at them, and their long robes fluttered behind them. They were casually taking a tour of the place, so they weren't flying very quickly. "Where do you all want to go? I know this place a little. I can show you around," Lin Xiao said as he looked at the people traveling in the air beside him. "Nah, we don't have anywhere particular in mind. Let's take a stroll," replied a follower of the alchemy emperor. "All right, then let's do that." Lin Xiao nodded and began to lead the group at the front. A short while later, they saw an extensive infrastructure in front of them. In it, many virtuosos were gathered, and it was very crowded. There were viewing platforms at the top of the infrastructure, and there were quite a few people seated there, watching what seemed to be an ongoing battle. "What's that place over there?" Yi Futian asked. "That is the Heavenly Battle Palace," Lin Xiao replied. "It's a place where people pit their skills of the path against each other. Every day, countless practitioners will head here to battle others, and with time, this place has become a pretty renowned place in Wangdu. Mostly, saint-level practitioners would spar with each other. Once in a while, there will be Renhuangs too." Yi Futian nodded his head. Practitioners all loved to battle. Back in Emperor Xiao's realm, there was also a Ju Qian temple, which was also a sacred sparring ground. Having encountered a very similar place here was thus no surprise. Furthermore, the people sparring were all a lot stronger. Any random person he picked out in the grounds was likely to have attained the saint level, and there were even Renhuang, virtuosos partaking in sparring. "Do you want to take a look?" Lin Qiu asked. "Ah, there's no need," Yi Futian replied. Having been through countless fights himself, he was not very interested in this. "Okay." Lin Qiu continued forward. They passed by several different places. One of them had stairs that rose tens of thousands of feet into the heavens. At the top, there was an ethereal aura of deities. Lin Qiu looked in that direction and explained, "This is the goddess peak." The goddesses and the goddesses residing there all have extremely high cultivation levels. This faction was founded by a very powerful person. In Wangdu, many practitioners fantasize about the goddesses from this goddess peak. How many top-tier factions with a similar level of power are there in Wangdu? Yi Futian asked curiously. The Penglai continent had several such powerful factions, and needless to say, the Dongshao continent certainly had numerous. However, he was curious how many such factions are there in this one main city, Wangdu. "I have not actually explicitly tried to count before, but according to what I know, the number stands between 20 to 30. Lin Qiu said nonchalantly. Yi Futian felt a ripple course through his heart. That's nothing to be surprised of, actually, considering the prestige of Wangdu in the entire Donghua domain. Virtuosos from countless continents would gather here, and naturally, many powerful factions will be formed. Furthermore, this is the strength of this city even after the collapse of the heavenly path. It is said that before the catastrophe, there were numerous Tianqin-level figures. I can't imagine just how that period was like," Lin Qiu said. Yi Futian nodded his head. Cultivating was difficult, but the number of humans in the world was massive and limitless. Even if the rate of success was extremely small, powerful figures could still emerge. As time passed, practitioners also grew stronger, and top-tier renhuangs would also become more numerous. Furthermore, once anyone got to this level, as long as they were a little careful, they would also not die easily. The group continued forward. In the air, people were traveling in mid-air continuously, and they were all virtuosos at various levels of cultivation. They noticed that, at that moment, several people were all headed in a certain direction. It seemed like something had happened. "Let's go take a look," Lin Qiu said, and then instantly moved in that direction. They noticed that below them, many virtuosos were heading in the same direction, gathering in a certain spot. They saw that structure after structure had been built into the ancient mountain in that area, looking very majestic. At that moment, many practitioners were gathered in front of the ancient mountain. Some were floating in midair, while others were standing on the ground, looking at the sight in front of them. "This alchemy?" Yi Futian let out an expression of surprise. A strong fragrance of elixir wafted out from there. At the front of the ancient mountain, many people were refining elixirs. A hot aura permeated the air around them, shrouding the vast space. "This is the Alchemy Divine Palace, the sacred ground of alchemy in Wangdu," Lin Qiu said as he looked at the people beside him, who were all alchemists too. It was sheer coincidence that they had arrived here. He did not intentionally bring them here, but rather was merely following the flow of people. A number of them glanced at Lin Qiu. It was obvious that they doubted that it was sheer coincidence. However, Yi Futian did not think too much about it. They moved closer to the outer circle to observe and saw many practitioners refining elixirs. Furthermore, all of the alchemists were Renhuang-level figures. "What are they doing?" Yi Futian asked. "Shouldn't alchemists be practicing their craft quietly in alchemy towers?" These were Renhuang alchemists they were talking about. Why would they be refining elixirs in public? Yi Futian thought quizzically. Naturally, they were not doing this to show off their abilities. This should be the alchemy convention organized by the Alchemy Divine Palace. These people are most likely alchemy grandmasters from various places. Alchemy grandmasters are rare in the world of cultivation. The Alchemy Divine Palace could be considered the top sacred ground of alchemy in the Dongshao continent. Back when the supreme deity Donglai was still alive, no one could compare to the Penglai Eastern Deity Island. However, ever since he passed away, the Alchemy Divine Palace had been pushing for itself to be recognized as the authority of alchemy. They have ambitions to become the most powerful alchemy faction in the Donghua domain. A follower of the Alchemy Emperor explained to Yi Futian. He was a disciple of the Alchemy Emperor, and so he knew a little about the world of alchemy. The Alchemy Divine Palace had become extremely renowned. As an alchemist himself, he naturally knew about it, and in fact knew quite a bit about this faction. Yi Futian nodded his head. No wonder there were so many practitioners and virtuosos gathered here. All practitioners wanted to make acquaintances with alchemy grandmasters. Since there was an alchemy convention being held here, naturally many people did not want to miss the opportunity and had all come here. How are their alchemy abilities? Lin Xiao looked at Yi Futian and asked with a little curiosity. He guessed that Yi Futian was a disciple of the Alchemy Emperor's Junior, and if he was right, then Yi Futian should also be an alchemist. The people beside him also glanced at Yi Futian. Lin Xiao did not know that Yi Futian was the heir of the supreme deity Penglai that he just mentioned. They were also very curious about Yi Futian's alchemy abilities. He claimed to be only a beginner and was not really well versed in alchemy. They didn't know just how much of it was true. Yi Futian looked in that direction and said, "Not too bad. They can all refine elixirs of the same level as their own cultivation level, so they are eligible alchemists. An alchemist could be considered average if he could refine elixirs of the same level as their own cultivation. As their cultivation increased, their alchemy abilities would also increase. Alchemists who could refine elixirs that had a higher level than their own were considered genius alchemists. As for those who could refine elixirs that had levels that were way above their own cultivation, they would be considered inhumanely prodigious. Prodigies like Yi Futian were not common at all. Furthermore, his combat abilities far surpassed his cultivation level as well. "That's a cocky tone," someone nearby commented as he glanced at Yi Futian. The alchemists who could participate in the alchemy convention were all very skilled. Yet Yi Futian's judgment was that they were only not bad and could pass as alchemists. Just barely eligible alchemists, the person thought. "Do you also know how to refine elixirs?" someone else asked. "A little." Yi Futian was not too bothered by them. He nodded as he smiled lightly. Chapter 1958. Arrogant Words. "Do you know a little, or do you know nothing at all?" The other party continued after hearing Yi Futian's conversation. "Everyone who is participating in today's alchemy conference is an alchemy grandmaster. If you only know a little about alchemy, then it's best if you don't lightly pass judgment." Old mister, you are right." Yi Futian smiled and nodded his head. He did not say much else, but just watched quietly. Furthermore, more people were gathering over here. At the front, the ethereal aura of deities permeated the mountain range. The fragrance of elixirs got stronger by the second as more alchemists managed to refine elixirs successfully. The radiance of the great path emanated from the elixir pills, causing the onlooking crowd to cheer with joy. Are there rewards to be gained from this alchemy conference? Why would so many alchemists come here? Yi Futian asked. Alchemists who were skilled in their craft were all very arrogant, and most hated refining elixirs in front of others. Moreover, there was no need for an audience if they just wanted to practice alchemy. It thus follows that there was something for them to be gained by participating in this alchemy conference. Of course, Lin Xiu nodded. According to what I know, the Alchemy Divine Palace would always give out rewards every time they host a conference like this. It could be alchemy techniques or flames of the path or priceless elixir recipes. Of course, there's also the possibility of getting valuable alchemy materials and ingredients. They are all treasures that alchemists love. Yi Futian nodded his head lightly. For many years, the Alchemy Divine Palace had used the Alchemy Conference to absorb many virtuosos into their ranks. Some were alchemists who wanted to join them, while others were practitioners who wished to obtain elixirs. In any case, the Alchemy Divine Palace grew in strength continuously. Now, even in this main city, Wangdu, they could be considered one of the top-tier factions. It's been said that the old man in the Alchemy Divine Palace had been completely focused on cultivating for a long time without caring about anything else, and that he could be trying to shoot for the next cultivation level. Others say that he was refining elixirs to help himself break through to the next cultivation level, Lin Qiu said telepathically. After all, these rumors should not be mentioned publicly. I see. Yi Futian nodded. He continued to look in the same direction. As time passed, more elixirs were being refined, but even so, the crowd was still focused on only 2 of the alchemists among the participants. Yi Futian noticed that the 2 alchemists' names were the most commonly mentioned in conversations. They were definitely in the spotlight. One of them was a middle-aged man in long, violet robes. He looked to be in his 40s. He was very stable and calm when refining elixirs. He had the air of a grandmaster. His flame of the way was an extremely domineering violet, lightning flame. He was a rather powerful alchemist in Wangdu and was honorably known as Grandmaster Zi. The other person was significantly younger than him. He looked to be only in his 30s. With a pale, clear face, he looked like a scholar. His flame of the way had a golden hue. The area surrounding him burnt hotly. The golden flame of the way morphed into golden dragons that circled his alchemy cauldron. From the snippets of conversation among the crowd around, one could tell that this man was an alchemist from the Alchemy Divine Palace. As members of the organizing faction, they were also eligible to participate in the Alchemy Conference. Zhong Fan is indeed the direct disciple of the Palace Lord. He had already grasped the essence of the 9 dragons' elixir breath technique. The elixirs that he refines are probably going to be of an extremely high level. I can't wait to see it, someone said. He obviously had high expectations for this Run Huang named Zhong Fan. The 9 dragons' elixir breath technique is an alchemy technique from the Alchemy Divine Palace. The Alchemy Divine Palace had proclaimed that technique to be the best in the entire Dongshao continent. Lin Qiu telepathically explained. It's a pity that after the supreme deity Donglai passed away, the eastern deity island closed itself off from the rest of the world. As such, the alchemy techniques developed by the supreme deity Donglai were all but lost. No one from the outside world had ever witnessed them. Even though the Alchemy Emperor was also a disciple of the supreme deity Donglai, he had not successfully managed to inherit the supreme deity's techniques. As he communicated telepathically, Lin Qiu had a sudden epiphany. Indeed, the Alchemy Emperor had been the supreme deity Donglai's disciple at some point in time. In that case, does that mean his junior would also be, as this thought formed in his mind? There was a sudden change in how Lin Qiu looked at Yi Futian. Continuing along this line of reasoning, if the Alchemy Emperor's junior was the supreme deity's daughter, then does that mean that Yi Futian was the heir of the descendants of the supreme deity? Wait, you wouldn't happen to be the grand disciple of the supreme deity Donglai, would you? Lin Qiu suddenly asked. Yi Futian looked at him, smiled, and shook his head. Nope. Did I guess wrong? Lin Qiu thought to himself. In that case, what is his identity? He obviously would not guess that Yi Futian was a disciple of the supreme deity Donglai, since Yi Futian was so young. After all, the supreme deity had already passed away for many years, so there was no way they would have met each other. Lin Qiu also had not heard of any news that the eastern deity island had an heir. Boom! At this moment, the powers of the thunder of the great path gathered in the skies above the alchemy grounds ahead. Countless lightning strikes blinded the area, and they all struck Grandmaster Zi, his cauldron. With the blinding radiance of lightning as a witness, a bead of concentrated lightning emerged, levitating softly in the air. This bead of lightning was baptized with limitless thunder of the great path, and it exuded an incomparably gorgeous divine radiance. That elixir looks so strong. It's almost like a divine bead. Many people gasped in wonder. Even though Grandmaster Z, he did not join any alchemy faction. Many people believed that he could stand at the pinnacle of the alchemy world. Oin. Streaks of light radiated outwards, and that elixir swallowed the radiance of the thunder of the great path. Above the elixir, the glow of the great path appeared, and violet lightning cascaded around the entire space. Many people gasped in wonder. Grandmaster Z, he was a level 6 Renhuang, yet he had managed to refine a level 7 elixir. Furthermore, he had managed to overcome the step between the middle level to the high level. His alchemy skills could be considered to be terrifyingly good already. You are the Grandmaster Z, he indeed, praised an extremely powerful virtuoso on the ancient mountain. A level 7 elixir, and such a high grade too. One day, Grandmaster Z, he will definitely be able to refine top-tier elixirs. Senior, you flatter me. Z, he performed a fist salute in the direction of the virtuoso. At this moment, a terrifying phenomenon occurred in another place. 9 golden dragons appeared outside a certain cauldron. A beam of violet gold light shot straight up into the clouds. The golden dragons breathed fire at the cauldron, and light of the great path radiated. A rumble reverberated outwards from the cauldron, and a golden elixir floated out slowly from the cauldron. The flames of the great path, breathed out by the 9 dragons, were continuously being absorbed into the elixir. In the end, even the 9 dragons flew into the elixir, causing it to let out an ethereal dragon's roar. The elixir appeared to have a particularly overbearing power. Accompanying the radiance of golden light, when the elixir completely formed, a radiance glowed and stretched into the distance. The roar of a dragon could be heard, and one could almost see true dragons circling about the inside of the elixir. Level 6, top grade, a few people whispered among themselves. He was so close to a level 7 elixir. However, Zhongfan was only a level 5 Renhuang. It was already very rare for an alchemist of his level to refine a level 6 top-grade elixir. Even though I had put in my all, it seems that I am still unable to compare to Grandmaster Z. Zhongfan looked at Z, and smiled lightly. He was generous in admitting his inferiority. Haha, you are too humble. As a level 5 Renhuang, you have managed to refine a level 6 top-grade elixir. Your alchemy abilities are certainly not below mine. I only have the advantage of a higher cultivation level. This does not prove that I am more skilled than you. Z, he politely replied. You two don't have to praise each other anymore. An alchemist at the side laughed. In this alchemy conference, the top 2 alchemists can be no one else but the 2 of you. Grandmaster Z, he should be the first, Zhongfan smiled and said. His generosity made him very likable. Having seen the 9 dragons' elixir breath today, my horizons have really expanded. In the Donghua domain, it is tough to find a technique of a similar level, Grandmaster Z, he replied. The 2 of them continued to commend each other. Since Grandmaster is the victor in this conference, would you like to practice this technique together? I would be able to seek your guidance in the future as well, Zhongfan asked, extending an invitation to him. Since Z, he was the victor of this alchemy conference, as long as he was willing to join the Alchemy Divine Palace, he would have the opportunity to learn this technique. Grandmaster Z, the Alchemy Divine Palace needs you. An elderly person on the ancient mountain invited. Grandmaster Z, he looked up into the ancient mountain and then lightly bowed in respect. It is my honor to join the Alchemy Divine Palace. Welcome, Grandmaster. Many people on the ancient mountain smiled. They had managed to persuade another alchemy Grandmaster to join their ranks. Furthermore, this newcomer was one with significant potential. Welcome, Grandmaster. A youth walked over and said with a smile. Seeing this man appear, everyone's eyes turned to him. He was the current top genius of the Alchemy Divine Palace. rumored to be the heir to the palace lord of the Alchemy Divine Palace, the future palace lord, Chimu. He looked at Chimu. He understood that this time the Alchemy Divine Palace had given him enough face. Chimu did not participate in the alchemy conference was because a chance had been given to him. They had wanted to invite him to join the Alchemy Divine Palace. With such courteous treatment from them, it would be a bit rude to still reject them. So he chose to join the Alchemy Divine Palace. With Grandmaster he joining our ranks, the Alchemy Divine Palace would certainly pull ahead of all other factions in the world of alchemy. All the powerful alchemists in the entire Donghua domain are now in among our ranks. What a joyous occasion! Chimu announced with a smile. The people around were all rather excited. The Alchemy Divine Palace definitely had huge ambitions. However, the Alchemy Divine Palace today certainly is not a faction that any other alchemy faction could even hope to compare to. How arrogant! A soft voice echoed out. Even though it was rather quiet, many people heard it, and those who did were looking around for the source of the voice. Chimu's gaze also turned toward the crowd. Many people voluntarily moved out of his line of sight. Futian and his group appeared. The person who voiced out his disapproval was none other than a practitioner from the Alchemy Emperor Tower, a disciple of the Alchemy Emperor. With such an arrogant announcement, the Alchemy Divine Palace had completely ignored all other alchemy factions, including the Alchemy Emperor Tower. Furthermore, there was still the Eastern Deity Island. Even if the Supreme Deity Donglai had passed away, it would be too much to say that all the exceptional alchemists in the Donghua domain now belonged to the Alchemy Divine Palace. You are? Chimu looked at him and asked. Who I am is unimportant. It is just that what you said just now was a little too cocky. The disciple's name was Luchuan. He looked at Chimu and said, even when the Supreme Deity Donglai was still alive, he had never made such an outrageous proclamation before. Futian looked at Chimu. What he said might just have been a slip of the tongue, given the celebratory atmosphere just now. However, it was nonetheless overly arrogant and contemptuous towards all the other alchemists in the world. Chapter 1959, Level 2 Low. Luchuan's words made everyone in the area around them temporarily go silent. The Alchemy Divine Palace was holding an alchemy conference on that day and had enlisted the help of Grandmaster so the area was quite busy. Everything was relaxed and pleasant, and thus some flattery would only be natural. No one could have possibly imagined that someone would stand out from the ground and make things so awkward. After all, even the people of the Alchemy Divine Palace would not seriously say their alchemical creations were more powerful than those of Supreme Deity Donglai. That would only be deceiving themselves as well as others. Even all those years ago, Supreme Deity Donglai had already ascended. His alchemical skill was unparalleled. He certainly would have the advantage in terms of the plane he was on. But in terms of level, even when Supreme Deity Donglai was there, Eastern Deity Island would not necessarily have been stronger than the Alchemy Divine Palace. At that moment, a group of people was standing in the sky above the mountain. Among them was a middle-aged man with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked down on everyone, then looked towards Luchuan and the others and said, Moreover, Eastern Deity Island is no longer here. They are in the past. Nowadays, if one wishes to find alchemy in the Donghua domain, one only has to look to the Alchemy Divine Palace. All the outstanding alchemy masters of the Dongshao continent are there. It would not even be a stretch to say that all the best alchemists in the world are there. This figure's aura was exceedingly strong. Although his manner was calm, he carried a sense of solemnity about him. All those around him had fierce auras as well. They were guests who had been invited by the Alchemy Divine Palace. They were cultivators from Qinhe Palace, another force on the Dongshao continent. Qinhe Palace was one of the forces that Lin Xiu had spoken of. They had received invitations and come as guests since they had always maintained good relations with the Alchemy Divine Palace. It was only normal for them to say a few words in praise of the alchemy divine palace at a time like this. Even top forces were willing to ally themselves to a powerful holy land for alchemy. Of course, it would be a stretch to say that, said Lu Chuan, looking him, his gaze clashing with that of the middle-aged man's in midair. The force of their gazes was as powerful as a storm. The alchemy divine palace is a holy land for alchemy, and I will not deny their alchemy skill. However, the Dongshao domain is vast, and there are many capable people there. Supreme deity Donglai is gone, but Eastern deity Island is still here. How do you know that there are no powerful alchemy masters there? There are many alchemical masters in the tower of the alchemy emperor on the Taiyuan continent, and they are not necessarily inferior to those of the alchemy divine palace. Many of the cultivators of the alchemy divine palace were looking at Lu Chuan. Although the names of Supreme Deity Donglai and Eastern Deity Island were still prestigious, they did not carry very much threat with them. Moreover, they were in Wangdu. One of the elders looked at Lu Chuan and said, "So, are you from the tower of the alchemy emperor?" Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone gasped, and there was a slight commotion. The tower of the alchemy emperor was one of the top alchemy forces of the Taiyuan continent. Its master was said to have extraordinary attainments in alchemy, and was thus called the Alchemy Emperor. Now, he had opened up a top alchemy force on the Taiyuan continent. It was said that the Alchemy Emperor was Supreme Deity Donglai's heir. Many people knew that the Alchemy Emperor often came to the Dongshao continent. Was this person who was the speaking one of the Alchemy Emperor's people? This was very interesting. What would happen if the people of the Alchemy Emperor and the Alchemy Palace met in the same place? Now it seemed that they would find out. "Yes," said Lu Chuan to the other man. The elder up in the sky smiled and said, "I have heard that the Alchemy Emperor was taught by Supreme Deity Donglai. The Alchemy Emperor is indeed powerful, but no one in the tower of the Alchemy Emperor can take up his mantle. Other than him, the power of the other alchemists there is in doubt. As for Eastern Deity Island, I don't know much about them. Since you are a student of the Alchemy Emperor and have come here to this alchemy conference, why don't we test you? You and Zhong Fan create alchemy together, and we will see just how high-level the alchemists of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor are." He would not use his own alchemical power to bully Lu Chuan. After all, they were all people of status, and it would not be proper to use his power to bully someone weaker than him. Although Zhong Fan had previously lost to Zihi, he was still of a very high level of alchemy. Within the Alchemy Palace, there was no one other than Chi Mu who could overcome him. "I'll do it," said Zihi. "Since I entered the Alchemy Palace, that makes me a member of the palace. I have long heard the name of the Alchemy Emperor and have always wanted to have a chance to find out how powerful he is. Now that I have come across one of his disciples, why don't we find out whose alchemy is stronger? If Grandmaster Z, he is willing, then I have no objections," said the elder from the Alchemy Palace with a smile. Z, he was the foremost person at the Alchemy Conference, even stronger than Zhong Fan. Lu Chuan was silent. He knew his own alchemy level very well, and he was probably quite a bit weaker than Zihi. It would likely not be possible for him to defeat him. But now his opponent was taking the initiative, so he would have to go and test his alchemy. If he refused to rise to the challenge, what would that make him? Moreover, a confrontation between alchemists would naturally be settled with alchemy. I have cultivated under the Alchemy Emperor, but I am unskilled in alchemy. However, if you would like to test me, then by all means let us continue. Lu Chuan was trapped between a rock and a hard place. If he refused, it would not only be his own face that he was losing. His figure flashed as he stepped forward quickly. He looked at him and said, "Please sit." "Thank you," responded Lu Chuan. He sat cross-legged in midair. An alchemy cauldron appeared before him, and flames of the way filled it in a flash. At the same time, alchemical herbs flew into the cauldron. Grandmaster Z, he did the same, unveiling his alchemy cauldron and controlling the sacred flames of the great path until they burned brightly with perfection. Under the might of the thunder god, no one could see what Lu Chuan was doing. What was even more amazing was that as Z he performed alchemy, the light of the great path of thunder covered the area, even the area where Lu Chuan's alchemy cauldron was. He seemed to be getting slower, and every action was slower than the one before it. Boom! The power of the great path of thunder fell from the sky, directly into his alchemy cauldron. Soon, a bright pill appeared, floating in the air and emanating the power of the earthly great path. It was similar to the previous pills, but it showed Grandmaster Z his skill and care. However, on the other side, Lu Chuan was looking very worried. His alchemy cauldron was shaking incessantly. Bang! A sharp noise rang out. Then a burning smell permeated the area. Lu Chuan's face was ashen, and he felt extremely embarrassed. He had lost this contest of alchemy. His opponent may have disrupted him, but a loss was a loss. He could not even control his alchemy. You could not even refine and complete your pill. I respect the alchemy emperor greatly, but are all those who study under him as weak as you? Zi's voice had grown cold, and he spoke with great sarcasm. He seemed to have instantly become stern and overbearing as he lashed out at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan did not know whether to retreat or move forward, and he felt very embarrassed. He sat stiffly in midair. When you return, make sure you spend a few more years studying under the alchemy emperor before you come back here and be so arrogant again, said Z, he coldly in his powerful voice. He seemed completely different than before. Lu Chuan had not produced an alchemical pill, and thus had no response for his opponent. His heart was filled with sorrow and a hint of bitterness. Grandmaster Z, he has used him as a stepping stone to trample upon the alchemy divine palace. Go away. Z, he flicked his sleeves. Lu Chuan returned to his people, his head lowered slightly. He did not look at anyone. Everyone around them began discussing what had just happened. Their words were a little harsh. It looks like all the heroic alchemy masters of the Donghua domain are here in the alchemy divine palace. There's no question of that, someone said. The fact that a cultivator who had studied under the alchemy emperor had given such a poor showing disappointed many people. But Lin Xiao was looking at Yi Futian. His expression had remained casual this whole time. If this man was truly an alchemy master, was he thinking about getting involved right now? Are the alchemy masters of the Donghua domain really this weak? Came another soft voice. The voice was very quiet, but everyone still heard it. Looks of astonishment came over their faces, and they looked at the woman who was speaking. It was Beigong Shuang, who was seated beside Yi Futian. With a single sentence, she had insulted all the alchemists of the Donghua domain. Chapter 1960. Show his skills. Yi Futian was stunned as well. He knew Beigong Shuang well enough to know that she was not really mocking anyone by saying this. She was just speaking to him. But cultivators had excellent hearing, and they could perceive everything she was saying. Thus, all the people watching from the mountain range around the alchemy divine palace turned their gazes towards her. A look of surprise came into Beigong Shuang's eyes. She still wanted to question Yi Futian. After all, she had seen him perform alchemy, and these people here were far inferior to him. Even as a lower-level Renhuang, he was able to create pills that upper-level Renhuangs would desire. But from what they had heard, this place was the foremost alchemy holy land, and it was said that all the skilled alchemists in the Donghua domain were here. Thus, it must be that all the alchemists in the Donghua domain were weak. Where are you from that you would dare speak so arrogantly? The cultivator from Qinhe Palace unleashed the power of the Great Path, which fell directly upon Beigong Shuang. It was like an invisible hand was pressing down from the sky and grabbing the great path of space. This put Beigong Shuang under a great amount of pressure. Beigong Ao took a step forward, standing in front of Bei Gongxuang. The great path of thunder swept out from him, and lightning flashed from his eyes, piercing towards his opponent. Their gazes locked. They were both of the 8th tier. An invisible aura swept out. Do you have doubts about the arts of the alchemy divine palace themselves, or do you think the alchemists are simply too weak? He had crushed Lu Chuan in terms of his alchemy, but he still turned his gaze to Bei Gongxuang when he heard her voice. The power of the great path seeped out from him. "What are you all doing?" said Lin Qiu, stepping forward and looking at all of them. "You all have said that the greatest alchemists of the Donghua domain are gathered here at the Alchemy Divine Palace. Since you are allowed to boast so, can she not also voice her opinion? Who are you?" His gaze fell upon Lin Qiu. "That is Lin Qiu of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range," said Zhong Fan from beside Zihe. He naturally recognized the other. The Dragon Submission Mountain Range was one of the top forces of the Dongshao continent. He had seen Lin Qiu in Huangdu before. Lin Qiu's people and the Alchemy Emperor's people were mingling together, obviously trying to make friends with each other. After all, who would not want to make friends with a powerful alchemy force? It was just like Qinhe Palace and the Alchemy Divine Palace. He looked at Lin Qiu. No wonder he had dared to walk out here. He was a member of the Lin family of Dragon Submission Mountain Range. The 3 lords of Dragon Submission Villa were all 9th tier Renhuangs, so powerful that ordinary forces would not dare offend them. Of course, the Alchemy Divine Palace was not an ordinary force. People from the Dragon Submission Mountain Range and Tower of the Alchemy Emperor on the Taiyuan continent have come here today to cause trouble, it seems, said the old cultivator from the Alchemy Divine Palace, who was standing up in the air. Or perhaps the alchemy masters of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor want to continue testing themselves. "We just happen to be passing through," answered Lin Qiu with a smile. "Just passing through?" answered the man, turning his gaze to Bei Gongxuang. "Then what did what you just said mean?" Bei Gongxuang did not know what to say. She looked to Yi Futian, who said, "If you want to say something, just say it." "I had observed that your alchemy powers were rather commonplace, and was asking why this was called the foremost holy land for alchemy in the Donghua domain. Are all the alchemists in the Donghua domain so unskilled?" asked Bei Gongxuang, but she was a little doubtful. Was it possible that she was mistaken, for she had only seen Yi Futian perform alchemy before? Perhaps he was just extraordinarily skilled. However, hadn't Yi Futian just barely learned alchemy? Although he was very talented, for him to already be better than them would be impossibly quick. And these people were known as the best alchemy, holy land in the Donghua domain. Why did she feel there was such a large gap between their alchemy and Yi Futian's? Previously, on Eastern Deity Island, Yi Futian had casually made alchemical pills that were far beyond his level. Although the ones he had created when he had first started were not the finest quality, they were still quite good. The ignorant speak their minds without fear. "This is truly shameless talk," came an elder's cold voice. He looked at Bei Gongxuang and said, "Since you think our alchemy is weak, let us see how good yours is." "No, I will not," responded Bei Gongxuang. Her words stunned everyone. Many of them smiled. She said no, yet she mocked the alchemical ability of the Alchemy Divine Palace. "You say you won't show us your alchemy, and yet you dare mock us." His gaze pierced through Bei Gongxuang. "But he will." Bei Gongxuang turned to Yi Futian, shocking him. Was she selling him out? Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned upon Yi Futian, including Lu Chuan and the other cultivators who followed the Alchemy Emperor. Yi Futian had previously said that he did not understand alchemy, that he was only a beginner at it, but now Bei Gongxuang said he would show them his alchemy. Did this mean that Yi Futian was actually skilled at alchemy? Otherwise, Bei Gongxuang would not have said anything. "Are you a disciple of the Alchemy Emperor as well?" He asked him. "No, I'm not," said Yi Futian with a shake of the head. Since your friend has seen fit to mock us, why don't you go ahead and show us how good your alchemy is?" said Grandmaster Zihi. "I have not been studying alchemy for long, so I do not have a great understanding of it." "Perhaps now is not a good time," said Yi Futian. "Why don't you speak plainly? You wish to leave, don't you?" said the cultivator from Qin He Palace coldly. His power filled the area where Yi Futian and the others were standing. Lin Qiu and the others took a step forward. Lin Qiu swept his gaze over everyone, saying, "Why are you doing this? If she wants to leave, are you really going to keep her here?" The Alchemy Divine Palace was powerful, and they had invited many forces here to make allies, but the people of Dragon Submission Villa were no pushovers. Moreover, since they had already allied with the Alchemy Emperor, it would be impossible for them to make friends with the Alchemy Divine Palace. Otherwise, they would be fair-weather friends. "Yes," said the cultivator from Qin He Palace, "if she does not explain herself, she will not be allowed to leave." When has Qin He Palace ever been this overbearing? Moreover, have you become a vassal of the Alchemy Divine Palace? Mocked Lin Qiu, but the other man ignored him. He was staring at Bei Gongxuang. She had said something so presumptuous and thought she would be able to leave here easily. Yi Futian looked over at him and said, "Although I do not have a great understanding of alchemy, the level of the alchemy that I just observed here did seem to be a little low. Would you like me to give an account of myself?" Everyone was shocked when they heard him say this, so casually. The level of the alchemy at the alchemy conference was a bit low. Everyone else was speechless. This alchemy conference had been held mainly for grandmasters. He was thought to be the alchemist with the most potential in all of Wang City. And Zhong Fan of the Alchemy Divine Palace was here as well. Their levels were, in Yi Futian's opinion, a little low. Moreover, judging from his tone of voice, he seemed to have some plan in mind. He seemed to be dismissing the strength of the other alchemists here. Sheer arrogance. All the alchemy masters attending the conference stared at Yi Futian, looking livid. He had offended all of them by these words. "That is truly arrogant. If that is the case, then let us see how good your alchemy is," said a mid-level Renhuang coldly to Yi Futian, staring at him. This alchemist was proud of his own ability and had often been flattered by others. "I will wait and said the cultivator from Qin He Palace to Yi Futian. And he was not the only one. Everyone on the mountain was looking at Yi Futian. Could this man who had come here casually really be a powerful alchemist? Yi Futian took a few steps forward. He stepped backward, and Zhong Fan and the others made way as well. They all watched Yi Futian. They wanted to see just how strong this man's alchemy was. Yi Futian waved his hand, and suddenly an alchemy cauldron floated in the air in front of him. Next, a current of the great path spread out from him. The flames of the great path filled the cauldron in an instant. The brilliant flames were suffused with a divine aura. It was as if they were immortal fire. Yi Futian took some herbs and put them in the alchemy furnace, using the flames to dissolve them. He sat there, cross-legged, his eyes closed. He seemed calm and self-possessed and very casual. "His flames are very strong." Everyone's expressions changed as they watched. From what he was doing, they could tell just how strong his flames were. The image of a phoenix seemed to appear within the flames along with a divine tree. It seemed to be growing inside the cauldron. His gaze suddenly froze. As an alchemy master, he was very sensitive to the flames of the way. When Yi Futian started, he could feel just how extraordinary his flames were. This man was not as simple as he seemed. Yi Futian performed his alchemy very casually, constantly adding more herbs to be burned in the cauldron. He was light and carefree. It was as if he truly were a student first learning alchemy, but the herbs he was using were no ordinary herbs. Everyone in the vast space before the mountain watched him do his alchemy, but he seemed not to care. He seemed completely casual, or maybe this was how he always did alchemy. "Is he really going to do it like this?" asked someone attending the alchemy conference. "He is not using any special techniques." "It's just like I said, I don't really understand alchemy," answered Yi Futian with a smile. But in reality, he was controlling the power of each and every flame within his cauldron. The flames grew hotter, and lines of the power of the great path flowed into the cauldron. The tree grew older and larger, and a cyclone gradually formed within the cauldron alongside it, making screaming noises emit from it constantly. This was the roar of the great path. The tree continued to grow, spreading out from the cauldron. It was suffused with a life aura. Everyone saw that wherever its branches enveloped, there seemed to be brilliant light blooming. As the divine light grew fiercer and fiercer, they could see that a pill was growing within it and transforming into a piece of fruit. In a flash, the light of the great path covered a vast area, making everything seem mystical and magical. The pill fruit was shining brilliantly like a divine fruit of the great path. Everyone's expression changed to one of shock. The fruit was absolutely flawless. Yi Futian waved his hand and took the fruit within it. Suddenly, the rays of the light of the great path disappeared. Yi Futian looked at everyone and said, "I don't understand alchemy very well, but I hurriedly created this pill. Naturally, it cannot be compared with those of the alchemists of the alchemy divine palace. After all of the alchemical talent in the Donghua domain is gathered there. However, the alchemy level being performed here at the alchemy conference was rather low up till now. Thus, you all must not have been performing up to your usual standards." Everyone was plunged into silence when they heard Yi Futian's words. His mocking tone left them all speechless. They had asked Yi Futian to show his skills to them. Now that he had done so, would the alchemy divine palace be satisfied? Chapter 1961. Take care of one's pride. In the vast region, countless gazes landed on Yi Futian. He did not know how to concoct pills. Also, Yi Futian claimed that he had only been concocting pills for a short while. Was he toying with alchemy divine palace? He stood there speechless. As an alchemy master, he naturally could tell the grade of a pill. He could sense what grade the pill that Yi Futian concocted was at. The pill that Yi Futian concocted was most likely on par with the one that he came up with. However, Yi Futian was only a fourth-tier Renhuang. Could it be that this fellow had a flawless divine wheel, and his way was without any blemish? On top of Zihi, there were many other cultivators who were mavens present. From a glance, they could tell that Yi Futian's skill of refining pills was extraordinary. Now that Yi Futian had demonstrated his skill, it was indeed proven that none of the alchemy masters present at the alchemy conference were comparable to him. Even Grandmaster he would most likely pale into insignificance when compared to Yi Futian. Since when did such a young alchemy grandmaster arise? Concocting pills was a time-consuming process. It was rare to encounter a young and skillful alchemy grandmaster. Chi Mu of Alchemy Divine Palace was an exception. His talent was 1 in a million. However, yet another exceptional alchemy master had appeared now. All the cultivators who were proficient in concocting pills from Donghua domain were gathered in Alchemy Divine Palace. If that was the case, how about this youth? Let alone the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. Even the cultivators from Taiyuan continent, who accompanied Alchemy Emperor on his trip, were stunned. Before this, they had asked Yi Futian before whether or not he was proficient in concocting pills. Yi Futian told them that he had a rudimentary understanding of the matter and wasn't really good at it. Was this what he meant by being not very good at it? Yi Futian merely concocted a pill casually, and the result was a pill of this grade. Was this what he called rudimentary understanding? How would those elderly cultivators who had devoted their lives to concocting pills think of this? Yi Futian was the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai, a cultivator who had trained on Eastern Deity Island. The cultivators from Taiyuan continent thought of Yi Futian's identity. The descendant of supreme deity Donglai had personally led him here. From the looks of it, their judgment of Yi Futian had been clouded due to their prejudice towards him. If Yi Futian was really an ordinary cultivator, would Goddess Donglai have brought him here? Moreover, Goddess Donglai was prepared to introduce him to the Millet Emperor. Based on the current situation, it seemed like they had come prepared. Of course, the cultivators from Taiyuan continent would not tell the rest Yi Futian's identity. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace were pompous, and they looked down on other alchemy factions in the Donghua domain. They disdained even the tower of the Alchemy Emperor. Yi Futian's action this time was considered delivering a lesson to them. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace ought to know that their place was not the only place where powerful alchemy grandmasters could be found. "Who are you?" asked Qi Mu from Alchemy Divine Palace while looking at Yi Futian. Qi Mu's temperament was good, and he was well-mannered. He didn't reveal any hint of malice. He was purely curious about Yi Futian. Yi Futian visited the place along with the disciples of Alchemy Emperor. It would be common if Yi Futian said that he was the heir of Alchemy Emperor. However, Yi Futian had denied that. If so, what was his identity? With Yi Futian's skill in concocting pills, most likely very few people could contend with him even in Alchemy Divine Palace. "I'm Yi Liunyan, a fledgling alchemy master," Yi Futian responded with a smile. "Yi Liunyan," Qi Mu mumbled. "You must be joking. With such superb skills in refining pills, I am sure you must have devoted yourself in this area for many years. Alchemy Emperor is a top alchemy grandmaster whom I have always admired. It is normal for the Emperor to have an heir like you." Qi Mu's words were aimed to feel Yi Futian out. Qi Mu held on to his speculation that Yi Futian was a disciple of Alchemy Emperor. It was just that Yi Futian did not admit it before this. Hence, when Qi Mu talked to Yi Futian this time, his eyes were locked onto Yi Futian's. Qi Mu wanted to see how Yi Futian would reply to him. "Regardless of whether you believe or not, I have indeed only started concocting pills for a short period of time. I came in contact with the art just a few years ago. I am also not a disciple of Alchemy Emperor," Yi Futian replied with a smile. He knew that the other party was curious, but he did not reveal anything, leaving them to their own speculation. "Are you interested in joining Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate?" Qi Mu asked. Now, in the Donghua domain, Alchemy Divine Palace is considered the top holy land for concocting pills. In Alchemy Divine Palace, your pill concocting ability will be fully developed. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. Was this Qi Mu inviting impressive alchemy masters to join Alchemy Divine Palace whenever he came across them? Before this, he had extended him an invitation. Now, Qi Mu was also doing the same. Yi Futian felt that the way Qi Mu phrased his invitation sounded weird. Alchemy Divine Palace would fully develop his talent. "Qi Mu, from your tone, you make it seem as though that Alchemy Divine Palace has cultivated many more alchemy masters with superior abilities compared to him," said Lin Qiu with a smile beside them. "Fully develop his talent? How many people in Alchemy Divine Palace have pill concocting ability that can compare to him? Why does he need to join Alchemy Divine Palace?" Lin Qiu already knew Yi Futian's identity. His previous speculation had not been off the mark. Yi Futian was not from the tower of the Alchemy Emperor on the Taiyuan continent. He was from Eastern Deity Island in the Penglai continent. That maiden was the descendant of Supreme Deity Donglai. Yi Futian might be her disciple, and might have received the teachings passed down from Supreme Deity Donglai. Supreme Deity Donglai was the top alchemy grandmaster in the Donghua domain back when he was alive. Would his heir need to be enrolled in Alchemy Divine Palace to learn the art of concocting pills? This Qi Mu actually claimed that Yi Futian should join Alchemy Divine Palace, not to waste his talents. Only God knew where Chi Mu gained his confidence from. Even up until this moment, Chi Mu seemed to bear an air of superiority. He believed that the Alchemy Divine Palace was the best holy land for concocting pills in the Donghua domain. Hence, all the powerful alchemy grandmasters had to join the palace. Aside from Alchemy Divine Palace, it is very difficult for other forces to help him improve his pill-concocting ability to the next level, Chimu calmly replied, ignoring the mocking tone in Lin Xiu's voice. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Although not many people in Alchemy Divine Palace have greater attainments in concocting pills compared to you, we still have many incredible alchemy grandmasters. You can exchange ideas with them. In the future, we can also regularly have discussions on the methods of concocting pills." On the ancient mountain, an elder who had come here said, "Yil Union, if you are willing to join Alchemy Divine Palace, we can provide you with the best resources for cultivation. We can even ask the palace lord to personally instruct you in concocting pills. How about it?" Yi Futian looked at the other party. These people were courteous. Yi Futian originally had concocted the pill to challenge Alchemy Divine Palace. Yet, after seeing the level of his pill-concocting ability, they had actually offered him invitations one after another. They wanted him to join Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate and had not viewed him with animosity. Most of the time, their animosity towards each other was due to their different stances. If Yi Futian joined Alchemy Divine Palace, he would naturally be on the same side as the other party. Although the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor has Alchemy Emperor to hold the fort, it is still not considered the true holy land for concocting pills. It lacks the resources. Alchemy Divine Palace is the most suitable place for you. With your level of pill concocting ability, you should not miss this opportunity, another person said. This caused the people in the space to reveal strange expressions. Their academic discussion had descended into poaching Yi Futian. They wanted to undermine the members of Alchemy Emperor and get Yi Futian to join their Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate. "Everyone, your suggestions are quite moving. However, I am not that interested," Yi Futian replied with a smile. He rejected the other party's invitation directly. Why would he join Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate? Setting aside his relationship with Alchemy Emperor, Yi Futian was originally from Eastern Deity Island. He was the Eastern Deity Island's second island lord and the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. How could he join Alchemy Divine Palace? The members of Alchemy Divine Palace were also somewhat full of themselves and looked too highly upon themselves. They believed that Alchemy Divine Palace was the most powerful holy land for concocting pills. It was as though missing this opportunity to join them would be a huge loss. He might learn many things if he joined Alchemy Divine Palace, but Yi Futian did not believe that he had the energy to focus on this. The inheritance that Supreme Deity Donglai gave him was already sufficient. Yi Futian rejected Chimu's offer. It seemed like Alchemy Divine Palace had failed to recruit him. Chimu saw that Yi Futian had rejected them. He looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Since that is the case, please concoct your best pill, sir. Why don't we compare our work?" Since Yi Futian was unwilling to join Alchemy Divine Palace, he was here to stir up trouble and to prevent their alchemy conference from wrapping up. If so, Chimu would make his move and compare his work with Yi Futian. Countless gazes looked over in their direction. Many people revealed excited looks. The top alchemy genius figure of Alchemy Divine Palace was personally stepping out. What grade would the pill he concocted be at? If Yi Futian went all in, how would the pills that the two of them concocted compare? However, Yi Futian merely cast an indifferent glance at the other party and answered, "I'm not interested." As he said this, he immediately turned and left. Before this, he was forced to concoct pills by the other party. To appease them, he had to do it. Now, Chimu wanted to compare works with him? When would this end? Chimu frowned. Numerous cultivators from Alchemy Divine Palace unleashed their auras. Lin Xiao and his group took a step forward. As he scanned the crowd, he said, "What's happening now? Could it be that the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace are bad at alchemy and are now prepared to forcefully make others stay?" "Let them leave," ordered the elder of Alchemy Divine Palace, who stood on the ancient mountain. Immediately, many cultivators retracted their auras and allowed Yi Futian's group to leave. They had no reason to keep Yi Futian and his group around today. Countless people were watching the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. If they forcefully made Yi Futian stay, they would only bring shame onto Alchemy Divine Palace. "Let's go," Yi Futian said to his companions. His group turned around and walked towards the exit. "Is your ability in concocting pills really strong? Aren't they weak?" asked Beigong Shuang, innocently as they were leaving. When the crowd heard her comment, countless cultivators had their eyes dead set on her. Those alchemy grandmasters itched to seize Beigong Shuang and give her a good beating. Didn't this girl understand the etiquette of taking care of the pride of others? Why would she humiliate them before she left? Yi Futian glanced at Beigong Shuang, speechless. "In the future, I shall visit you. We can learn the way of alchemy from each other." Qi Mu's voice sounded from afar and was transmitted into Yi Futian's ears. Clearly, the other party did not plan to leave this be. Yi Futian and his group continued walking around Wangdu. They then returned to their inn. However, according to Lin Xiao, they had only covered a small part of Wangdu. As the main city of the Dongxiao continent, Wangdu was expansive and had countless cultivators. Even so, news of Yi Futian's group had spread very quickly. It was for no other reason than the alchemy conference of Alchemy Divine Palace receiving a lot of attention. Everything that occurred during the conference would naturally be known far and wide very quickly. Soon it was being discussed in taverns big and small. Many people now knew that Alchemy Emperor had also come to Wangdu. Alchemy Emperor's descendants had also come into conflict with an alchemy grandmaster of Alchemy Divine Palace, and even managed to suppress him. Some people said that Alchemy Emperor had done this on purpose, sending people to disturb the alchemy conference to prove his pill-concocting ability. However, some people also believed that Alchemy Emperor was above doing so, and that the members of Alchemy Divine Palace had spoken out arrogantly in the first place. They had boasted that most of the talented alchemy masters in the Donghua domain were from Alchemy Divine Palace. They ignored the existence of Alchemy Emperor and the other alchemy forces. That was why the disciple of Alchemy Emperor could not take it. However, Alchemy Emperor did not know about this. While Yi Futian was out strolling, Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai went to Wangshan Watchtower to visit the master there, Millet Emperor. Ordinary people would naturally not be able to meet the Millet Emperor easily, but Goddess Donglai could. She was the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. Supreme Deity Donglai and Millet Emperor were good friends. Many years ago, when Goddess Donglai was still young, she had been close with Millet Emperor and called him uncle. Millet Emperor would always embrace her. Their relationship was naturally intimate. It was just that after things occurred to Supreme Deity Donglai, Goddess Donglai had always remained in seclusion on Eastern Deity Island. Many years had passed, and their relationship had grown distant. After Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai returned, many people came to see them in the palace. The number of people who came grew. Many of them were renowned figures of Wangdu. Alchemy Emperor could only receive them. After that, only did he know that Yi Futian's group had stirred up trouble in Wangdu and that they had directly offended Alchemy Divine Palace. This made him speechless. Right now, in the banquet area in the palace, an elder smiled at Alchemy Emperor and said, "Now Alchemy Divine Palace is the largest alchemy force in Wangdu. Alchemy grandmasters are being drawn to it. It is difficult for the cultivators from the outside to obtain even a pill from them. This has caused Alchemy Divine Palace to grow more and more arrogant. Now that Alchemy Emperor has come, It is good for someone to knock them down a few notches. They should understand that Alchemy Divine Palace is not the only alchemy force. This cultivator was clearly dissatisfied with Alchemy Divine Palace. After hearing this, Alchemy Emperor was somewhat speechless. It seemed that he had been dragged into this mess. Many people believe that Yi Futian was intentionally sent by the Alchemy Emperor to stir up trouble in Alchemy Divine Palace and sully their image. That is right. That person proclaimed himself the top alchemy master after Supreme Deity Donglai, and is even more arrogant. Alchemy Emperor is the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. Your ability will certainly not be weaker than his, said another person. This was all just fancy words to appease Alchemy Emperor. However, in reality, the Alchemy Emperor knew his own strength. Rumor has it that the person in Alchemy Divine Palace was already aiming to break through to the next plane. That person's pill-concocting ability was extremely proficient. In terms of level, it should be above that of Alchemy Emperors. After all, many years ago, the other party had been an incredible alchemy grandmaster. Alchemy Emperor naturally did not take such praise to heart. Everyone, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Liunian is neither my disciple nor an alchemy master of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. I did not send him to the Alchemy Conference of Alchemy Divine Palace. This matter should just be a coincidence, Alchemy Emperor explained. Such an explanation was meaningless, as those who had misunderstood would still misunderstand. Nevertheless, Alchemy Emperor was not so free to find fault with Alchemy Divine Palace on this trip and stir up trouble. He isn't, someone said as they revealed a strange expression. He looked at Alchemy Emperor and said, "Then who brought up such an outstanding and monstrous alchemy master?" Alchemy Emperor would not lie to them on this. If Yi Liunian were his disciple or cultivated in the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor, Alchemy Emperor would not deny it. Regarding that, I will not say anything on the matter. Please understand, Alchemy Emperor said as he saluted with his fists. This caused the crowd to be even more curious. Could Yi Liunian's master be one of the powerful alchemy grandmasters who kept low profiles? They could not figure out who it could be. "Could we meet little friendy?" someone asked with a smile. "I'll ask him," Alchemy Emperor replied as he instructed a person beside him. The person left and, not long after, Yi Futian's group arrived. Yi Futian glanced at the group of people before him. They were all senior figures with upper-level Renhuang cultivation. "Seniors, Junior, Yi Liunian bids you all well," Yi Futian said with a smile as he bowed politely. Although Yi Futian's ability was not below that of many senior figures, he was still a junior figure. He should not forgo the necessary courtesies. "He has a good temperament," someone praised when he saw Yi Futian. Yi Futian was dressed in white robes and had white hair. He appeared extraordinarily handsome. Yi Futian's temperament alone gave off an outstanding vibe. One could tell that he was a prominent figure at a glance. He is such a prominent figure. He must be from a powerful background. I wonder which master managed to cultivate such an extraordinary talent, someone else praised. He was trying to dig up Yi Futian's identity. Yi Futian indeed gave off such a vibe. With such temperament, he appeared to be a descendant of a powerful clan. Based on Alchemy Emperor's tone, that should be the case. "Seniors, all of you are praising me too highly," Yi Futian replied with a smile as he greeted them back. He similarly did not answer the other party's question. "Little friend Ye's alchemy techniques are outstanding. Even Grandmaster Z, he was rendered speechless," someone said with a smile. "Many people claimed that when little friend Yi presented your pill, no one from Alchemy Divine Palace could say a word. I can imagine how their expressions were like then. What grade was the pill that little friend Yi concocted?" "It was a middle-grade pill. After all, my cultivation is at the middle-level Renhuang plane," Yi Futian answered with a smile. The other party smiled and nodded his head slightly. They had all heard that although the pill he had concocted was only a middle-grade pill, it was a flawless pill of the great path. It was just that they had not witnessed it themselves. At that moment, a person traversed the sky nearby and immediately landed on the cliff outside the palace. Yi Futian turned to look at him. The person who had arrived saluted with his fists and said, "A representative of Heavenly Battle Palace greets Senior Alchemy Emperor." He was from Heavenly Battle Palace. Yi Futian recalled the place with the extremely magnificent law battle area that they had passed by yesterday. They were the top force in Wangdu, Heavenly Battle Palace. Yi Futian never imagined that their representative would come here. The position of this force in Wangdu was not below that of Alchemy Divine Palace. "Please come in," Alchemy Emperor said as he looked outside. The person immediately crossed the sky and came over. "What brings Heavenly Battle Palace here?" Alchemy Emperor asked. With Heavenly Battle Palace's position, they did not need to flatter him. "We have come to seek Renhuang, Yi, and Lin Xiu," the person who arrived said. Yi Futian and Lin Xiu beside him felt somewhat surprised. Heavenly Battle Palace was looking for them. Alchemy Emperor looked at Yi Futian. With a smile, he said, "You all should chat." Yi Futian asked, "What business do you have with me?" The other party answered, "Heavenly Battle Palace has heard that recently many cultivators from the neighboring continents have come to Wangdu. Hence, we wanted to invite everyone to pay us a visit. Aside from that, we have also invited many forces from Wangdu. Coincidentally, there will be a few exciting battles taking place in Heavenly Battle Palace. Therefore, we intentionally came over to invite Renhuang, Yi, Dragon Submission Villa, as well as everyone from Taiyuan continent to come over to Heavenly Battle Palace to spectate the battles. Heavenly Battle Palace is a place for law battles and regularly becomes a place to meet people. Cultivators love to battle. With such conditions, Heavenly Battle Palace is a suitable place to meet people." Lin Xiu explained to Yi Futian through transmitted thought. Lin Xiu then smiled and said, "All right, since Heavenly Battle Palace has come especially to invite us over, we will naturally oblige. Thank you for coming all this way." As Lin Xiu said this, he looked over at Yi Futian, who was beside him, and asked, "Shall we go together?" "All right, let's go over to take a look," Yi Futian said. Since the other party had come all this way to invite them over, he would naturally oblige. "Everyone, let's go," the other party said as he gestured. Yi Futian's group walked out. The member from Heavenly Battle Palace bowed slightly at Alchemy Emperor and said, "Apologies for disturbing Senior Alchemy Emperor. We will be leaving." Alchemy Emperor nodded his head slightly and did not say anything. Very quickly, the other group also disappeared. As they watched the silhouettes head off, someone said, "The members of Heavenly Battle Palace love to battle. That fellow might have arranged this gathering. They must have also invited Alchemy Divine Palace, aside from inviting Little Friendy." "It is not a possibility, it is a certainty," commented someone to the side. They would not miss such an event. Not just Alchemy Divine Palace. Anyone that they invite would also not miss this event. As they spoke, they glanced over at Alchemy Emperor, seemingly wanting to glean something from his expression. However, they saw that the Alchemy Emperor's expression was calm, as though everything was as usual and there was nothing off. He seemed to be unfazed by Yi Futian's departure. Could it be that he was not worried that Yi Futian would be taken advantage of? Or rather, it was his confidence towards Yi Futian's ability. Aside from his alchemy techniques, they did not know much about the actual ability of that monstrous alchemy master. However, he was most likely not weak. Right now, Heavenly Battle Palace was filled with people and was extremely lively. Wangdu was vast and endless. Yet, among the most prosperous and lively places in Wangdu, Heavenly Battle Palace was second to none. In Heavenly Battle Palace, a large number of cultivators of various planes gathered every day. Each law battle platform was grand and impressive. From top to bottom, it was extremely majestic. Yi Futian's group were guided upstairs by the cultivator from Heavenly Battle Palace. There were already many people waiting there. Yi Futian saw some of the people he had encountered yesterday. Qi Mu and Zhong Fan from Alchemy Divine Palace had also been invited. From another direction, there were many cultivators also making their way over here. One group among them was exceptionally eye-catching. They were a group of goddesses from Goddess Peak. At that moment, a group of people stood up on a level nearby. They were the cultivators of the Heavenly Battle Palace. The leader appeared to be in his 30s, and a formless pressure emanated from his body. His figure was proportional, and his facial features were distinct. This person was Yang Qian, who was the eldest son of Heavenly Battle Palace Lord. He was also the most talented person in Heavenly Battle Palace. He was considered by many to be the next Heavenly Battle Palace Lord. He had cultivated for more than 100 years, and was now a powerful existence at the upper-level Renhuang plane. His combat ability was extremely powerful. Now, Heavenly Battle Palace Lord had already begun paving the way for his son to inherit the title of Palace Lord. Yang Qian could already command many of the elders of Heavenly Battle Palace. Right now, there were many cultivators beside Yang Qian. The cultivators sitting on the levels watching the law battle platform were all incredible figures from Heavenly Battle Palace. Yang Qian from Heavenly Battle Palace welcomes all of you, Yang Qian said as he saluted at the crowd with his fists. The members of the forces of Wangdu naturally knew who he was. However, there were some outsiders who did not recognize him. So, Yang Qian intentionally mentioned his own name. He is the eldest son of Heavenly Battle Palace Lord and the future master of Heavenly Battle Palace. Lin Xiu explained to Yi Futian via thought transmission. Yi Futian immediately understood. He must also be the one who invited everyone here this time. Aside from a person of such status, no one else could invite various cultivators to gather together without embarrassing themselves. Many people returned his salute. Yang Qian glanced around at the crowd. He then looked at Yi Futian with a smile and said, "You must be Ren Huangyi. Before this, you have displayed your abilities during the alchemy conference. I have heard about this from other people. Hence, I specifically instructed for Ren Huangyi to be invited over." "You are too kind," Yi Futian replied with a smile. "Please be seated," Yang Qian said as he gestured towards a seat. Yi Futian and the others sat down immediately. Yang Qian also looked towards the cultivators from Goddess Peak and said, "Goddess, we are all familiar with each other. Please be seated." The cultivators from Goddess Peak had extraordinary temperament. They sat down in seats near Yi Futian's group. Many of them looked over at Yi Futian curiously. Hearing what Yang Qian said, they naturally also knew that Yi Futian was the person who caused the disturbance during the alchemy conference. The major forces of Wangdu were the first to know about this. The members of Goddess Peak naturally also heard of this. The arrival of Yi Futian's group drew the attention of many people, or rather, they were interested in Yi Futian. He had already become a prominent figure. Of course, the people who were most interested in Yi Futian were undoubtedly the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. Qi Mu, Zhong Fan, Zihe, and the rest of their group were sitting to one side. They looked over when Yi Futian arrived. They only shifted their gazes when they saw Yi Futian sit down. They appeared to be talking casually to each other. However, the people here knew that the storm during yesterday's alchemy conference was not settled. There was bound to be a continuation. It was just that no one knew when the situation would erupt. After that, cultivators from all over arrived one after another. There were cultivators from the top forces of Wangdu and cultivators from various other continents, like Yi Futian's group. Nevertheless, those invited here were the top forces of the various continents. Otherwise, they would not have caught the eye of Heavenly Battle Palace. More and more people gathered here. It was very lively. Fortunately, this area was expansive, and there were many seats to watch the platforms from. The view was excellent. This was a place to spectate law battles. At a glance, all the law battle platforms were in sight. Futian turned to look at the law battle platforms below. Matrices surrounded each law battle platform. They were scattered across different areas and they were well spaced out. Even their heights were different. The layout was similar to that of the Jiutian temple back then. The higher the plane of a battle, the taller the law battle platform it would be held on. The lowest platforms were for law battles between those below the Saint Plane. They already formed their own area on the lower half of Heavenly Battle Palace. The people above were not too interested in the battles here. Many people were more interested in the law battle platforms in the center region. They were the platforms for the battle between saints. Battles between cultivators at the Saint Plane were the most frequent battles in Heavenly Battle Palace. Among the people who came to participate in these battles, some came for fame, others came for benefits. No matter their reason for coming, Heavenly Battle Palace was the best training ground to temper one's combat ability. There was a single law battle platform at the region at the very top. It floated in the sky and was enveloped in the light of a matrix. It seemed ethereal, appearing transparent. If there were no battles on it, it would appear as though it did not exist and there was no law battle platform there. This law battle platform was reserved for renhuangs. Not many renhuangs participated in law battles. Hence, there was only one law battle platform reserved for them. This platform was sufficient to support the renhuangs who wanted to participate in law battles. Futian casually glanced at the various battlefields below. Battles between saints and between sages no longer caught his attention. He merely looked around. After all, his cultivation and the cultivation of those around him were already beyond the Saint Plane. Yang Qian, when you invited us over, didn't you mention that there would be exciting law battles? Why haven't you arranged for one yet? A crisp voice sounded at that moment. The person who had spoken was a female cultivator from Goddess Peak. Although her voice was authoritative, her appearance was stunning. She made people feel that her beauty could only be admired. No one dared to approach and sully her image. Goddess, you are still so impatient, Yang Qian stated with a smile. He gave some instructions to the people beside him, and immediately someone left. Not long after, a light of the great path shone. The law battle platform seemed to be changing. It became real and floated in midair. It was like a gigantic battle platform. Light of the great path circled the platform. The matrix around it contained the aura of the great path of space. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in midair. It descended from the sky, and his silhouette landed on the law battle platform. This person had a powerful aura. An overbearing air emanated from his eyes. He glanced around at the surrounding cultivators. Many people sensed his aura. He was actually at the middle-level Renhuang plane. At that moment, many people below felt somewhat excited. Were they about to witness a Renhuang law battle up close, that of the middle-level Renhuang plane? Heavenly Battle Palace seemed to have invited many people over today. The upcoming battles would not be simple. Was only one person going up? Many people revealed bizarre expressions. If it were a law battle, he would naturally have an opponent. Why was he standing there alone? What was Yang Qian planning to do? I am Wang Yi from Qinhe Palace. I have heard that cultivators from many continents have arrived, preparing to train in Wangshan Watchtower. I am somewhat curious as to what level of ability the cultivators from the various continents sent here to Wangdu are at. Hence, I wish to use this opportunity to experience it for myself, the cultivator on the law battle platform proclaimed in a loud voice. He swept a glance over the crowd of cultivators and asked, "Cultivators of Taiyuan continent, would anyone be interested in a spar to test our abilities against each other?" Futian frowned when he heard the words of the other party. Was Wang Yi targeting them? Had Heavenly Battle Palace invited them over a false pretense? Lin Xiao and the others also clearly realized this. They glanced over at Yang Qian. Yang Qian's expression was normal, as though all this had nothing to do with him. Lin Xiao also noticed the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. Zhong Fan, from Alchemy Divine Palace, glanced over in their direction. His expression was indifferent and calm. It was as though this was within his expectations and was no surprise. Alchemy Divine Palace and Qin He Palace had always been close. Hence, for Alchemy Divine Palace to know something about this was no surprise. They might even be the masterminds behind this. From the Alchemy Conference, they had brought their conflict with Yi Futian onto the law battle platform. Were they planning to restore their image here? Currently, Lin Xiao did not know what role Heavenly Battle Palace was playing in this incident. However, Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace were not so close. Heavenly Battle Palace loved battles and was a law battle force. They respected the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, but it was just respect. They would not be ordered around by Alchemy Divine Palace unless it was something they themselves wanted to do. Heavenly Battle Palace wanted to witness an exciting battle. Now that the cultivators from various continents had arrived, in addition to the friction caused during the Alchemy Conference, they had the opportunity they wanted to organize a law battle between powerful Renhuangs. Loud, intense roars came from below. The crowd seemed to be waiting in anticipation for this battle. Law battles between powerful Renhuangs were rare, unlike the battles between sages and saints. It was because, even if they were merely sparring, Renhuangs hated being spectated by others. Now, there was such an opportunity. The person who had come out to battle was a cultivator from the Qin He Palace, a top force. The person who the cultivator had incited to battle was the Taiyuan continent cultivator who had caused a disturbance during the Alchemy Conference. His spears were aimed at the powerful alchemy grandmaster, Yilianyan. If you wish to ignore this challenge, leave immediately. Heavenly Battle Palace will not dare to do anything. They are not qualified to directly interfere in whether or not you accept the law battle. Lin Xiao explained to Yi Futian over transmitted thoughts. No matter what Heavenly Battle Palace's motive was, if Heavenly Battle Palace had invited them all here to see their law battles, Heavenly Battle Palace had plotted against them. Yi Futian and Lin Xiao would naturally feel dissatisfied. Yi Futian naturally would not accept the law battle. A mere middle-level Renhuang from Qin He Palace wanted a law battle with him. They were not on the same level. A 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang was barely qualified to invite Yi Futian for a law battle. Yi Futian looked at the law battle platform. His expression was calm. It was as though all this was unrelated to him. The other party had invited cultivators from the Taiyuan continent to have a law battle with him. In reality, they were targeting Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was not a cultivator from the Taiyuan continent. Many people sitting beside him gazed at him. They wanted to see how he would respond. However, they were quickly disappointed when Yi Futian remained sitting there, showing no intention of battling. On the other hand, some Renhuangs next to Yi Futian frowned. Their expressions were not happy. They naturally also realized that Heavenly Battle Palace invited them over with ulterior motives. Now, a member of Qin He Palace had directly challenged them. Would they accept the challenge? It was not just the people on this side. In the vast area of Heavenly Battle Palace, countless cultivators below all lifted their heads and looked over. They wanted to witness a law battle between Renhuangs. It remained to be seen whether the cultivators from the Taiyuan continent would allow them to do so. The cultivators from Qin He Palace are proficient in battle, Yang Qian said with a smile. It has been many years since Wang Yi has proven his way and reached the middle-level Renhuang plane. His divine wheel of the Great Path is powerful, and his combat ability is also extraordinary. Among the figures of the same level in Wangdu, his combat ability is considered extremely powerful. This is his first time participating in a law battle here in Heavenly Battle Palace. It will certainly be a spectacle. Yang Qian did not coerce the cultivators from the Taiyuan continent to participate in the battle. He seemed to keep on talking on his own. Under such circumstances, if the cultivators from the Taiyuan continent wanted to leave, he would not say anything. Yesterday, during the alchemy conference, Renhuang Yi displayed extremely proficient pill concocting ability. He concocted extraordinary pills with middle-level Renhuang plane cultivation. I believe that his own ability must certainly be outstanding. Will I have the opportunity to experience it for myself? Another person said at the moment. The person who spoke was Grandmaster Z. Yesterday, after Yi Futian concocted his pills, Zihe knew that in terms of pill concocting ability, even he was no match for Yi Futian. He speculated that Yi Futian's ability would definitely not be weak. Yi Futian might even be very powerful. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at Zihe. He smiled and asked, "Does Grandmaster Z, he want to have a law battle with me?" He was stunned. His plane was much higher than Yi Futian's. He would naturally not participate himself. His meaning should have been obvious. "Wang Ye's plane is the same as Renhuang Ye's," said Qimu to the side as he looked at the law battle platform. Yi Futian traced Qimu's gaze and looked in the direction of Wang Yi. Wang Yi similarly was looking at him. His eyes were burning with battle intent. Clearly, Wang Yi desired to have a match with him. "Grandmaster Z, his plane of cultivation is also higher than mine. However, does it mean that the pills that he concocted will definitely be better than mine?" Yi Futian said indifferently as he cast a glance in the direction of Wang Yi. "If I were to join the law battle, he would be unworthy as my opponent." Yi Futian's tone was arrogant. Since the other party was dying to challenge him, naturally he did not need to be polite with them. Yesterday, when he was at the alchemy conference, the cultivators of Qin, He Palace, had tried all sorts of tricks on him. Now that they wanted to challenge him in a law battle, did they think it would be sufficient for them to send out a representative at this level? The crowd had naturally sensed the arrogance in Yi Futian's tone. It seemed like he was indeed very confident of his skills. Wang Yi was considered a powerful figure in Qin He Palace, yet Yi Futian claimed that he was unworthy to be his opponent in a law battle. Moreover, Yi Futian had shamed both Zihe and Wang Yi in his speech. On the law battle platform, Wang Ye's gaze was fixed upon Yi Futian. A formless might of the great path pressed down on Yi Futian's space from across the platform, seemingly forcing Yi Futian to retaliate. Yi Futian frowned and swept a glance at the other party. For a split second, Yi Futian's eyes changed. Wang Yi felt as though he was staring at a full moon instead of a pair of eyes. He felt a chill all over his body. The cold seemed to freeze even his soul. The crowd revealed strange expressions. They could sense that a formless aura of the great path had appeared in both their eyes. This aura of the great path was chilly, emanating a frosty vibe. Were the two of them already exchanging blows? Sizzle. Frost appeared in the air. The crowd noticed that frost also appeared on the body of Wang Yi, who was standing on the law battle platform. His hair turned white as it was covered with a layer of rime. He was shivering, as though the surrounding was very cold. At this moment, Wang Yi, who was already a Renhuang, actually felt extremely cold. He attempted to break free from that sensation. However, he had fallen into his opponent's control. A glance from Yi Futian was enough to make him fall. Many people were astonished as they stared at Yi Futian. He had not even lifted a finger. He merely looked at Wang Yi. He was still firmly seated in his seat. "You want me to have a law battle with you?" Yi Futian uttered. His voice seemed to contain the might of a sonic wave. It was deep and domineering. His voice carried the might of Buddha, which could instill fear in people's hearts. As soon as Yi Futian spoke, countless voices reverberated in Wang Ye's mind. He felt as though his soul was going to explode. With a splat, Wang Yi had actually spat out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have received a shock from an invisible force. He took a few steps backward as his face turned ashen. At this moment, the might dissipated. Wang Yi had finally freed himself from the unpleasant sensation. He raised his head and looked at Yi Futian, who remained seated. The white-haired youth had a calm expression, as though he had never attacked Wang Yi at all. "Do you still want a law battle with me?" Yi Futian asked. His voice still sounded nonchalant. Wang Yi's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He stood up and bowed slightly at Yi Futian, saying, "Thanks for showing me a few pointers." After Wang Yi had greeted Yi Futian, he turned around and left directly. He was too ashamed to stay around. With just a brief exchange, Yi Futian had engraved in him a profound lesson. There was nothing powerful about being at the Renhuang Plain. The Renhuangs of Qinhe Palace had extraordinary combat ability. Wang Yi considered himself outstanding. However, only now did he realize how weak and frail he was. Wang Yi could not even withstand a gaze or a shout from Yi Futian. A law battle? Wang Yi was not worthy. What would he bring to a law battle? Wang Yi turned and walked away. He got off the law battle platform and left, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Just then, deafening cries of astonishment and the noise of rowdy discussion came from below the law battle platform. Although they had not witnessed a law battle, it was as though they had seen a battle that was even more soul-stirring than a law battle. With just a gaze, Yi Futian caused a Renhuang at the same level to be knocked back and surrender. From Wang Yi's response, he admitted his defeat. He no longer had the intention of battling, being defeated fair and square. This could only mean that the two of them were not even on the same level. The difference between them was too great. The people who were sitting on the spectator stand were also astonished at Yi Futian's might. The cultivators of Qinhe Palace felt disgraced. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace were also speechless. They had coerced Yi Futian to a law battle, yet Wang Yi could not withstand even a gaze from Yi Futian. Their abilities were not matched. What could Wang Yi bring to their law battle? Even though they had speculated that Yi Futian's ability might be very powerful, they had not imagined that he would be so powerful. Based on Yi Futian's attack just now, it would be difficult for even a fifth-tier Renhuang to defeat him. No wonder he had directly challenged Grandmaster Z. If you want to see me in a law battle, your core members should come out personally. For instance, if the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace were to stand on the law battle platform, I might consider it, Yi Futian said indifferently. Such arrogant words startled the surrounding people. What sort of figure was the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace? He was already a 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang. His combat ability was also very powerful. No one below the upper-level Renhuang plane was a match for him. However, they could hear the dissatisfaction in Yi Futian's tone. This time, Heavenly Battle Palace had invited them over, yet they actually wanted to watch Yi Futian participate in a law battle. Yi Futian naturally had qualms with this. Hence, he had said such words, venting the frustration in his heart. The young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, Yangqian, ignored Yi Futian's discontentment. He laughed heartily and said, "I have to confess to Renhuang Yi about the matters today. I have indeed invited you all here with other motives in mind. I wanted to witness the abilities of the members of various continents. This is how I am. I love law battles. If I have offended Renhuang Yi, please excuse my offense." Many people revealed strange expressions. Yang Qian was actually apologizing to Yi Futian. It seemed that Yi Futian's previous attack had won Yang Qian's respect. "I regret missing the grand occasion at the alchemy conference. I never imagined that I would witness such a scene today. I am getting even more curious about Renhuang Yi. Your pill-concocting ability and combat ability are extraordinary. If my speculation is correct, Alchemy Emperor has brought Renhuang Yi to Wangdu to meet Millet Emperor? Yang Qian asked with a smile. Many people had come this time for the Wangshan watchtower. However, not many people dared to say that they had come to meet Millet Emperor. After all, even if they could enter the Wangshan watchtower to cultivate, they would not necessarily meet Millet Emperor. However, the instantaneous exchange just now made Yang Qian realize that Alchemy Emperor had brought Renhuang Yi to Wangdu for this purpose. Chapter 1965 Mysterious Visitors. Yi Futian smiled casually and did not respond directly. He merely said, "I just came out to see and experience Wangdu. I did not have anything planned." This time he was mainly following Goddess Donglai's arrangement, following her to Wangdu. Yi Futian also had no plans of cultivating in the Wangshan watchtower. Goddess Donglai meant to introduce him to Millet Emperor now that he was considered half a disciple of supreme deity Donglai. The master of the Wangshan watchtower, the top figure on Dongshao continent, Millet Emperor, was good friends with supreme deity Donglai back in the day. Renhuang Ye's ability is extraordinary, and your alchemy techniques are also so astonishing. May I ask what is the relationship between Renhuang Yi and Alchemy Emperor? A voice asked. Yi Futian shifted his gaze towards the person who had spoken. It was actually a disciple of Goddess Peak. She had an extremely outstanding appearance and temperament. She was a goddess of Goddess Peak. Goddess of Goddess Peak, Empress Yi. Lin Xiao introduced her to Yi Futian via thought transmission. Empress Yi's question was also what other people wanted to know. Yi Futian had such outstanding alchemy techniques, but he claimed that he was not a disciple of Alchemy Emperor. Then, what was his identity? Up until now, this was still a mystery. No one knew. However, even if he wasn't a disciple of Alchemy Emperor, he had come to Wangdu with Alchemy Emperor's entourage. Yi Futian must have an extremely intimate relationship with him. Goddess will naturally know in the future, Yi Futian replied with a smile, not answering the other party's question. Since Goddess Donglai had instructed him not to reveal his identity, for now, she naturally had her reasons for doing so. Alchemy Emperor had also instructed the members who had come with them from the Taiyuan continent to keep it to themselves for now. Only they knew that Yi Futian was not the disciple of Alchemy Emperor, but his junior, an heir of supreme deity Donglai. If the people knew that Yi Futian was the heir of the once top alchemy grandmaster of the Donghua domain, they would probably treat him differently. It would certainly whip up a storm. After all, aside from his daughter, supreme deity Donglai did not have an heir back then. After he perished, Eastern Deity Island went into seclusion and was gradually forgotten by the world. After so many years, Eastern Deity Island was gradually forgotten by the top forces of the Donghua domain. Renhuang Yi, can't you reveal a little? Empress Yi asked with a smile. It was hard to refuse her. Yang Qian, who was sitting there, also went along with her and said, I am also similarly curious about this. Since it will be revealed in the future, why don't you give us a teaser? Or maybe you can hint about it a little. Alchemy Emperor is considered my senior and not my teacher, Yi Futian replied with a smile. It was still an answer that did not reveal anything. However, it was considered a hint for them to speculate on. Supreme deity Donglai had perished many years ago. Alchemy Emperor was just a cultivator whose supreme deity Donglai had instructed before. It was difficult for anyone to link Yi Futian to supreme deity Donglai. After all, no one would even consider supreme deity Donglai in their speculation. The crowd was all pondering this issue, but no one could make any head or tail. From the looks of it, we can only wait. I cannot figure this out. Has anyone managed to do so? Yang Qian asked the crowd. The crowd shook their heads. They could not figure out the true identity of this cultivator with proficient pill-concocting ability, powerful combat ability, and who also claimed to be the junior of Alchemy Emperor. It seems that no one has managed to guess, Yang Qian said with a smile as he shook his head at the crowd's response. So be it. We can only wait and see. I wonder what sort of surprise will be in store. The crowd did not ponder more on Yi Futian's identity. Since the other party was unwilling to reveal it and they could not figure it out, they could only leave it be. It was a waste of time anyway. I also wish to ask everyone a question, someone asked right then. The crowd looked over at the person who spoke. He was a middle-aged Renhuang who had an authoritative aura. This person was not a cultivator from Wangdu, and was instead like Yi Futian and the others. He was from another continent and was mainly here for the Wangshan watchtower. Go on, Yang Qian said. He had invited everyone here, so he naturally knew who the other party was. This person was also an incredible Renhuang from the Taihua continent. He was a Renhuang from the Hua clan, which was the top clan of the Taihua continent. His name was Hua Tianlin. Based on what Yang Qian knew, Hua Tianlin was very famous on the continent. He was renowned far and wide. Since his youth, he was known as the most monstrous figure on the continent. Hua Tianlin came to Wangdu on the Dongxiao continent with only one goal in mind: to meet the top figure of this continent, Millet Emperor. Back in the day, he had asked to study cultivation methods under Millet Emperor. Although he was a member of the top clan of the Taihua continent, he had not received instruction from any major figure. He had come this time for such an opportunity. With his ability, he would certainly get such a chance. This time, cultivators from various continents have come to Wangdu. How many of them will have the chance to meet Millet Emperor? Hua Tianlin asked. He was not that curious about Yi Futian. The divine prefecture was huge, and there were too many incredible figures. Powerful cultivators were innumerable. He couldn't pay attention to so many of them. He could only focus on what he wanted. I'm afraid no one can answer your question, Yang Qian answered. Even in Wangdu, few people here have seen Millet Emperor more than once. Millet Emperor is elusive. We can't come in contact with him even if we wanted to. Be it Heavenly Battle Palace, Alchemy Divine Palace, or other forces, it is the same. If you want to ask how many people will get to meet Millet Emperor, only Millet Emperor himself knows. Hua Tianlin nodded his head and did not ask more. However, since all of you are here, you can get to know one another beforehand, Yang Qian continued with a smile. Those who have come here are all prominent figures from all over. Many of you have come for the Wangshan watchtower. If you are interested, you can get to know each other on the law battle platform. I have no interest in learning from others, as well as verifying the abilities of others. Farewell, Hua Tianlin said. He seemed uninterested in law battles. As he said this, he actually got up, causing many people to reveal strange looks. Was Hua Tianlin actually planning to leave just like that? Those who have cultivated up to such a high cultivation plane each had their own quirks. I also have some business to attend to, so I won't stay. May we meet again in the future. Yi Futian bid farewell, preparing to leave. He had entertained the other party's invitation because he had nothing to do. Hence, he had come over to check the place out. He never imagined that the other party had plotted against him and wanted him to participate in a law battle. Although Yang Qian had apologized, Yi Futian still did not like the atmosphere here and was not interested in participating in law battles. So he prepared to leave. This made it somewhat awkward for Yang Qian. From the looks of it, his idea had missed the mark. These people had no intention of clashing with one another. However, just as Yi Futian was prepared to leave, his gaze suddenly looked far into the distance. From there, a terrifying aura could faintly be sensed. It was not just Yi Futian. The others in his group had also sensed it and were frantically looking in that direction. Very quickly, the sky in the distance changed color. A monstrous pressure of the great path loomed over them and enveloped the entire heavenly battle palace. It was not just them. Very soon, the members of Heavenly Battle Palace sensed the terrifying pressure of the great path and frantically looked up into the sky in the distance. Yang Qian frowned. Just then, behind him, cultivators emerged from the palaces of Heavenly Battle Palace one after another. Powerful wills swept out towards the distance. They had clearly also sensed the pressure. Soon, in the sky far in the distance, divine light descended from the sky. The next moment, a group of cultivators descended, accompanied by divine light. They immediately appeared above Heavenly Battle Palace. These people had extremely powerful auras. Each person had Renhuang plane cultivation. Among them, there were even a few people who had terrifying auras. The aura of top-level Renhuangs faintly emanated from their bodies. There were many upper-level Renhuangs among them. Such a lineup was frightening. Even in Wangdu, not many forces could put together such a powerful lineup. These people were clearly not a force from Wangdu. The law battles in Heavenly Battle Palace below all stopped at this moment. Countless gazes looked up at the group of cultivators who had descended from the sky. Who were these people? "What business do you have with Heavenly Battle Palace?" asked Yang Qian, the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, right then, as he stood up and looked up into the sky. He had yet to discern where the other party had come from. In the Donghua domain, few forces had such a lineup. Chapter 1966. Ancient Royal Family of the Northern Land. The cultivators stood high in the sky as their gazes scanned the Heavenly Battle Palace beneath them. One of them said, "This is the location of Dongshao Continent's Wangdu Law Battle." The others around the speaker nodded. Then, looking down, the people beneath them had odd expressions on their faces. After hearing those words, they knew that these people were not cultivators from the Dongshao continent, but were from another continent. So they should be from a continent of a similar caliber. Yi Futian and his group observed closely and found out that they did not behave like they were from a single entity. They moved and acted in separate, smaller groups. They also instantly realized that these cultivators were most likely not from the same faction, but multiple factions. This meant that these people could be from one of the other 6 continents of the 7 main continents of the Donghua domain. Only a continent at around the Dongshao continent's level would have such a domineering and powerful lineup. Cultivators not from the 7 main continents would never have dared to arrive in such a manner. This is the Heavenly Battle Palace, the location of Wangdu Law Battle. Are you not from Wangdu? Yang Qian asked. The cultivators looked down and scanned the area. Then one of them said, "We come from the north." The north. Many cultivators' pupils shrank. Within the territories of the Donghua domain, the north specifically meant the northern areas among the 7 main continents, and one continent in the northern areas was one of the 7 main continents. Among the 7 main continents within the Donghua domain, the Donghua continent was at the center. It was where the Donghua domain chief's office was situated, and it was most certainly the core of one of the 18 divine prefecture domains, which would be the Donghua domain. The other 6 main continents surrounded the Donghua continent, and between the main continents were many other continental plates scattered around the 6 main continents. It looked like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. 1. The Dongshao continent was in the eastern areas, and the north in the northern areas meant the Yanyan continent. Since these people came from the north, they were most certainly from the Yanyan continent. The cultivators of the Yanyan continent arriving in Wangdu of the Donghua continent were not an insignificant event. It was possible that the military leaders of the Yanyan continent had also arrived, and it was unclear if they were hidden among the crowd. The north, Yi Futian thought. He was searching for a memory. Due to supreme deity Donglai's memories, he knew a little bit about many things concerning the divine prefecture. However, the memories were scattered and in pieces, so it was still relatively blurry. Only the memory that supreme deity Donglai specifically left within the will during his cultivation was preserved perfectly. That was why Yi Futian could inherit supreme deity Donglai's cultivation. However, when it came to things concerning the external world, he only knew a little, but the memories were always vague. The north. It seemed to have left a rather strong impression. Supreme Deity Donglai's main enemy was in the north. Lin Qiu's expression turned solemn. He looked at Yi Futian beside him from the side. He moved as if he wanted to speak, but stopped before saying anything. He had guessed Yi Futian's identity, and there was a high likelihood that these people were connected to Yi Futian in a ridiculous number of ways. How much do you know about the north? Yi Futian transmitted his voice to Lin Qiu, who was beside him. He noticed that Lin Qiu had wanted to speak to him earlier, so he guessed that Lin Qiu knew some things. The northern continent centers around the Yenyun continent. The Yenyun continent is the equivalent of our Dongshao continent. The difference between us is that the Yenyun continent's influence is more frightening. Two superpowers had tried to conquer the continents in the past, the ancient royal families of the Yen clan and the Yun clan. The Yun clan had vanished over time, and only the great Yen ancient royal family stayed and carried on until this day. It has a long history. Its history is not something the Wangshan Watchtower can compare against. Lin Qiu transmitted his voice and continued to brief Yi Futian. The great Yen ancient royal family has been around for many years. Their background is profound and they are incredibly strong. They have a lot of influence across the entire Donghua domain, and they're very forceful and overbearing when doing things. A long time ago, an argument arose between Supreme Deity Donglai and the great Yen ancient royal city. Both sides were incredibly prideful and unrelenting, which led to an impasse and an ensuing conflict that led to a major war. The war resulted in Supreme Deity Donglai's fall, the death of the legendary alchemy master, and the Eastern Deity Island isolating itself from the outside world. Yi Futian nodded. He finally understood. The Yen ancient royal family was the Eastern Deity Island's main enemy and a potential threat to him. It was no wonder he felt that the northern land sounded familiar. It was actually the base of the great Yen ancient royal family. This meant that the cultivators of the Yen ancient royal family might have also arrived in Wangdu. His gaze focused on the group of figures in the sky. However, he did not discover any core figures among them. It seemed as if the cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family did not come personally. After all, they were of different status. The great Yen ancient royal family's cultivators were the same level as the Wangshan Watchtower. If they wanted to speak to anyone, they would directly speak to the Wangshan Watchtower. There was no need for them to show off their strength in front of the top factions of Wangdu. It did not suit the status of an ancient royal family. It was the same as last time when they were cultivating in the Eastern Deity Island. The cultivator from the Jiang ancient royal family, Jiang Jiuming, who always acted alone and never mingled with any other factions. It was because they were not of the same level. So the group of cultivators in front of them were most likely cultivators from various factions of the Yenyun continent, which followed the great Yen ancient royal family. Naturally, Yang Qian and the others also realized that cultivators from the great Yen ancient royal family had arrived after learning that the group had come from the north. Were they here for the Wangshan Watchtower? The eyes of the cultivators suddenly looked a few times heavier. The cultivators underneath the heavenly battle palace also stopped their battle. Everyone raised their head to look at the mighty cultivators in the sky. The vast and powerful heavenly battle palace suddenly became extremely quiet. The forces of the north had arrived in Wangdu of the Dongshao continent. Of course, the people had realized just how unusual it was. Something was probably about to happen. Everyone knew the conflict between Wangshan Watchtower's millet emperor and the ancient royal family from the north back then. Neither side was friendly with the other. So, the visitors most likely did come with good intentions. Dear cultivators from the north, may I inquire as to the purpose of this visit to my heavenly battle palace? A voice asked. It came from within the heavenly battle palace. The tone was strong and powerful. Just as the sentence ended, a group of cultivators strode out from within the heavenly battle palace. The one leading the group looked full of energy and an overbearing and powerful might emanated from his body. He was like a war god. It was clear that this middle-aged man was the palace lord of the heavenly battle palace, the war, godlike existence of the Yang clan, Yang Jian. We come from the north and heard that the heavenly battle palace is the place of the law battle. That is why we came here to observe and evaluate the levels of the cultivators of Wangdu. You can all proceed, answered a figure in the sky. They still maintained their condescending and arrogant attitude. It was extremely discomforting. Under the circumstances, how could the heavenly battle palace start the law battle as if nothing had happened? Since you are here, why don't you also take part? What's the fun in only observing? Answered Yang Jian in a calm and cool tone. He did not like the visitors' attitude. Even if they did come from the Yanyan continent, this was their territory, Wangdu of the Dongshao continent. Even a mighty dragon would have to bow down if it had arrived. Moreover, these people were clearly trying to instigate things. As the palace lord of the heavenly battle palace, Yang Jian, an incredibly iron-blooded and domineering character, would never allow them to act so cheeky. After finishing his sentence, multiple gazes landed on the heavenly battle palace's Lord Yang Jian's body. A powerful and intense might of the great path was released. However, Yang Jian was a peak Renhuang. He allowed the might of the great path to land on his body as he maintained a calm expression. A great aura of the great path actually also emerged from his body, instantly filling the space with an intense battle will. Everyone inside the heavenly battle palace could clearly feel the strength and intensity of the battle will. The people of the north did not arrive with good intentions. I was just thinking the same thing, answered one of the elders among them calmly. He was also a peak existence at the ninth plane. When Yang Jian saw that someone like the elder was here, he understood that the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family from the Yanyan continent had arrived. Moreover, they were already inside Wangdu, possibly watching everything that was happening at that moment. Without the backing of the great Yan ancient royal family's cultivators, these people never would have had the guts to provoke them. Moreover, if not for the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family, a person as powerful as that elder would not have come so far. It seemed like this debacle was not meant to target them. Instead, they targeted the Wangshan watchtower. As he thought of that, his divine consciousness shot out toward a place far away in search of something. He kept widening his search, and with the heavenly battle palace as the center, everything inside Wangdu appeared in his mind. It was as if he could see everything in one go. Amidst a vast crowd, Yang Jian quickly discovered a tavern. A group of dignified people aura sat within this tavern. No one else was there. It was like they had cleared the place. The person leading the group seemed rather young, but he was surrounded only by high-level Renhuangs. Impudence! An elder quickly raised his head to look outside. The young man also seemed to frown as he looked outside. Then, as if his gaze was able to pierce through the sky, he looked toward the direction of the heavenly battle palace. There was no anger in his eyes. He seemed calm. The strongest person of the heavenly battle palace was quite formidable. After all, it did not take long for him to find them. Chapter 1967. Bad Intentions from the Visitors. Yang Jian retracted his divine consciousness. His mind was as clear as a mirror. Just as he expected, the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family had arrived. They were already in Wangdu. Moreover, they did not seem at all interested in what was happening at the palace. They were quietly drinking their liquor at the tavern as if they did not care about the happenings in the heavenly battle palace at all. Perhaps the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family really did not care much about the actions of the cultivators here. Perhaps for the great Yan ancient royal family, the only thing they really cared about was the Wangshan watchtower. Who knew why the great Yan ancient royal family actually came here? After withdrawing his divine consciousness, Yang Jian stopped thinking about the great Yan ancient royal family. It was not something he could worry about at that moment. They were not at the same level. He was not yet qualified to intervene in their affairs. At the current moment, what he needed to deal with were the cultivators from the north. These cultivators from the north most likely came following the great Yin ancient royal family. As for why they went to the heavenly battle palace, no one knew if they did it by themselves or under orders of the great Yin ancient royal family. After Yang Jian arrived, the other cultivators from the heavenly battle palace became extremely quiet. No one spoke. After all, Yang Jian was the palace lord of the heavenly battle palace. He was an elder. Since he had arrived, it was natural that he would take the lead. An oppressive and intense aura accompanied the solemn and silent space. The situation was tense. It was as if a huge battle could break out at any moment. Yang Jian looked at the cultivators in the sky and said, "Since you also have this intention, please. My heavenly battle palace happens to be the location of the law battle. The guest room of our heavenly battle palace is this law battle platform. Since you have come from the far north, my heavenly battle palace will help receive and welcome you on this law battle platform." One might mistake Yang Jian's words as one uttered to a dear friend who had come to visit if one did not know the context. Naturally, what he meant by receiving and welcoming them at Heavenly Battle Palace's law battle platform meant that they would receive them in the form of a battle. In the sky, the vast and powerful might continued to occupy the sky. Among the cultivators from the north, the elder who spoke earlier was rather respected. He said to the cultivators around him, "Since the Heavenly Battle Palace has issued such a sincere invitation, if any one of you wish to reciprocate their kindness, just head down there." Just as Yang Jian and many others had expected, the cultivators from the north were powerful. They were indeed not from the same faction. Instead, they were from multiple different factions that followed the great Yin ancient royal family over here to Wangdu. The reason they came here was that the Heavenly Battle Palace was the place of law battles. Here, they could clearly see the strength and capabilities of the practitioners in Wangdu. While it was not enough for them to gauge individual practitioners' abilities, it was enough for them to peek at the general strength. High up in the sky, a figure strode forward. His body leaned forward as he landed on top of the Heavenly Battle Palace. The person's body was muscular and sturdy-looking. His eyes were like copper bells, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. His body was cloaked in a golden robe, and he gave off a sense of domineering wildness as an intense and powerful aura emanated from his body. His cultivation level was Ren Huang 5th plane, and his powerful aura was very oppressive. The practitioners from the north instantly relaxed after they saw the Ren Huang step forward. That person was a powerful cultivator from a royal family that conquered a continent in the northern lands. When that royal family conquered the continent, they stepped over numerous corpses, and they were famous across various continents for a time. The royal family's influence also spanned across various continents. Even in the main continent of the north, the Yenyun continent, the royal family was very well known. This person was a core cultivator from that royal family. He excelled in battles, and his battle strength could be described as frightening. If the Heavenly Battle Palace did not send out a powerful person, they would be crushed. "Which one of you is willing to go and welcome our guest from afar?" the Heavenly Battle Palace, Lord Yang Jian asked. Just as he finished speaking, a Ren Huang of the same plane stepped forward. With a step, he leaped into the air and landed on the law battle platform. He raised his head to look at the figure in the sky and said, "Appreciate your guidance." Neither one of them gave their names, as if that was not important. It did not matter what the objectives of the visitors from the north were. They certainly did not have good intentions, so they did not need to be too polite or formal. Moreover, the way these visitors arrived could also be said to be incredibly cocky. The Ren Huang who stepped forward was a practitioner of the Heavenly Battle Palace. For these visitors to arrive at the Heavenly Battle Palace in such a cocky manner, he naturally knew that there was no need to be polite with them. Then, bright lights appeared, and the Renhuang Law Battle platform floated into the air. Lights from the Law Matrix shot through the clouds in the sky, and the Renhuang Law Battle platform formed a space of its own. Yi Futian looked at the matrix of the Law Battle platform. The self-formed space segregated the space, and happenings on the inside would not affect the outside. However, the inside was large and spacious enough. It was quite fascinating. It seemed like it was something that the Heavenly Battle Palace specifically prepared for law battles of the Renhuang level. Bang! Then a loud bang sounded. The law battle platform emitted an intense spatial wave. The cultivators could clearly hear the crisp sound, and the Renhuang from the royal family in the north stepped across the sky, and countless beams of lights descended straight from the sky. The cultivator from the Heavenly Battle Palace extended a fist. Then the crowd could vaguely see a gigantic golden foot come from above, clashing with the opponent's fist. As the two clashed, a frightening light burst forth. A cacophony of intense battle noise resounded in the air. The cultivator from the north moved down from the sky, step by step. Each of his steps created a frightening giant footprint that was accompanied by a potent and oppressive power of the great path, as if he was going to crush the sky at any moment. The law power attack had a resemblance to the divine elephant stomping the sky skill. The crowd looked toward and inside the law battle platform. Every step would turn into a giant footprint. The giant golden footprints would block the sky and fill the sky. They were overwhelmingly powerful. The Renhuang of the Heavenly Battle Palace released continuous attacks to block them. A divine wheel of the great path appeared above his body. It was a golden eagle that blocked the sky and the sun when it spread its wings. It tore through space and cut open a route as it charged straight toward its enemy. The Renhuang cultivator from the north glanced at the divine eagle beneath him, and a mighty large footprint descended from above. At that moment, it was as if a golden armor had dawned on him, and bright and wondrous divine lights surrounded his entire body, while his eyes were filled with pride and condescension. The eyes of the Renhuang from the Heavenly Battle Palace were sharp. Fearsome tornadoes appeared all around him, with its wings extended. The divine eagle shot upward. Golden divine light that tore through space appeared above the law battle platform. It was inevitable. It seemed as if they were going to crush and destroy everything within its path. However, the Renhuang from the north seemed very calm. He looked at everything with composure. Just how strong were those from the royal family of the north? Many of them had experienced that firsthand. It was far above this level, that was for sure. Vong. Incredibly bright, divine light devoured the sky. The Renhuang from the north had disappeared. Then a towering war god illusion appeared in the sky. The face of the Renhuang from the north also appeared. From high up above, a humongous rock pillar emerged. As if a pillar of divine light that pierced through the great path, it came crashing down. It was not a rock pillar. It was a leg. However, it moved as fast as lightning, to the point where a divine light that pierced the sky appeared in the air, stomping downward. The great path was directly crushed into pieces. The sharp divine eagle fought against the tide to charge upward, but was crushed under the pillar of light. Divine light burst forth when it was annihilated. It was blinding. Boom! The bright light directly crushed the great path and pierced through the sky, striking the body of the Heavenly Battle Palace Renhuang. With a loud bang, the mighty divine wheel of the great path of the Heavenly Battle Palace Renhuang cracked. The body of the divine eagle was about to be crushed. He grunted as a ray of light pierced through his body. Then his body fell and he knelt on the ground. His great path was damaged and he was severely injured. Everyone in the vast land of the Heavenly Battle Palace witnessed this scene. The place was unbelievably quiet. So ruthless. A powerful Renhuang was completely crushed and severely injured. This hit was incredibly damaging to the Heavenly Battle Palace's Renhuang. However, it also showed them the strength of their opponents. This practitioner from the north had overwhelmingly defeated and severely injured the Run Huang of the Heavenly Battle Palace. The law battle platform's matrix moved. Someone went up to the platform to bring the Heavenly Battle Palace's Run Huang down. The Heavenly Battle Palace, Lord Yang Jian's expression became cold after witnessing the scene before him. He raised his head and said to the Run Huang floating in the sky above the law battle platform coldly, "You have come so far from the north. Is there a need to be so ruthless and cruel?" The Ren Huang did not pay much attention to Yang Jian's words. He replied, "I heard the law battle platform of the Heavenly Battle Palace was a cruel place. Injuries and even deaths are not uncommon. It is supposed to be a real law battle. Why is it that when it is from me, it is ruthless and cruel? Could it be that the rumors I heard were wrong?" The Ren Huang from the north stood in the sky above and looked down calmly as if he was not surprised by this reaction. Yi Futian raised his head to glance at the Ren Huang in the sky. He was confused. The cultivators of the north arriving in Wangdu meant that they were very powerful outsiders. Why did they have to be so ruthless and cruel? Were they trying to bring up the conflict between the north and the Donghua domain? What was the reason behind their pressuring? Were they aiming for the Wangshan watchtower? It looks like the visitors are not simply unkind. The northerners follow orders of the great Yan ancient royal family. For these cultivators to be so rude and cocky, someone must be supporting them from behind. It can only be the great Yan ancient royal family. This means that the great Yan ancient royal family might have already agreed to it. In that case, their objective for coming here will not be simple, said Lin Qiu to Yi Futian gently. Yi Futian nodded. To be so ruthless. It was natural that they were not here to spar. Instead, they were here as a show of force. In terms of who they were showing it to, that was something for one to ponder. Or perhaps they were showing it to the entire Wangdu. The Heavenly Battle Palace had gathered many powerful cultivators of Wangdu, and even many from the Dongshao continent on this day. For them to do this, the one backing them was definitely not simple. This battle had triggered the emotions of many. They were miserable. At that moment, no matter what internal conflicts existed, it did not matter. The arrogant behaviors of these northern visitors were simply contempt. Chapter 1968, Not Giving Face. The Ren Huang from the royal family in the north remained on the law battle platform and did not leave. His gaze scanned the Ren Huangs in the Heavenly Battle Palace. His body was brimming in golden, while his eyes had the dignity of royalty. He was a Ren Huang from a royal family that conquered an entire continent. Wangdu, the capital city of the Dongshao continent, is famous because of the Wangshan watchtower and became the #1 city of the Dongshao continent. Today, the Battle Palace is the location of the law battles of Wangdu. Hence, all the fighters are gathered here in Wangdu. Don't tell me this is your battle strength, is it? The Ren Huang from the north said. His voice was dignified, and contempt for the Ren Huang of Wangdu permeated through his cold tone. While he was not a cultivator from the core Yanyun continent, his family still conquered a continent. He was powerful, and even among the group of cultivators who came from the north, he was still one of the stronger combatants among those on the same plane level. As such, the Ren Huang of the Heavenly Battle Palace suffered a crushing defeat and was even severely injured. As the Ren Huang finished speaking, the solemn and dignified atmosphere of the Heavenly Battle Palace was suffocated by an oppressive aura. In front of the towering ancient Great Hall, many cultivators looked toward the powerful northern Ren Huang, and for a moment they were silent. For a law battle like this, it was naturally impossible for them to send a fighter who was on a higher plane. However, they were not confident anyone on the same plane level had the ability to defeat the northern Ren Huang. The northern Ren Huang had not even shown his true strength yet. After all, the gap between the two in the previous battle was rather large. The combatant had failed to force his opponent to give his all. "Do you still want to fight?" the Heavenly Battle Palace's palace lord asked. The northern Renhuang looked at him and nodded before answering. Of course. Is anyone able to let our visitors from the north re-evaluate our Wangdu's practitioners? Yang Jian scanned the crowd as he asked. The opponent had already shown his hand. If he continued to fight, the advantage was theirs. Since they had seen the enemy fighters, it was naturally easier for them to weigh their options. Of course, the precondition was that they needed a Renhuang at the same plane level who was strong enough. I'd like to recommend someone. At that time, someone spoke. Instantly, gazes shifted towards the speaker. Many people's eyes lit up. It was Alchemy Divine Palace's Chimu. The Alchemy Divine Palace was powerful in itself. They also knew practitioners from everywhere. As the heir to the Alchemy Divine Palace, Chimu's vision was naturally impeccable. A cultivator recommended by him would naturally be powerful. Please speak, Yang Jian said. Then, Chimu's gaze moved slowly and landed finally on Yi Futian. He smiled and said, Earlier, some Renhuang asked Renhuang Yi about the Great Path, but Renhuang Yi did not partake. He defeated his opponent with just a glance. His strength is unfathomable. While he is only on the 4th plane, it was said that only a young palace lord is worthy of sparring with him. So, based on what Renhuang Yi said, there is no need to doubt his combat strength. If Renhuang Yi is willing, I am certain he will be able to leave a big surprise for our guests from the north. Lin Xiao and the others around Yi Futian frowned. This Chimu did not step forward himself, but instead recommended Yi Futian. He was most certainly very calculative. Whether Yi Futian won or not, he would not lose anything from it. At the very least, he would be able to see and gauge Yi Futian's strength. That's right. I also think that Renhuang Yi is suitable, said the cultivators from Qinhe Palace. They also wanted to see Yi Futian's strength, to see whether he could fight the powerful northern Renhuang. In an instant, the cultivators' attention had shifted to Yi Futian, and that included the cultivators from the Heavenly Battle Palace. They had earlier seen how strong Yi Futian was. While it had only been a glance, he was able to injure a Renhuang of the same level. If he were to step forward, they would have a chance. I apologize. I am not a practitioner of Wangdu. Yi Futian glanced at Chimu. As the heir to Supreme Deity Donglai, and after receiving so much from the Easter Deity Island, he was not very fond of Supreme Deity Donglai's enemy, the Great Yin Ancient Royal Family. These Renhuangs followed the Great Yin Ancient Royal Family here. In addition, they came forcefully and were ruthless and cruel when they fought. He was slightly irked and annoyed by them. However, this did not mean that he would go along with what Chimu intended. Chimu's words annoyed him even more. This Chimu did not step forward himself and did not ask anyone from the Alchemy Divine Palace fight, but had instead pushed him forward. Moreover, he said it in front of a crowd. It felt like he was trying to trap him and force him to fight. In a situation like this, trapped under the circumstances, standing amidst factions of the Dongshao continent, it seemed like he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would have to offend many people. Unfortunately, Yi Futian was just the guy who never cared. He did not need to appease anyone, and he also did not need the cultivators from Wangdu to like him. He came here because he was invited to visit. Even if the Heavenly Battle Palace were to become his enemy, many people had odd expressions on their faces after hearing Yi Futian's reply. Were Yi Futian's words not words that cut him off from the others? Renhuang Yi, what do you mean? Even if you are not from Wangdu, you came from the Taiyuan continent, it is one with the Dongshao continent. Chimu smiled and answered unperturbed. He was wondering who Yi Futian was. To speak such words, it seemed quite stupid. I came with the Alchemy Emperor, but I am not from the Taiyuan continent, Yi Futian answered. It felt like he was doing his best to draw a line between them and separate himself from them. This confused many, while some other Renhuangs were slightly irked. Even if you don't want to fight, you don't have to do all this. If you do not identify with the Dongshao continent, why are you here in Wangdu, sitting here? A cultivator from the Qinhe Palace asked coldly. Ren Huang, ye followed the alchemy emperor here. Does that need your approval? When did the Qinhe Palace's jurisdiction expand so much? As for sitting here, Ren Huang Yi and I were invited to come here. If you don't welcome us, we can leave. Lin Xiu, who was on the side, answered, annoyed. Then he continued, since the Alchemy Divine Palace and Qinhe Palace are so amazing and heroic, why don't you step forward and fight? What's the meaning of this? Constantly trying to push someone else to fight. The Alchemy Divine Palace actually touted themselves as the #1 holy land of alchemy in the Donghua domain yesterday. Why aren't you stepping forward yourself right now? Could it be that the Alchemy Divine Palace and the Qinhe Palace are not factions of Wangdu? Or is it perhaps because you don't have a Ren Huang who is capable of fighting? His tone was light and calm. However, it was very insulting. It made the people of the Alchemy Divine Palace and the Qinhe Palace very unhappy. Enough, said Heavenly Battle Palace's Yang Jian. Only then did the people quieted down after realizing that their bickering was inappropriate. In the sky, the northern cultivators gazed at them. Mocking and cold smiles were on their faces. Did Wangdu have no one to actually bicker among themselves to avoid a battle? Many glanced coldly at Yi Futian. It seemed like the conflict was ultimately attributed to Yi Futian. Many people were unhappy. Since no one wants to fight, what's the point of staying here? Someone mumbled. Yi Futian looked at the person who spoke. He smiled, not taking notice of that. Then he stood up and looked at Yang Jian before saying, sorry for the disruption. After that he left, with his white robe fluttering in the air. There was a sense of pride as he left. Many people looked surprised. Did he really leave? Boring. This young one will take his leave. Lin Xiu and the others also stood up to leave. He was not in a good mood after this visit. To have someone try to coerce him into a battle, he naturally understood Yi Futian's mood. Moreover, he knew Yi Futian's true identity, a person from the Eastern Deity Island. It was possible that he was the heir to supreme deity Donglai's inheritance. Whether it was alchemy or combat strength, he was exceptional. How could someone like this not be prideful? How could he sit and be aggrieved like this, to constantly be coerced into battle? The northern cultivators came to pick a fight. If Yi Futian wanted to fight, he would do it on his own accord, not like this. If these people knew Yi Futian's true identity, the heir to the Eastern Deity Island, who knew what they would be thinking? At that moment, the cultivators of the Heavenly Battle Palace were incredibly unhappy as they saw Yi Futian's group leave. They really did not give them any face at all. To really leave after saying it, were they throwing a tantrum? People from the Dragon Submission Mountain Range were really like those village masters, aloof in nature and very difficult to befriend. All this to avoid battle. How ridiculous! Someone mocked quietly. However, no one else responded. Instead, they looked at the cultivators in the sky. At that moment, it was still not yet time to discuss Yi Futian. While they were unhappy, they could only suppress it for now. Yi Futian's group leaped into the air and left. They headed straight toward the direction of the inn. Why are you also following me? Yi Futian asked Lin Xiu, who had caught up to him. Since we came together, we will naturally leave together, answered Lin Xiu. Aren't you afraid of being isolated? Asked Yi Futian, smiling. The Dragon Submission Mountain Range has always acted alone. The path of cultivation was always a lonesome journey. When was it necessary to find a mate? Lin Xiu answered indifferently. You, on the other hand, just came to Wangdu. With that, you've already offended most of the factions in Wangdu. As I said, I'm not a person of Wangdu. Why should I care? Yi Futian answered indifferently. Lin Xiu laughed and asked The people from the north came with clearly unkind intentions. I'm afraid the heavenly battle palace is going to suffer. While you did not fight, I am still curious. If you were to fight, what would happen? As he spoke, he kept staring at Yi Futian. Clearly, Lin Qiu was curious about Yi Futian's strength. Yi Futian glanced at Lin Qiu on his side. Then he shifted his gaze forward and answered casually, "He is not worthy of fighting me." Lin Qiu's body stopped moving for a brief moment. He blinked and looked at Yi Futian. An odd expression appeared on his face. That person was a Run Huang of the fifth plane. Moreover, his combat strength was amazing. However, Yi Futian said he was not worthy of fighting him. What confidence! Moreover, with the events that happened in the past, he believed Yi Futian. Since he said so, it was clear that there would not be any issues. So, the reason that Yi Futian did not fight was that the opponent was not worthy. This interesting. Lin Qiu smiled and continued moving forward. These people were here for the Wangshan watchtower. He knew Yi Futian's identity, so he was sure that Yi Futian was also after the Wangshan watchtower. This meant that they would meet again sooner or later. They were also the cultivators of Wangdu. This made him look forward to it.